All right. Another Saturday night. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I almost wasn't here. Almost had a guest host tonight. But the event was canceled. And I'll let you guys know more about that in the coming weeks. If you can hear my voice, I believe you guys can hear me. If you can hear my voice, just drop a one for me. Let me know that you're here, number one. And number two, it will let me know that you can hear me. Let me do a quick test. Oh, yeah. You guys can hear me. But drop a one. Let me know that you're out there anyway. You know it is Koku, another Saturday night, shoot the breeze. What I like to do is jump on really quick and let you guys know what we have in store tonight. We have a good couple of topics. Some of them I brought back from last week that we didn't use. I still think I missed a few from last week. We should have a pretty strong discussion tonight. We're going to be talking about leaders in foreign countries. Why aren't they listening? We're going to talk about re-Africanization when it comes to hair. We're going to talk about the price of beauty. We're going to talk about who is to blame for this Kanye or Kim. So one of those conversations. I'm sure it's a good one. We're going to talk about the selective outrage of Chris Rock. If you guys saw the Chris Rock interview, it looks like no one's responding. So I'm almost hesitant to think that you guys are hearing me. But it looks like you're hearing me. If you guys saw the Chris Rock special, drop a 2 in the chat. Drop a 1 if you can hear me. Drop a 2 if you saw the Chris Rock special. We're going to be talking about the selective outrage of one Chris Rock. We're going to answer the question, did Tariq, you know which Tariq, Nasheed, did he take the bag? You could kind of guess where this is coming from. We're going to talk about how Europeans are also deported. We're going to talk about this insistence from the liberal or left types that white people need to learn our history. What exactly does that accomplish? We're going to have a conversation about that. We're going to have a conversation. This one's for Brother Bakari. The importance of HBCUs. And lastly, we're going to talk about firearm liability. And is there a Pan-African company for it? That's a very good question. I'm going to share something I did this week with you guys as well when we get there. So let me check and see. It seems like I am getting some 1s and some 2s. Yeah, Bobby Wright is here. Peace to Bobby Wright. Trigger Happy 262 is here. Peace to Oni from the Pro-Black Perspective is here. He was going to be the guest host tonight, but things changed, and so I'm here. I want to thank all of y'all for being here. What we're going to do now is start the show proper. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. For those of you who want to join the panel, click the link pinned at the top of the chat. We're simulcasting on KWAZ Radio as normal and the Bitter Medicine podcast on YouTube. So that you could be on either of those links. You can click the link pinned at the top of the chat to join the panel. And also a reminder, this is everything we're discussing tonight is fair use, although YouTube doesn't seem to care about real fair use. Everything we're discussing tonight is fair use, so I want to keep that out there. What we're going to do now is we're going to start the show officially, right? Cupcake got denied. KW Don 7 is here, saying sour bonus. Piece of KW Don 7. What we're going to do is start the show officially, and on the other side, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Yeah, I promise this week we will I'll definitely have that new spot with all the shows on it. I got someone to do the voiceover for the spot, and so I should have that this week put together. So with that said, make sure you check out Tanzan African Mind, Consider Cheek Show, the Brother Bakari Podcast, and the Forecast Radio, also on KWAZ Radio. Let me welcome my first panelist to join me tonight. Oni, how are you this week, man?
Yeah, just cupcaking, you know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one of us got it right now. I'm good. You know, long week. Yeah, good. Long week. About to be shorter, I guess. Appreciate yeah, man.
If you don't mind me asking, right? In Tanzania, I tried to ask you this on YouTube, but in Tanzania, what's the valuable crops in Tanzania?
So that's a tough question right there. Like I you know what I'm saying? That's a tough question. But that's what I'm saying. I think that we shouldn't get into it right now, but what I'm saying about that is that's why when it comes to business, there's so much that goes into like the decision, the idea.
Absolutely.
And I think we got Buana here, head capitalist. We got but like like Buana was saying that the idea is worth something. And if you have the idea to make yams, you have the idea to make corn, you make the idea to whatever. One of those is a better idea than the other one.
Right.
And you contributing that idea should get you more just because because it comes down to somebody. I don't know. I mean, like I know you said you didn't think I had a farm, but I had a farm and the crops gone, because it hasn't rained. But that should tell me that tells you two things, right? One is somebody didn't have the idea to just bring the water there, but two, that you could have crops that are good for that sort of sunny weather. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say pineapple or something. I don't know, right? And if with less that needs less rain or cacti, I don't know, right? But the point is that if you have that, right, that idea is already something. That idea itself is valuable, but we're not even, it is what it is.
Yeah. No, I just thought I'd ask because that's an interesting thought too. If you want to get into agribusiness, what crops should we focus on? So that's something we should talk about more in the future too, brother. And it wasn't that I didn't believe you; it's just that I wasn't sure that you had a farm. Let's welcome in Buana Hagaziki. Buana, how are you this week?
What happened, Koku? You get rain out here?
For me?
Yeah, I thought you was gonna take the night off tonight.
No, plans got canceled. You guys, I'll inform you all in the coming weeks what really happened. But the plans got canceled, and so I'm here, man.
Okay, good.
She got a flat tire, man.
Yeah. Good. And Oni, man, don't worry about it. It's just a learning lesson, brother. You'll come back stronger next time with that farm situation.
Yeah, man. Yo, did I not represent the capitalists though on that debate though?
Yeah, you actually did. I wanted. No, I did. I wanted you. I know you was gonna go in, but I know that the brother is 19. So I mean, he's working it out. But he's gonna get there. He ain't there yet.
For those of you who might be wondering what this conversation about, this is why you gotta subscribe to all the shows on KWAZ Radio, because there's always a good conversation happening somewhere around these parts. You guys check out the last, not today's episode of Brother Bakari. Check that out too, of course. But check out the previous 2 episodes of Brother Bakari, where Oni was up there with Kibwe, Brother Bakari's son, Forecast, and a few others. I think Buana might have passed through at one point up there. So yeah, you guys check out that conversation. And also check out Tanzan's last show too. That was a good conversation as well. Real Black Gentleman's out there saying greetings, y'all. I appreciate you.
Y'all can skip on that Tanzan lecture. Well, when I'm getting cooked for some reason, you know.
Yeah, Goku had to spike his wrist. Goku spiked his wrist a little bit, but it's all right.
It's all right. It's all love at the end of the day. I'm really just trying to keep the optics looking clean. That's all. I like Bobby Wright a lot, man. Bobby Wright shout out everyone who's around these parts, everyone who has a podcast on KWAZ Radio, it looks like, and even the Zuliism in them. So shout out to Bobby Wright. That's my boy right there. You know what? Without further ado, let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Let me make sure I copy it for you guys. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Hold on. Looks like it's taking us to Instagram. This is one of those topics from last week that we couldn't get to. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is, why aren't the leaders of foreign countries listening? Now, that's an interesting start to this. It's taking us to Instagram. I'll share the link as soon as it comes up on my side. All right. Let me share the link. Sorry, pressing the wrong shit. Hold on. All right, got it. No. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. So here's the link. From FQRY Online. Seems to be a conversation. One of the things I hate is they don't allow you to really go back in these conversations. Let me see if it's possible to refresh or something and start over. All right.
Buy from African industry. You say, no, we'd rather go to China. And then guess what? The Chinese will make all the products you want. Every single thing you want. By the way, everything here is made in Kenya. Everything is made in Kenya. Down to the suit I'm wearing. The Chinese will make anything you want. Any single thing you want. Down to your roads, down to your hospitals, down to the schools that you will take your children to be educated in, and then they will say you have to teach your children Mandarin as part of your loan agreement. Oh, Africa. And after they have built the infrastructure in your country, why do you think they build the industry? You say, no, we'd rather go to China. And then guess what? The Chinese will make all the products you want. Every single thing you want. By the way, everything here is made in Kenya. Everything is made in Kenya. Down to the suit I'm wearing. The Chinese will make anything you want. Any single thing you want. Down to your roads, down to your hospitals, down to the schools that you will take your children to be educated in, and then they will say you have to teach your children Mandarin as part of your loan agreement. Oh, Africa. And after they have built the infrastructure in your country, why do you think they build the infrastructure? Chinese are not stupid. So they're building this infrastructure so that they can take out, not bring in, take out of the continent. And once they've taken out, they tell you, well, you know what? You did not pay for the loan. So now, guess what? We're taking your land. We now own your land. That's what they do. So this is neo-colonialism happening right in front of our eyes. No African leader It's speaking about the neocolonialism and the fact that we are being bought out of our own continent.
All right, I think we should have all gotten the gist or the sense of what is being discussed. It was kind of distracting with this guy rolling a gob, but whatever. Why aren't the leaders of foreign countries listening to things like this? Buana, you're familiar with China, and I know you've heard RJ Mahdi speak about China. In fact, I had him on the show before I interviewed him, and he was talking about, well, who else is coming to do it, or who else is going to do this stuff? What are your thoughts about China and Africa?
I think that there is a mutual relationship that's going on. Well, let me not say a mutual. Let me say mutual. I think that there's an exchange that's going on because China is trying to create infrastructure, and people may say that why aren't the Africans themselves creating and producing infrastructure? Maybe there are not enough people to produce or create infrastructure. But what I would do in that particular scenario is either I would have the local African people watch everything that the Chinaman coming into Africa is doing to create and build infrastructure, or record it, take that knowledge and know-how and educate, show the craftsmen, the builders, what these Chinese are doing to construct these mega models, these mega infrastructural developments in terms of the different areas that exist, and just copy it. The Chinese come to America, and what they do, they come there with their cameras. You always see them with a camera on their chest. What do you think they doing? They taking pictures of the infrastructure, how it's done, what it's made of, to take certain elements of that and reproduce it in their home country. Why can't we do the same kinds of things? I don't know. I really don't know, brother. You know what I mean? At this point, because there's been so many great African leaders in terms of people like Nkrumah and many others who have written down, chapter and verse what is actually happening, what the relationship is, not only with the Chinese country, but the European country. See, the Europeans were the first people to do it. The Chinese are just coming after to repeat the same thing that the Europeans did, but on a different kind of arrangement. And I'm saying that there needs to be will. There needs to be a willingness. And I am at this point where I don't think the political class in these countries are going to do it. So the individuals who know better have to take the bull by the horn and take the steps and measurements, even if it's small scale, even if it's from a small scale, to inform, to pull in people who have an interest in terms of creating certain developments within their society. Because I have found when you look at America right now, America used to be controlled by the political entities, the government, and so forth and so forth. Now it's controlled by the corporations. The corporations have more say so in the so-called first world countries than the governments themselves. In fact, the governments themselves play kowtow to the corporations. So private interests that really kind of reformulated the institutions within America. And I find that it has to do it's going to take the people from within the countries who have the vision and the foresight in terms of development and scale and doing certain things within them countries to change the societies of themselves. It can't depend on the so-called political classes because historically they've been failures, and I think that that's going to continue. They're always going to look north or look to the United States or look to China in terms of trying to recreate their societies. I think it has to come from within, and I think that it's going to be selected groups of people who will be willing to change the format in terms of what happens in these countries. I don't know if I really answered that question, but that's my thoughts on this particular point, man.
Now I'm feeling you on that. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said China uses the colonial template Europe overlaid on Africa in order to pick Africa apart. Buana, before I go to Oni, there's some of the folks who will come around, like Jose, who believes in Russia, for example, who believes in aligning themselves with a Russia. Do you see China as bad as the European powers, in your opinion?
That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. I think that the Europeans, when they came to Africa, they came with a different kind of model, and it would seem like their model was more abusive, in terms of the restrictions and the abuses that they did on to African people. What China has done is to say that, yo, we just really want to come into your development, and we really want your natural resources. We won't participate in your internal affairs. We won't force y'all to do any specific things in terms of the conditions that y'all gonna have to meet, or human rights, or you can't do this, or we're gonna make y'all do it. They say, no, 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 no. We're not gonna interfere with your internal situation and what y'all do amongst yourselves. We just want y'all natural resources, which is more insidious arrangement where they're gonna extract all the mineral resources out of your country, but they gonna leave you at the end of the day. They're gonna leave you to fight amongst one another. So it's like, one there was a time where we used to fight over the oil. Now they can extract the oil, we gonna just fight each other just to fight each other's sake. So the both arrangements are insidious, but I think that one is I would suggest that the European arrangement or relationship is more insidious than the Chinese, but the results uh, at the end of the day will be the same, because back in the day it was the extraction for the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth really went back to either the it went back to England. Now the new neo-colonial situation is more back to the United States. Now but now the arrangement is it's going to China. It's going to China, even though they decide not to really participate into the day-to-day affairs of the internal politics of the African countries. But I think the results will be the same. I think the results will be the same. The strategy may be different, but I think the results will remain the same.
And ultimately, it's about the results, right? It's about how things end.
It always is. It always is. It's always about how things, and you always the method we could always shuffle over, and we could always argue over, and we could always discuss. But it's the results that people gonna look at and have to either benefit from or suffer through.
Absolutely. Bueno, what are you drinking on tonight? E&J or some rum or something?
No, I ain't gonna get no rum tonight because you tell me you was gonna be here, so I thought it was just gonna be me and Oni. So I just figured I might have had to be clear-headed. But I tell you what, I gonna go buy my cigar somewhere through this program. I tell you that.
All right. All right. I appreciate you, Buana. Oni, you saw the video and you see the prompt. Why aren't the leaders of foreign countries listening? Let's deal with that part. Why do you think? I mean, we all should kind of know why they're not paying it no mind. But talk about it. Why aren't the leaders, listening to what the folks are telling them?
Well, there's the trouble, right? One of the problems is that we have to be in reality, and that's one of the main things that I am concerned about in regards to our people. Reality is this, right? Like look at my farm, right? They don't get rain for 3 weeks or whatever. The crops dry up, right? The money is lost. You know what could save my crops? One of them, I don't know what they call them, but you know how they say the U.S. government could change the weather? Huh? HARP, yeah, HARP. Like a HARP situation. Now, most people, like most black folk, just generally around the world, don't do no HARP shit. You get what I'm saying? But let's say you are in charge of a country, y'all don't get rain for a minute, right? Now you got to turn around and say, America, right? Or China or wherever, you got to go around to somebody who does do this HARP stuff and be like, we'll pay you. We'll pay you to do this HARP stuff, right? so that we could get our crops and we could eat food or some shit, you know? And that's the reality. And I think it was this brother, like you had an interview with that brother, I think RJ Mahdi back in the day. But it's like that really is the crux of it. If you can't do it, but somebody else can't, and you need it, right? Then you gotta pay somebody. It's just like that's the way of the that's the reality of the world. If you cannot do it, if I can't carry buckets of water to, because there was a river next to my farm. Well, not too close, but if I can't carry buckets of water to my site or load up a truck or whatever, right? If I can't do that, I gotta pay somebody else to do it. And if nobody around me can do it, and that's basic labor, right? But if nobody else around me could do it, then I gotta pay somebody else. The same thing, the same way, all the cars in Africa are produced outside of Africa. Well, not all of them, but you get what I'm saying. Like a lot of the cars that I've seen were produced outside. A lot of the air conditioners, a lot of the light switches, a lot of light bulbs. We as a people fell behind. And what China offers, what we have to realize too about China is this: China is producing cheap manufacturing to America too. China's producing cheap manufacturing to Europe too. The idea that they're only doing it to Africa, or that it is even colonialism if they do it to Africa, is not real. The big difference is that other people like the white boy at least builds his own road. You know what I'm saying? Like the white boy at least builds his own road. So I mean, I personally I don't agree with China building our fucking roads. No, I don't. Right? But I have to be realistic too. If black people, particularly us in the black diaspora who are not even in Africa, are yo, why don't you guys build your own roads? No, you supposed to get down there. You supposed to put forth the capital. You supposed to put forth the engineers. You supposed to put forth the team, and then you build the damn roads.
I like that on you. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you, and the thing is this, you probably can't do it cheaper than China. And even if you build this engineering firm, you probably will be overlooked by China because China has better prices. True. But that's why we have to be about a political mindset where we say, for real, it don't matter if they are cheaper, we should hire our own. But at the same time, we have to do it because it's like how you were saying about the curriculum, right? If let's say Nigeria has a curriculum straight out of Europe, right? And we're like, man, why you got that curriculum straight out of Europe? Where else are they gonna get a curriculum from if we ain't writing it? I mean, sure, you can say, well, why don't we write it? But I mean, I actually don't know why they don't fucking write it because that's something that's not even that complicated. But at the same time, it's that's what it is. So why people not listening? Because the thing about it's I guess Carter G. Woodson said it. Young people talk about what they are doing. Old people talk about what they have done. And fools talk about what they are what they're going to do or something like that. Or what they expect,
others or something, right? Yeah.
Huh?
Talk about others or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But it's the trouble is that people ain't listening because you're supposed to be because we as an African people are not collectively organized to the point where we could be doing shit without China. Because like I said, with that HARP thing, I mean, obviously I can't afford that, but I could understand that if a nation really needed it to rain, right? That they'll probably call up some European, and then we'd be like, oh yuck, how are you gonna call it? Why don't you get? It's who the fuck doing HARP though?
Right.
Who you know, unless you know Storm from X-Men or some shit, ain't nobody black manipulating the weather like that. I'm just saying, so that's what I would say.
No, I appreciate that only. I think Buana also said something that I echo those sentiments. I think sometimes we might oversimplify some things a little bit. I agree with Buana when he says we're supposed to be studying, recording what they're doing. Something tells me they don't let you do it. Something tells me they don't let you do it because we know that, when African nations were getting independence, quote unquote independence in the 60s and whatnot, these guys were going in and destroying the plumbing and the infrastructure, flushing cement down pipes and all kind of shit. And as a matter of fact, I think, if I remember correctly, they did that back home a couple of years back, one of those hotels that didn't come to fruition. The Chinese and them was pouring concrete down the pipes, I heard, and bursting the pipes. So I have a feeling that they kind of exclude you from studying it, but that's something that we need to be more persistent about. We got to get in there. Listen, I'm here to learn. Go ahead, Juan. Sorry.
The argument is that they speak, the people who they bring in, they usually speak in Mandarin, so they would not necessarily be able to work alongside the Bahamian labor force because primarily you speak English. So they would just rather work, in terms of just work as a group together. And I'm saying that if I was a governmental official or a leader of a country, I will not allow or permit, because Pendleton would have never done it, but I would not allow or permit someone to come into my country and not allow me or some of my workers or some of my laborers not to participate in the building or anything that's done in this country. So it wouldn't happen. I would not sign the contract because I know they want something from me as well. The relationship has to be reciprocated. So it's something that not just a loan, but it's something that I'm going to permit, whether it's through the extraction of minerals or resources or whatever. There's something that they want, and it's something that they're willing to give away. So I'm not going to allow these people to come into my country and not give me access to what these guys are doing on my property. They could be planting bombs on my property for all I know how. So there has to be someone internally from my country that oversees all the things that goes into the building any infrastructure or infrastructural development that's happening in my country, because this is a foreign element. There's a national security concern to think about if I have to use that excuse. So I'm gonna have somebody on wherever I'm building, you know what I mean? On site, that's the word I'm looking for, to ensure what they are doing is not illegal, it's been done properly, and I can monitor it for future reference. So when I want to do it my goddamn self, I could do it myself and say, "Here, boys, this is how it's done." You know what I mean? Chapter and verse.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I think you guys brought up some excellent points. I think we have to address the childlike nature of Black folks too. I think we got to start to grow up now. We got to start taking on the hard tasks now. I think this idea that you're going to sit back and watch other people do the work and not expect that other people are going to take the profit too, whatever that looks like, right? The profits, right? They're going to take the big piece of chicken, as Gas would say, right? Like this idea that you're going to sit back and folks are going to just build shit for you and you ain't going to learn how to do it for self. But somehow this is going to work out well for you. I think we got to get off of that now. And I like, I think it was Oni who said it. We have to start getting, and I'm talking to the people who listen to this show and around these parts too. We got to start getting to that point of being doers and being people who pick up and create projects and finish them. One of the things I like with Oni, I'm gonna give him his flowers after he got some flack this week, but I'm gonna give him his flowers, and it's genuine. And funny enough, I'm gonna actually give Tariq Nasheed some flowers in a sense, because they remind me of each other, but in different ways.
Dang, man.
No. You'll get it in a second. Oni's not a grifter, right? Tariq is. But one thing I give Tariq is respect for. I used to listen to Tariq religiously back in the day. One thing I give him is respect for. If Tariq Nasheed sits on his platform and says, you know something, I think we should do a documentary on Africans in space or some shit. He's going to do that documentary. You understand? He is going to do it. So when Tariq was coming out with this Hidden History Museum, I saw certain people like Brandon and them from Pan-African Strikes Back say, oh, Tariq ain't building no museum. No, I knew once he got that money, he was going to do something called a museum. Now, is it an actual museum? that's debatable to me. It's a lounge, whatever. But what the same thing goes with Oni. If Oni tells you he's going to make a first person shooter game, he's going to make the first person shoot. If he tells you he's going to write a children's book, he's going to do the children's book. Speaking of those things, check out Oni's YouTube page for the information on how to purchase his latest children's book. Get a couple of for the kids around you, man. So make sure and do that. That's the kind of stuff I want to see the rest of us doing, including myself, right? Including myself. I want to see our folks taking up the challenge to fill certain gaps. Yeah, you might be the only person at first, but eventually we'll build a nice number of people behind these things. We all supposed to be picking up something and getting something done. Does anyone on the panel want any last words here?
Yes, I want to echo them sentiments because I do have to give Tariq Nasheed shit. It's coming out of my mouth, but to give him credit because whatever ideas that comes into his mind, he at least sees them through, and for the most part, not everything, but for the most part, even when sometimes he fails. Now he wouldn't say he failed on a particular project, but at least he sees it through. So I give respect to where respect is due, because I myself try my hardest to be a man of my word. That's not necessarily a popular thing among us because ninjas, we say all kind of crazy things and make all kind of crazy promises. But when the rubber meets the road, you see who is who. You see who is who about that life, who ain't about that life. So if in my short time in knowing Oni, I see him to be a consistent person, and the fact that the brother went to as much as you all guys want to be heavy-handed with him, the brother actually went to the continent. He bought land. Yes, he bust off some women, but I mean, listen, hey, but I gotta give the man respect where respect is due. So I give respect to all the black men who are about that life, who say something and they try their best to see it through to the end, even though sometimes it may not turn out the way that you wish it to. At least he took the risk. You know what I mean? At least he took the risk, he took the chance, and he saw something through to the end. And I think that more of us need to be that inclined. So I'll stop there.
Amen, Ra. Let's welcome Brother Bakari to the panel this week. Bakari, how are you?
What's up? What's up?
Yes, sir.
Well, right now I'm gonna say it like this. I got credit for one of my tethered brothers. Respect. That's Oni. Because y'all giving respect to the biggest grifter, hustler, who got everything done with somebody else's money. But I can't tell y'all how to do it. I'm just saying, you can't hustle people and get my respect. You can't steal from your people and get my respect. That's just me.
Well,
it's easy to.
All right, let me just interject like that. The respect I'm giving is on a particular matter. I got, you could meet a man who has killed 50 people, but if he was charitable to children or something like that, you could give him respect on that particular matter, not the other stuff. So I don't respect him for being a grifter at all. But what I'm trying to get across to folks is, if you are listening to people who are doing stuff, get involved and do something too. If you have an idea, work on the idea and try to see it through. You might fail. So it's not really about Tariq Nasheed per se overall, but as far as that goes, I give him his props. He's and in fact, it's what leads him to be a grifter, to be honest. But it's because he's a person who, if he says he's going to do, if he conceives something, he's going to do it. Now, Bakari, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just clowning. I'm just.
What do you say? Say it again. You can't say that, Bakari. Say it again.
I said, man, y'all might be our downfall. I'm just clowning.
I know, right? They all tethered, yo.
No, not only.
Why I gotta be a downfall? Why I gotta be a downfall?
Hey, look, I'm just clowning, man. I'm just clowning. I understood what he's saying.
Where Keyboy is?
Oh, he at work. I'm about to go pick him up in a minute.
Okay.
and I understand what Coco's saying. See through and finish what you start. If you out here bumping your gums and you're saying you're gonna do it, you go ahead and you do it and you finish it. I understand what Coco is saying. I understand what Bawana is saying. I do understand that. But what's up, everybody? Y'all can go ahead to the next topic. I was just coming on here to speak and say what up right now, and then take my shot. Then take a shot at Koku and Bawana.
He did take a shot. He did take a shot. But you know what? You know, Brother Makari, it's earlier than that. You can get your shots. You can get your shots back.
I do like what Bakari was saying though about OPM. You know, using other people's money is like a cheat code. You know what I'm saying? like you know, because that's the thing that happened with that farm. In fact, you know, like my quote unquote business partner, like she using my money. So it's like if you win or lose, it don't really matter. If your project is crap, it don't really matter because you just go. All you could get is profit. You know what I mean? You don't really lose anything financially. Now, granted, if you put in work, then you lose labor, but you don't really lose anything financially. And so I could say another thing that happened. One of these women tricked me up, and a lot of women or whatever. So Buana, so one of these women tricked me up, and she was like, "Hey, I need some money to buy a bar or some shit," and I was like, "Hey, whatever," right? So she gets a bar, and whether the bar does good or bad, I don't see nothing. Now if the bar does good for her, right, then she's going to be set. And if the bar does bad for her, she could just close up the bar and try something else. But because, like, if you're using other people's money, right, there's no real loss. It's not the same kind of loss, as when you do it on your own. Now, not to say that now, I mean, so that's another thing that I would like factor in, like what would be a big difference between what Tariq is doing and what I'm doing, in the sense of like, like I didn't really fly to Africa on borrowed money. You know what I mean? And so Tariq might fly to Africa on borrowed money. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily bad, but I'm just saying that there's a different risk involved, because whether you do good or bad, like whether you succeed or fail, it's like, well, at the end of the day, you didn't really lose anything, right. Like Tariq would collect money for his Hidden Colors documentary, right? And then when you have all that money, like, you could produce a documentary, you know what I'm saying? Because you already have all that money. And then he would sell that documentary and make more money on top of already getting money, right? But then go to look at Chancellor Williams, who had to sell his house in order to finish his book. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference in terms of like what kind of risk you're trying to take. And I think that, yeah, I mean, it's like, I could see how, finishing something when somebody else already paid for it is like it's something, but it like realistically, it's like, if I had for instance, if I want to write a book on like, if I wanted to write a children's book, and then somebody just gave me, I don't know, 20 grand to write the children's book, and all I had to do was pay a writer and pay an artist and pay a editor, right? I pay these people, and then I pocket the rest of the money. I would finish the book even quicker. You know what I mean? If I don't actually take a risk on my own, that's different. Now, when I did write a children's book, ain't nobody was paying me, and so I had to, do the freaking art myself, do the writing myself, do this, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying everybody should do that. I'm not saying everybody can do that. But I'm just saying that, like when somebody I could see what Brother Bakari said, in the sense of, Tariq can like, he can finish a project if he's basically if he has like a whole bunch of money from it. Like, he has so much money that it's like, if he didn't finish the project, there'll be something wrong. You know what I mean? Like what Coco was saying about optics. If you get money and you do not put something out, then like the optics are off already. And that's what happened to Umar. Like if you take 10 damn years to do that, after you collect so much money, then that's where it becomes, what's wrong with you. But like, realistically, if Umar got all that money and he didn't Like if he got the full amount that he wanted up front and he didn't do anything, then like the optics are just even worse, you know?
No, I appreciate that. You guys are right. Maybe I shouldn't have brought Tariq up, but you guys are right. I will say I do think there are still people who, even with the money, because this happens with people who get like what they call that, those advances to write books and stuff. A lot of people still don't write the book, you know. So I'll give them that. Bakari, you want to add something?
Yeah, yeah, and what I was gonna say when he was saying, with other people money, yes, and it has become a hustle and that's your job. One thing I can say that has happened with that guy. I mean, I don't if I don't say their name, I don't say people name that I don't respect. That's just me. I ain't telling nobody else to do that, so I would never say his name. But another thing that has happened, like he focused on one thing, right? So he can focus on that one thing because he have the ability to hustle and pimp black people. So I'm focusing on this one thing. And if you're really trying to do something to move your people forward, really, it's hard to focus. You can't just focus on one thing. You're gonna need a committee of people to focus on certain things. And once we focus on certain things and what it is we want to do, uh, there's nothing that can stop us. We can do what needs to be done. When we raise money, my thing is I thought it was supposed to be for when we're doing something, it's supposed to be for the people. I wanted to pimp and take people money and to make it for me. And y'all could do the same thing if you want to make it for you and you alone, because that's who's winning. The people is not winning, right? So whatever situation it is, we're winning. And like he said with Dr. Umar, see, Dr. Umar didn't get all of the money. And the sad thing is in this whole situation, Dr. Umar didn't get all the money because Dr. Umar is doing something serious. Dr. Umar is trying to build a school. Dr. Umar is not giving you jokes. Dr. Umar is not giving you beef. He's not telling you how black immigrants is trying to steal from you. He's not making you fight one another. Actually, what it shows is when somebody like the other guy can get some money, this is another way where it truly shows that how black people feel about each other, if that makes sense.
No, I feel you.
I don't. I know. I don't know if I agree with Brother Bakari with that. I think that initially, I think when that brought Tariq, I can say his name, when he was selling selling the idea of hidden colors, I think that he had as a matter of fact, many black people believe in what he was trying to do because they didn't see him as a grifter initially. And I think that a lot of people believed in that idea. And I think that what he proved is that there are people, black folks, who are willing to support something outside of the church because we pay money. Well, a lot of us pay our monies, our tithes and offerings every Saturday or Sunday, for the building fund. So I think that he was able to prove that if he could do that with that idea, that hidden colors idea, and take it to the level he took it to, there are many of us who have different kinds of ideas, and if we was to sell this idea to us, that we are able to do other kinds of things. Now that message, I think that message changed because greed stepped in, and maybe the FBI agents, but I think that greed stepped in and he followed the algorithm. He said, well, hate will bring in more money for me. So I think that idea, that idea or what he was selling eventually changed, into who have the deepest pockets. And I think that he ran to appeal to black people who had the deepest pockets. But I think originally, I think that Tariq was really getting money from all over the place. And I think that the reason for that is people felt like what the idea, what he was selling was a legitimate one. And I think that if we, all of us individually would sell black people the same kinds of ideas, he's proven that is possible. We could build certain things and black people would support it. I believe that. So, I don't think his initial idea, what he was selling to black people, was a grift. I don't think so. I could be completely wrong about it, but I don't think so. The pimp thing was a grift. But I think that his hidden colors thing was going in a different direction. or where it eventually went to, I don't see why black people are still supporting. We would support foolishness, but we will also support good ideas would be believed to be good ones. I believe.
Well said, brother. You know what? We have a topic coming up with Tariq.
Can I say this right quick? Just one last thing, and I promise you I'm done. I'm gonna tell you why Hidden Colors was supported. Once again, black people like symbolism. Tariq showed that black people was in other places. To hear black people talk, see this show, we were all over the world, which I think we went all over the world. We were not already from there. That's what black people supported. And I would still say, Dr. Umar, with some of these conscious people, how many of these people have supported something that's going to educate your children? We don't. And that's the sad thing about it. But the grift, if you paid attention to everything, then the type of person he was and everything that he was about was, do y'all know why him and Dr. Umar fell out? With Dr. Umar said they was never as close. He was just on his documentary. But do you know why their beef went public?
I forgot. Go ahead and tell us. Okay.
Because Dr. Umar, Dr. Umar was in the first two documentaries, right? So whenever Dr. Umar wanted to do a lecture and showing him being in the documentary, Tariq said he gave $2,000 to Dr. Umar's school. And after Hidden Colors, every time Dr. Umar wanted to do a lecture and Tariq had blocked him where he couldn't continue to show the same email. So he got to the point, every time he wanted to show himself in a documentary during a lecture about the Hidden Colors, Tariq forced him to pay for it. He said he ended up paying damn near $2,000 going from place to place. People wanted to see him in the Hidden Colors and he had to pay for it. So if you paid close attention, the scam and everything, even with the Hidden Colors, everything about this dude was already there. And the only reason I can say that, because I listened to about two shows, maybe two shows. And I'm like, man, this dude ain't doing nothing but hustling. I don't give a damn about no Hidden Colors. I'm glad I didn't pay for none of it. So then my homeboy was like, man, how did it take you so long? Like, what you mean? I said, it took me like 2.5 hours. He's like, yeah, I know. Remember I called you? It took me 15 minutes to know he's doing nothing but hustling. Even with the Hidden Colors, everything about him was just a straight hustle. And once I sat back and listened, I'm like, yeah, you got me on that one. It shouldn't have taken me 2 hours. It should have only taken me 15 minutes to realize that. But everything about him, that's what he's always been about. But that's just me.
No. I can't let you get away with that, Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, you was telling us all the time that, people, we should see black people in a different kind of light. And when it comes to black folks doing business, we always attach like some kind of nefarious nature and element to it. Now I understand the inclination because we know we get hustlers. We know we get hustlers in our community. We know we get gangsters. We know we get people who want to try to take out. But I think that from the things that you say, and me too, because I have it down in me to where the first inkling is to say, well, this guy trying to take something off of me. I shouldn't trust him. And I want to dispense with that out of my mind. You know what I mean? I want to try to look at black people in a light that how black people look at white folks. Because we will never question how their business practices. We would never question their business practices. So I am trying to have that same kind of attitude. Now I'm not saying what you ain't saying is warranted and granted, because maybe a hustler could be a hustler, who knows? But I'm saying that inclination, our first instinct to say, well, because to say, well, this guy is a gangster, this guy is, I try to give a black man in business the benefit of the doubt first, because inside of me, it won't fight against it. That white supremacist inside of me will rail against that. Question that. So I just say that you say this all the time, and I try to do that in a way to where I want to support black business. Maybe this is me up mine like that. Let me give him a little piece of something and see what he does with it. If I feel like he is doing something productive with it, maybe I'm gonna give him more next time. You know what I mean? But I don't want to have this distrust, this natural distrust black people have for one another just because they decide to go into business. I could be wrong, but that's where I stand with that.
Let's go to the next topic. So just in case, because I know this topic coming up later, so
yeah,
I don't want to really say anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm trying to cut the topic. because we come back to Tariq later. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says that depends, I guess, to what Byron was saying. If the nefarious nature is attached to understanding the previous actions of the individual as opposed to a reaction automatically. Remember, he was writing those pimp novels before the documentaries. So it depends on the info that's exposed, like that you're exposed to, I guess. Daily affirmation by Pauline joined us, saying good evening. Jonelle is here, saying good evening. Brother Bakari, of course, is with us on the panel now. Forecast Radio's out there saying, what's up, yo? What's up, the forecast? Yeah, that was a good discussion. We're going to talk about Tariq and the whole prompt coming up tonight. So you can save those thoughts. In the meantime, Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 2 is we often talk about the need to re-Africanize when it comes to hair among the women of our communities. But what about our men or boys? Where do we get the idea that a low cut is professional, right? But twists and locks are unruly and feminine. So that should be topic number 2. This came with a link. Let's check it out. Looks like it's taking us to Twitter. Here's a tweet from Chief Confam saying, what's your take on this? So let me see what these pictures are saying. It's from Keita Nicole. It says, my boys went to spend a night with their dad, and this is what he chose to do, I guess. My baby is so hurt and embarrassed, and I'm hurt because I know how he loved his hair. He don't even want to go back to school. So I guess this was the before on the left here. And after is what the kid looks like over here. And it's hard to see, but it says, I guess it's a text between her and the father. Why did you cut Jalen's hair off? It looks bad. And he doesn't even want to go to school. He's embarrassed. I don't understand why you would do that to him, right? Maybe the next slide will give us a little bit more. But that's the kid again with the twist. That's the haircut. And here's the tweet. Like, once again, it seems like the mom is saying, why did you cut Jalen's hair? It looks bad, and he doesn't even want to go to school because he's embarrassed. I just can't understand why you would do that to him. And the pop says, I'll fix it Tuesday when I get back. It looks a lot better than the twist. I told you that I didn't want his hair twisted, braided, or dreaded. That's not suitable. I don't want him to look like he came from the streets. So there's where you get to it, right? With that said, Brother Bakari, how do you feel about this particular prompt?
I think that's some BS. Talking about he'll look like he come from the streets. If it's have braided or twist, that come from white folks telling you your hair is no good. The same thing with the black women putting weave in their head and having certain styles, not just the weave. So I'm not gonna say that. Like it's just getting European hairstyles because the European big bad white man told you something wrong with your hair. So we shouldn't use our hairstyles because our hairstyles it's no good. It is no good. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with them. Evil, I guess, dreadful, I guess. We don't like it. It's also a part of being considered what they call being civilized. You know, if you talk like the white man, act like the white man, eat the white man food, and dress like the white man, now you become civilized. that's how you become civilized, you know. So yes, so with these white folks, that's what it is. Our goal is to be like them. And so in so many different ways, and a lot of us don't even know that's where it comes from. That's the sad thing. But that's what it is, my opinion.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, so we're talking about re-Africanization in this prompt. When it comes to hair, we usually talk about amongst women. But what about boys? Right? Let's mix it up a little bit. Oni, what say you here?
Yeah, it makes me sad, But especially since I got my natty, you understand? I got the what they call it, the unkempt locks. Everybody their mama tell me to cut my locks, make it better at least, right? Make it like Koku's. No, but what I'm saying is that when it comes to that's what it reminds me of. Like that's what because people are like, hey, Oni, why you date so many women or something like, or why do you try to date women and something like that, right? And it's like, if you are serious about looking for a future relationship, right, you have to really understand women, and you have to go and pick the one that like would be a suitable a suitable pair with you. Because the one thing I can say about my son's mother, among whatever, like one of the good things I can say about her is that she's not religious. You know what I mean? Like, she's so not religious. I wouldn't even say she's spiritual. Like when I met her, I was probably spiritual, if you will, but she's just not religious, and I like that. One thing I picked up in Africa was that a lot of the women were religious. Praise God, thank God, this blah 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 blah. Go to church. Oh, I'm at church. I'm this blah blah blah. I can't really, like, it's hard for me to vibe with that. It's hard for me to really get with that. But one thing I could also say, like, truthfully, is that my son's I like my son to have hair like me. Now, he don't really have the same texture like exactly like mine, so he's not gonna get it like exactly like mine. But what I could say is that I like when he was younger, he had a nice fro, and like his mother would cut it, to the point where I have to kind of like discipline my son and be like, you tell your mother not to cut your hair. So what I don't really get about this boy is that if he doesn't want his hair to be cut, because he looked like he a grown-ass kid, right? If he don't want his hair to be cut, he's supposed to be able to tell his father no. I mean, I don't know if you can tell your father no, I guess. But at the same time, it's like that's the real trouble with regard to relationships, is that you have to like really agree with some fundamental basic things. And clearly this is something that they did not agree with. And so on this woman's part and on this man's part, y'all shouldn't have had a child together. And I mean, I'm not saying that the hair thing is that serious where I'm like, yo, I shouldn't even have my kid because of this hair. But it's like real talk, that's one of the reasons why, I have like one of the reasons I'm even in America is because you can't just take your kid away, and his mother's like, nah, I ain't trying to live in Africa. That's where they kidnap folk or some shit like that. Nah, she's not that cool, but she's kind of cool, right? Not really. She's not too cool. I'm just. But she did say that, But either way, it's like, yeah, that's what I see. Like, what I see here is that this. Now, as far as the question is concerned, see, me personally, I'm all about Africanized hair. I don't like the low cut. I don't do the low cut. I don't even I haven't been to a barbershop, since I was like 10 or something. You know what I mean? Like I haven't been to the barbershop. My son has never seen a barbershop. So I'm not even about that. Shit, I'll tell y'all the truth. I haven't combed my hair in like 20 years. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not about that. But as far and like I would get on people's ass for that. But I mean, I get it though. Like at the end of the day, I mean, I'll admit that hair, like we might make a bigger case about hair than it needs to be, but all the same, it's like, yeah, I think this was more so a problem of two adults getting together to raise a child and not agreeing. But I mean, I've been in that, and that's why I gotta take seriously, who or what will be my next. No, who will be my next wife? If somebody I get married again, who will be my next wife, and what is her religious beliefs, as well as what are her beliefs on hair? Because some of these women I've been with, they'll be like, it'd be good if you were to redo your hair, some shit. And it's like, you know what? I don't know if I want to. I don't want you in my ear. I don't want you to in my bed, right? Like that. Of course, I call them, but not joking.
It's really out there causing problems. He says, I know I only don't like religious women. It doesn't go well with his 5-star degenerative qualities. So he's back on that shit. Laro says to Oni to invite her to the wedding. Trigger Happy 262 earlier said, what do you say? This may be popular, but I don't think this should be a debate anymore. If we seize nations and states, there should be a clear Crown Act. Ban all straight hair, weave, straight wigs, and bleaching. I could get with that. That's fine. Lero says we want to be seen as decent, quote unquote decent. And it's not about being clean or quote unquote well groomed. It's about conforming to European expectations. That's my issue with it. With that said, Bonnie, you heard everything everyone had to say. What say you to this?
Yeah, it's cool. It's for me. Hair's not that much of a serious issue. I know my Rasta brothers may disagree with me, but I don't think it is so much of a serious issue. It usually always grows back. This personal thing, beef between mom and dad, really should have been vetted in a home rather than on Twitter. And I think that that's not necessarily a good thing. I think that if the kid and if they were sleeping in the same home, they probably would have vetted this issue a long time ago, and they wouldn't have to take it to Twitter. But I think this is a personal beef that they want to start and spark between black men and black women. I don't take it that seriously. I know some of my brothers take it extremely seriously, but for me, it's just hair. It's just hair, man.
Yeah, but I think that's often the problem, though, right? We just take things for just things, but in this paradigm that we're in, things aren't just things, right? There's something to it. Like when you look at the persecution the Rastas got in Jamaica and stuff like that, and sometimes still, and even in Nassau too, actually, when I was growing up, but not as bad as Jamaica, of course. The things that we just think is things. My point in this line, my point here, the things that we think is just things, often tend to not just be things. And I think we have to start, just in general, we have to start minding all of our business. Like Bakari has the mind your black business. We have to start minding all of our black business, like every thread. Because this idea where you could just be haphazard and all that kind of stuff, and certain things matter to you, certain things don't. Nah, in this paradigm with this enemy that we have, all this shit matters. You know what I mean? All of it.
Coco, I understand what you're saying, and I do hear that, and I do respect them comments. But I say my belief is our greater war. Okay, our greater war is the fight for nationhood. When we get our nation together, we could determine the rules of that nation and what we said inside of it. And I think that my focus, and yours as well, and everyone else on this panel too, is towards nationhood. Okay, so yes, these issues are very important, but currently we exist in a nation that many of your brothers would say is not ours, not ours. So the greater war, I am fighting on that effort, not front.
Yeah, I would say Bonner might be surprised, but I would agree with Bonner in some capacity. Damn, we really stopped calling him Mr. Well, yeah, I agree with Bonner in some capacity in the sense of, like me personally, like if I want to cut my hair, I'll just cut it. Somebody, some people are like, oh my gosh, you cut your hair. Oh my God, what? No, right? But I would say two things. One is that, a lot of things that we don't realize the backdrop for what we do, a lot of it comes from Christianity. So the whole idea of boys should have short hair and women should have long hair, it was actually a biblical verse. Like actually something out of the, I don't know, maybe the Old Testament or some shit, but it's a biblical verse, right? And on the other hand, they got this character Samson. It looks like Barnum might have dropped, I think, but this is character Samson who he loses his locks and then he loses his strength, and that's like a story that we tell ourselves, has some sort of meaning or whatever. But like realistically, I would look at it like, I don't know if people say hair is dead skin cells, I don't know. But I would just look at it like that and just be like, yo, you know what? If I want to shape it a different way, if I want to cut off the edges, if I want to do this, so on and so forth, I'll do it. So like this boy, his hair, the cut is not the best, you know, but notwithstanding, like for instance, if like when my son got his hair cut, I wasn't like, yo, you gotta put on the hat. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Oh man, you know, I did tell his mother stop cutting his hair because I like his fro. But outside of that, it's like realistically, like even if she does cut his hair, it's like, yeah, it just grows back. You know what I mean? It just takes longer for it to get to the shape I want it. Now, like I said, I do tell him stop making her cut your hair. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna answer me. You know what I'm saying? You know, but and, you know, so he tells his mom, no, don't cut my hair. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, like for real, like I'm not really putting a premium on hair. Now, I agree with what Lero's saying about, you know, a lot of sisters don't be wearing their natural hair, but I'm gonna be honest with this too. You know, I was up in a you know, regular spot other day, and this woman had a nice body and straight hair. Now, straight hair does tell me, hey, you know, maybe she's not about that, or you know, not to say that natural hair tells me she's about that, but you know, straight hair maybe tells me she's not about that. But you know, if she gives me some time, you know what I'm saying, I'll spend the time. You know what I'm saying? 5-star degenerates, you know what I'm saying? I can't see Azuli here, so I might as well admit it.
I'm gonna say, look, I'm finna get off for a second. I'm gonna be listening. I got to go pick up my son from work. I'm like, might try to get on in my car. But while I was saying that about hair, about getting the cutting and look civilized, I'm absolutely bald. I have no hair on my head. I don't even know. I do know now that it won't grow because I said I was gonna let it grow back to get a fade, and it can't even grow long enough to get a fade no more. I never had long hair my whole life, but I'm bald now. A dude messed my hair cut up in Korea, so I cut it off bald. And women told me I look good with a bald head. Shit. I kept my bald head. I've been doing it for shit half my life now on a daily basis, every other day basis. But that's why but I never had long hair anyway. I've never had hair long enough to get braids and plaits and twists. My hair was never, my whole life, my hair has never been long enough for none of that. But on that, man, I'm gonna leave y'all. I'm gonna come when I come back, but I'm gonna listen to y'all in my vehicle while I'm going to pick up my son.
Appreciate that, Bakari.
Good luck. Yeah, I just can't afford no haircuts. That's why I don't do them.
Let's bring in our boy Zuliism this week. Zuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, Azula heard me say I was about to leave. Now he coming up here. I'm coming back, Azula. I'm gonna run you off too.
I'm gonna get off as soon as you come back.
Yo, that Haitian courage.
What I'm seeing, what I feel is that the whole thing about your hair is important because even throughout, if you look back, black people always been doing stuff with their hair. Always been doing stuff with their. The men have been doing stuff with their hair. The men been braiding their hair, been locking their hair. So this is part of the culture. What they did is they destroyed that. They destroyed that. And I speak in to this is that even me coming from a Caribbean back home, they wouldn't let me do anything with my hair. Just have a low cut. To me, a low cut when black men do low cuts all the time, I think that's equal to a wig. Because you don't want your hair to show. And that's very important. I know some people say, oh, I don't see it matters. Yes, it does matter because before you build the nation, you have to love yourself. If you don't love your hair, how you look, when you build the nation, you're going to carry out those same mental self-hatred thing that you have in the other nations. You're going to carry that within the new nation. So I didn't see this video or whatever. I didn't see it, but I just think that boys, a lot of people do that to boys. It's like cut your hair. Why is that cool? Yes.
It's just pictures. It's just pictures. I'll scroll through the pictures while you talk. So just watch the screen, all right?
Oh, okay. So to me, it's just like I don't understand how they do that to boys, especially boys, cut your hair. But meanwhile, throughout our nation, when we were younger, when we were untouched, boys been doing style with their hair. If you look at and he didn't want his haircut. Goku, he didn't want his haircut. The boy didn't want his haircut.
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Nah, his mother did it.
The mother. But
he said he embarrassed.
And
his mother cut it.
The father cut it.
See, that's the father's state property. He doesn't understand. And again, he's going to tell you, or the father's going to say is that, for him to get to be a lawyer, because Steve Harvey said that BS too. Oh, I've never seen a lawyer with locks. He said that on national TV. So the father's weak. The boy at this age, you should let him enjoy the style of his natural aesthetics. Like if the mother got mad because of that, I agree 100%. Let the boy grow his hair. I could understand this when he's like 18, 19, if you want to make that argument or how you going to get a job, da 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 da. Okay, that. But he's a young man, a young boy. Let him fall in love with his own natural aesthetics. So now you're teaching him not to like his hair. Now, if it sticks with him, he's gonna pass that on to the next generation, and so forth. So, because Oni had said, like, because in the the Bible does say that, but at the same time, the Bible said like Samson had long hair. So the Bible is schizophrenic anyway. So, but when we look at our own culture, like when we were untouched, black men and black women always did fly shit with their hair. When we came into this slavery, that's why did you know that the reason that why that the whole shit that black women have now, wearing the head scarves and all of that, that's not even us. That's from slavery. You see how African black women always like to wear a scarf. They put it in style. They put even the natural sisters wear those long scarves. That's not even us. That was brought to us by slavery. I know a lot of black women don't know that even those quote unquote the one that have the natural hair. No, they said that the white women did not like the slaves to show that their big afros or their curls, and they had them wear a headscarf. I disagree with that. Like that man is that like that he's wrong for that. Let the boy be a boy. He's a kid. Let him fall in love with his freaking features, bro. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Nah, I appreciate you coming up, Zuli. Does Oni or Bakari want to add anything else? Oh, Bakari might be gone. Does Oni want to add any thoughts here?
No, I think I was looking for the I think I was looking for the Bible. Yeah, the Bible verse, because I realized that. Let me see. What's to say?
No, the Bible verse I've watched. If they said boys should have low cuts or men should not have long hair like women. But again, if we look at us when we was us, each group of people, I don't want to use the word tribe, but each tribe had their own style. And when you look at African style and indigenous style, the men did stuff with their hair. The mohawk, that's an African thing.
Yeah,
they confuse you. They confused you and they made you think that was Indian people. No, that's an African thing.
Oh, I agree with Trigger right here. Trigger says Freeform the most hated, but the one with the most character. Yeah, I'll tell you, I look like when I was younger, I looked like motherfucking Goku, man. But that's why that's why I ain't really, get too many women back then. But anyway, I mean the Chinese would take pictures though. The Japanese though, they would be like, yo, this motherfucker's an anime character.
Funny enough, nowadays you would get love with that Goku hairstyle.
Yeah, Jay-Z motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for that. Corinthians 11 is the one. I don't know if I should be reading the Bible though. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Should I do it?
Yeah, you shouldn't before you get a strike by the Bible, because you're a degenerate. Don't even open the Bible. I don't know how you had the balls to open the Bible.
Nah, this is the website. I ain't open it, man. You know damn well I got no Bible. The only Bible I got was the Bible that I left on the floor. So I just left that shit on the floor. Like it was somebody else's Bible. It fell. And I was like, why would I pick this shit up? You know what I'm saying?
What a degenerate. This guy right here.
Well, Buana had to step off for a minute. I'll just say I like Trigger Happy and others, Afro-Native world. I feel there is an importance because these folks who we fell to, they pushed a certain Eurocentric standard on us. And there has to be a reason for it. And I think we all can figure out what the reason is. This whole idea Buana said about when we get to our nations, we'll then decide. No. We need to have that understanding now.
Because Goku, what you just said is right. Because if you don't have that understanding, when you build your so-called new nation, you're going to carry out the same thing.
Yeah, you're gonna build a nation with Eurocentric beauty standards.
Because sometimes who was the number one people in college telling us to cut our hair? Was it mostly black people?
Yeah.
How you gonna get a job with this? It was us. We did this. I've never heard of a Caucasian person tell me to cut my hair, but I've heard more black people tell me to cut my hair than any other race.
Yeah, you won't get a job.
Yeah, it's not professional. We're, for the interview, for the. Can I tell you, that's what happened with me, man. My family was telling me, like I better, cut my hair before I go to Jamaica, or else, you know what I'm saying? Now the warning they had, I already told y'all this, but the warning they gave me was that if I don't, then the police might stop me and cut off my ear. And I was like, the fuck, but ear is just what they call hair in Jamaica. But I was kind of scared, Loki. I was about to cut that shit.
And again, Oni, and isn't that supposed to be our own nation? The white, the who rules there? Like
that's what I'm saying. Like backwards, man, backwards. I ain't gonna hold you, man. They like
this shit is heartbreaking. And the worst thing is, like we were talking about on Tanzan show, the Vanguard. Where are the Vanguard? Yo, where are the men? How you let another man tell you how to look with your own hair? This is crazy. And that's not even only in Jamaica. If you go to Haiti, all the other Caribbean and Africa, probably it's the same thing.
Same thing.
We taking the L, man. This is just ridiculous, bro.
In the chat, only post a bunch of biblical verses. I'm good on that. In the chat, Trigger says, I also think another perspective too is that men having hair is also seen as feminine, which is why men hair is specified, because that be a dynamic. He goes on to say, I even do this in new African nations. You won't get a job if you have straight hair. Bleaching always. Have to be clear. Yeah, you have to say, this is why you have to have these conversations now and build towards this shit with this kind of mindset too. Lero says, only black folks had something negative to say about my natural hair, especially black women. So she's echoing what our boy Azuli had to say. But Bakari in the chat says, y'all should have gone to an HBCU. Will not have that hair problem.
Yo, Bakari, stop the bullshit. Stop. I've seen more people coming out of HSBCUs with freaking wig and weed. What is it? See, this is what I don't like. When lying. What are you talking about?
He gonna run as soon as Brother Bakari come back on.
Cool. We have not people with this. Is he serious? It's just stop it. Oh my god.
I don't know, because I know he's a big proponent of HBCUs. We have a topic for him later tonight. But I don't know if going to the HBCU would have changed that. In fact, it might have amplified it, because really, you go to an HBCU, you feel like you're getting home cooking, but they're just preparing you to go get a job from a white guy just like the rest of us who went elsewhere, right? I mean, it's the same shit. So I'm pretty sure a lot of black folks there would have been talking that cut your hair stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to go against, but but I mean, I see because I know what's her name went to HBCU, Kamala, and she, that's, I mean, I don't know what her natural hair looked like, honestly, because she probably got that Indian hair, real talk, because she Indian. But what I would say is that
why you even bringing somebody like Kamala's black? She's not black, homie.
You say what? No, because she went to an HBCU.
Why are you bringing Kamala? But she's not black though.
Well, I don't know what her hair texture is, real talk, but
black woman.
I got you, fam. I got you.
With your story. Right.
Yeah, right. This dude going just like, we get it, man. Kamala's a half, African, I guess. I don't know, but what I could say is,
I think
Brother Bakari said, you said what? I didn't hear you. Yeah. I think what Brother Bakari might be saying is that, like, you would see more like unprocessed hair than you would in the general population.
But that is not true. That's a lie. That's
same
a
in New
lie.
York and like Brooklyn. No, I mean, see, that's what I'm saying, because we in Brooklyn, so like we generate, like some women will tell you
Oni,
that
go watch the step shows. Go watch the step shows from the HBCUs. Go watch them.
Bro, you call me a degenerate, you watching step shows anyway. But you watch these young, 19-year-olds.
What?
Okay, boss. All right. Anyway, but like what I'm saying is that I think he's just saying that proportionally. Cause again, cause we in Brooklyn or whatever, we in New York. So allegedly in New York, if you really want it, like it's like the natural hair capital type stuff. So we don't really like you could still find women who have the process here, but a lot of women here have natural hair. But like if you like
that is not true, Oni. That is not true. Most black women have
how many
perm
times
hair.
you gonna cut me off, my guy?
Oh my god. All right, Oni. All right, 5-star. My fault.
Right? Yo, I'm 5-star, but you watching step shows from HBCUs like every damn year. Watching the gymnasts, during the Olympics and all that shit, right? All right. But what I'm saying is that, I think that proportionally, I don't know. Again, it's hard to say, but like I think generally speaking, you'll find a lot more process here. Generally speaking, you'll find a lot more negative traits among black folk as you like outside of New York or outside of the cities type stuff. But all right, never mind. Erzuli, you could have it.
No, I'm not saying for Bakari to say that, if HBC wouldn't have that hair. Stop that. That's a lie. That's a lie. The only time maybe that was true was when black men started the black and I'm proud thing. After that went away, all the women went back to perm. Yeah, be giving props to Madam C.J. Walker, whatever her name is. She created the crack. Stop that, man. There's no way you move ahead if you're in denial.
Sorry about that. Really, you're in the matrix a little bit on the phone there, but let's welcome back Buana. Buana, you heard what a lot of people had to say. What say you?
I don't know why he's really getting so mad at us. All his women have like straight blonde hair. I mean he really got some nerve.
Blue eyes.
Blue eyes and blonde hair, and he's messing with us. I don't know, but like the brothers were saying, I don't have a serious issue with the whole hair issue. I think that I talked about it. But the brothers them take it very seriously. Some brothers take the hair business very very seriously. So maybe they the best prompt for me to comment on because I don't really take it so seriously as the brothers. So.
All right. Damn it. All right. Wait a minute. Let me welcome in Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, have you heard this conversation on this prompt?
I have heard the conversation on this prompt. This was a topic of conversation on a Black Father's Facebook page that I belong to about the father cutting a young man's hair. I think it's kind of sad that in 2023 we're still believe that something's wrong with our natural hair that grows out of our bodies. I have locks. My son has locks. It's not really that big of a deal. And I kind of looked into the situation with this young man. So the mother and the father have like a custody battle. He has every other weekend. Because of the court custody and whatnot. And he's known his son has had locks for a while now. He didn't care, but I guess he got into it with the mother. He cut the boy's hair as a way to kind of spite the mother. So it's not so much about him looking like a criminal. He just did it to get back at the mother. So yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense. I think we should be proud of our hair. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We don't make it doesn't make it like criminals or anything like that.
Yeah, Carl, I'm glad you came and brought it back to the particular conversation of re-Africanization, right? We tend to, I got to mute, it's Carl, I guess. We tend to talk about it in terms of women and girls a bunch, but we don't necessarily talk about it with black men and boys. And I think, I don't know. I think it really meant something when I was growing up. When for school you had to go get your hair cut in a Caesar cut, this shortcut, and I'm like, but why? You know what I mean? And you know, as I've grown up, I realize how all these little things, including hair habits, right? All these, even how we use the damn toilet, is a detriment to us because someone else told us to use that shit like that, right? I'm sure Zulio could speak to some of that too. So yeah, Colin, I'm glad you brought back to that. Should we, as people who are trying to get back to, you know, some form of who we once were, shouldn't we be concerned? Let's take away hair for a second and just say, shouldn't we be concerned with matters both big and small? Carl, I'll start with you there.
Absolutely. And you know, we got people who, it's not just the hair, we have people who bleach their skin, you know, so we should be concerned with that. But we've been taught that our appearances, our natural appearance, is something wrong with it. You know, it's not professional. It's not, you know, you're a criminal, you're a thug, you know. So we should be concerned about big and small matters because this is who we are. I mean, we have to have a radical acceptance of who we are as a people. We can't be continuing to continue these narratives of, you know, you're something wrong with you, you're destined for criminality. Because in reality, how many of these black children who you see who got killed by the cops, killed by vigilantes like Tamir Rice, he didn't have on locks. The cops showed up and killed him within a few seconds. Trayvon Martin didn't have locks. Um, George Floyd didn't have locks. You know, these are all black men murdered by the state. They don't need any provocation to kill you. You could be bald, you could have locks, you could have braids, you could have a Caesar, you have a fade, it doesn't matter. So we got to be concerned with all of that. We got to take back our mentality. I think Dr. Bobby Wright said that, you know, the last battle we have to fight is a battle for our minds, and that we're losing. And I can kind of see it with this parent. If he's telling the truth, again, I think it was just to spite the mother because of their own custody battle, which is ridiculous because you're supposed to leave the kids out of it. Whatever issue you got with the kid, with the mother, you leave that to between you and the mom. Leave the kids out of it. So I think that's a childish act in of itself. But if his reasoning is that, you know, the kid is something wrong with that, we have to take back everything about ourselves.
In the chat, thank you for that, Carl. In the chat, Bakari was saying that they were rocking fros and locks in the 90s when I graduated high school. He says at HBCUs in Mississippi, I know because I went to those campuses. He says we were told. He said we were told the C1 cut looks good. Yeah, people told us that shit. I believe it or not, I've noticed that since I was a kid. Those long waits as a kid in the barber shop, and then trying to sit still during the cut. I remember looking at these charts with these people like from the back then. This was the 80s, so these charts were like from the 60s or something. And these kids, you know, with their head, you know, posed a certain way to see the cut. And I'm like, who decided this shit? Like, even as a kid, I had the understanding, who decided this shit? And I have to have my hair cut down, almost bald, to go to school. Like, who decided that? You know, and I that's the thing I want. I want us to start looking at things, not just the big things, but as big and small. Anyone else want to add?
I had an argument. I had a debate with a guy, and we were talking. I said, "Yo, when you get a Caesar like that," I told him that's equal to a woman wearing a perm, right? He was arguing with, "No, that's not true. That's bullshit. It's still out here." I said, "Bro, you are cutting your hair so short that you can't even see it. Like if sometimes like what's that brother, the white guy he said he's black, but he's married to a white woman. What's his name? Oh, when he cuts his hair low, you might think he's Hispanic. You might think he's even
Sean King.
Yeah, Sean King. Sean King want to pretend that he's you're not black, bro. Your parents came out and said you're a white man. But when you keep cutting your hair that small, to me, there's something in there. There's something in there because even like when you come to America, like I'm gonna say something that's really crazy. I had gotten a high top when I turned 18. My father didn't speak to me for a while because of that. Because of that. So it's been taught by us, by the parents, and they pass it on to the kids. And for people to say that, the majority of black women are not wearing natural hair. Yes, it's more prominent now. Yes, I agree with what Laro said and some of what Bukhari said. Yeah, more black women are wearing the natural hair, but it's not the majority. And if you see, one thing is this is the other thing that's crazy to me. A black woman might wear her hair out when she's going to a party. Soon as she's going for a job interview or if she has a speech she has to make, the hat comes come out and it's straightened. So I'm just saying that the hair thing is not a small thing. I think it's a big thing. And I think that's part of the because Brother Carl just said something, they got us mentally. You have to free yourself mentally. Another, when you move into your own nation, that you don't carry on those same prejudices that you were taught by your rulers. That's all I have to say.
I want to just add, what Carl was saying about, like the father was petty. I told y'all there was something wrong with the family, with the parents already, and that's something that I didn't peep.
Only that's worse though. Come to think of it, if that's the case, that's worse.
That's what I'm saying. Like
wow.
That's what I peeped in my, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why you got to be really, really cautious about who you decide to set up a home with, who you decide to live with, who you decide to have a child with, who you decide to build a family with, because there's a lot of things. Like, there are people who are toxic, and that's, like I said, I peeped that from my son's mother. No disrespect to her, right? I peeped that from my son's mother, but it's like this the same shit. They will do this sort of stuff. Toxic people will do this sort of stuff. They will cut your kid's hair just so you could feel something. And like I know that because I remember when I used to be like, hey, don't text certain things on my phone, whatever, right? And my son's mother would be like, when she's mad with me, she would text this time. And it's like, yo, like just doing shit when you feel like you got. So it's like right now, like I barely even talk with her, real talk. Like, I mean, we do talk, like we do message back and forth, especially about our son, but I try not to do much beyond that, not to say that she's not like she's friendly, she's a good friend and all that kind of stuff, but like I still know, like I'm still not like I already know that, like, she gave me an example of toxicity, you know what I mean, and like I could appreciate her on that. But like now, like I said, when I'm dealing with women these days, it's like I peep things from advance, oh, okay, this woman, we can't live together. This woman, we can't really rock together. Like, we could do this, but we can't do that. And like, you just have to know that. And so like this whole situation where the dude's gonna cut his kid's hair just so that he could like spite the mother, like that's some old sick shit. But she should have peeped that from jump. We learned too late. That's what it is. And so what I would do is I would just take that L, and I would just communicate again. Please don't cut his hair. And that's it. But you already, like, you took the L as soon as you had a child with this man, and that's it.
I appreciate that, y'all. In the chat, Trigger Happy, I think I'll end the prompt here with Trigger Happy. He says, I think of it like this too. Wearing and mimicking another people is a form of insanity. Absolutely. Re-Africanization is an act of getting African people to be normal and sane. That's why it isn't a small matter. He says it isn't a small or insignificant matter that we push to become congruent to our culture, because that's an indication of our freedom. So here, something that we always valued isn't insignificant. I'll leave that prompt there. Thank you all for that one right there. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight, which is still in the same realm. The price of beauty. This came with a link. Let's check it out. Looks like it's a YouTube video. Let's watch it, and then we'll discuss.
We kidnapping 4 Americans in Mexico. 2 of them are safely back on U.S. soil. The other 2 are dead. The victims were found in a rural area east of the northern Mexico border city of Matamoros. The other 2 survivors were returned to the U.S. Tuesday. Mexican officials say one of them was injured. Omar Villafranca is in Brownsville, Texas, with the latest.
2 Americans who survived being caught shootout and kidnapped by cartel gunmen were taken to a hospital in Brownsville, Texas today. Mexican authorities found Latavia McGee and Eric Williams at a stash house outside the city of Matamoros after gunmen moved them to multiple locations to avoid capture. It was the end of a road trip for cosmetic surgery. McGee, Williams, along with their close friends Shahid Woodard and Zindell Brown, traveled last week from South Carolina to Matamoros so McGee could have cosmetic surgery. This video shows the moment when they were kidnapped at gunpoint after being caught in a shootout between rival cartel gangs. Here you see McGee being forced into the back of a pickup truck by armed men, with others who appear hurt, also dragged and loaded onto the truck bed. Woodard and Brown were killed. Traveling abroad for medicine and medical procedures is common. More than 1 million Americans traveled to Mexico for health tourism last year, spending about $250 million. 38-year-old Williams, a husband and father, was shot in the leg but is expected to survive. We talked to his wife, Michelle, moments ago from North Carolina. She didn't want to show her face, but says she talked to her husband today.
Did he tell you anything about that moment at all?
No, we didn't discuss it because it was to hear his voice. It was just a lot of crying. My son was there, and my son just wanted to hear his voice. And then he had to go because he was going into the hospital.
CBS News has learned that McGee had been to Mexico before for cosmetic surgery. Investigators are blaming the Gulf Cartel for this incident, and Mexican authorities have also announced that a 24-year-old has been arrested in connection with this attack. John?
Omar, is there any word on the recovery of the deceased victims and bringing them back to the United States?
That's going to be a government process. We're trying to figure out exactly the timetable for it, but when there's deceased in one country moving it back to the U.S., and obviously there's going to be some machinations involved, that will take some time, but we're expecting it to be soon.
And how are people reacting to this incident on the U.S. side of the border?
Well, some of them aren't really surprised. As a matter of fact, we had a pastor tell us that there are kidnappings, hundreds of kidnappings on the Mexican side all the time, but they're usually Mexican nationals, and it doesn't get the attention of the American media. So it's one of those things where they're aware that it happens, but the people here in Brownsville who cross over into Matamoros, many do it daily. They either work over there or they go eat over there and shop daily. They're not worried about what happened there.
Omar Villafranca in Brownsville, Texas. Thank you, Omar.
Man reporting live from a bird's nest, apparently. Yeah, I kind of avoided this story, not intentionally. I kind of saw the headlines and stuff and heard some people making some comments. I didn't really follow it closely. Even in this story, I was kind of distracted by it. So, Carl, are you familiar with this full story? Can you shed some personal light on it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the whole story. Yeah, I remember hearing about this situation. So the young man, this one thing. Let me say this: Matamoros is Spanish for the moor killer. So yeah, just a little side story behind that. That's what that means. This means the moor killer. But yeah, overall, the whole medical tourism thing, because the prices for medical procedures in the U.S. is just so outrageous that it's kind of hard to people to afford going to a regular doctor, and people are really struggling with trying to make ends meet. I'm outside, you guys. I'm sorry for the wind. But yeah, people are just struggling to make ends meet, and they go over to Mexico and Dominican Republic and things like that to be able to afford medical procedures and other things like that. So, and apparently, I thought they were part of a Haitian gang. I didn't know there were Haitian gangs operating in Mexico. But one thing I will say the story didn't mention is that the cartel turned over the killers to the government for punishment. So the Mexicans,
too, right?
Yeah, and apologize. And the Mexicans have more accountability than the American police. So take from that what you will. So I'll stop there. I'll let the next person take it.
All right, Azuli came back. Azuli, were you familiar with this story?
No, before Azuli goes, I want to ask Azuli, how you ain't shout out Cap? Just anyway, that's it. He didn't even interrupt Carl at once. You saw that, right?
Hey, what?
The man said you didn't interrupt Carl not one time.
I was about to, but I said nah.
Anyway, Julie, were you familiar with this story?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm waiting to see. I thought that was like a hit, an insurance hit. How the the two men got killed and the women came back? I don't know. So, to me, this is another situation where go to the gym, go work out your features, go eat properly. This is why are you going over there for? And I get what Brother Carr said. It's like it's cheaper. Yes, I get it. But if you go in there for cosmetic surgery, come on. And you're the men. How are the men letting their women allow them to go do surgery like that? Take your wife to the gym. Go for a walk. Go play tennis. What is going on? Eat different food. Why are you letting your wife lead you to Mexico? Like, this is crazy. I blame the men for all of this. I blame the men. I don't blame if I had a wife or you think I'm gonna travel to Mexico with you to go get surgery? The moment you go out at that point, I already have the divorce papers waiting for you when you come back, if you come back. How does a man let his wife go get surgery? What? In a country where, and it's the two men that died, Goku?
There was 3 men, and 2 of them died.
To me, that sounded like a hit to me. I don't know, but that sounds funny style to me. How you kill some? I don't understand how you go get surgery and 2 people ended up dying. So I don't know what these men thought. So the cartel turned them over. Like, why are you killing these? I think there's something more to it. But if I'm gonna comment just about what I've been told, bro, don't let your wife lead you. Now this woman for her surgery, 2 men died. Her
Check this
surgery,
out. None of them was her husband.
So who are these men?
Exactly. BANs. That's it.
You see, at the end of the day, only there's something fishy about that story. But if we take it at face value, bro, 3 men went somewhere together. Why are you going there? If it's a sketchy place, aren't you a man? Aren't you supposed to protect women? Nah, we're not doing this. Save your money, go get the surgery in Miami or somewhere else. There's something fishy about that story. But if we take it at face value, these men were failures. That's all I say. I think that's terrible. Like, and whatever features God gave you, go to the gym and accentuate them, if that's the word. That's all I have to say. I'll yield the mic.
I appreciate that. Brother Bakari has returned. Bakari, were you familiar with this story?
Yeah, I had heard something. I heard a little bit about it. Black people getting killed in Mexico. I don't know. They say it was going for cosmetic surgery. I don't know. I don't know if it was no hit. It don't sound fishy to me. I know a lot of black people think they're loved in Mexico. One of my best friends, whose wife had to go over there. Her company sent her over there for 3 months, and they brag on how Mexicans love black people in Mexico. So might have just been going for cosmetic surgery and got caught up and happened to get caught up because you can just go. You can actually go on YouTube and you can find people bragging on how much love and respect that they get in Mexico. Mexicans not race. The Mexicans in Mexico is not racist. The Mexicans in Mexico is not racist toward black people. They love black people in Mexico and so on and so forth and yada yada yada. I don't know what they were doing, but going to get cosmetic surgery could have been it. Brownsville, Texas, where the part of Texas that's a border town. The part of Mexico was a border town, and this Mexican, I was talking to this Mexican the other day, and we was talking about Gaspar Yanga. He didn't know who Gaspar Yanga was, and he had heard of, but he did know about Afro-Mexicans. His wife was actually an Afro-Mexican. And what he said was he suggests if black people go to Mexico, stay away from the border towns. There's a lot of cartel, and there's a probability of you being kidnapped because they think you might have some money coming into Mexico. They say you don't hang out at the border towns. I'm just saying what a couple of Mexicans told me. So I'm not looking. I understand we are gonna find the conspiracy and everything. But me, truly, just from hearing black people talk about how they think they can go to Mexico and do whatever in Mexico because they think Mexicans in Mexico love them. I don't see a conspiracy in it. I just think it's just wrong place, wrong time. I hear Mike.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Thanks for coming back. Trigger Happy 262 pointed out, Lero pointed this out earlier as well. Apparently, they got confused as Haitians as well. So there's that. Yeah, I heard people talking about that Haitian aspect, and again, because I didn't follow the story, I didn't really follow what they were trying to say. Lero says they could have been killed by some Mexicans, but I don't believe it was a cartel. The U.S. trying to manufacture consent to bring their military into Mexico. That's an interesting thing. Israel tends to do that type of shit too.
Okay, can I say something about that right quick? Then I'm done. Can I say something about that comment?
Yeah.
The U.S. don't need consent to take their military nowhere. The U.S. just can just take their military over there and blow Mexico their ass up, and Mexico gonna bow their ass down. Hate to say it like that, but that's just a fact. They ain't never needed a reason to do anything. These white folks ain't never needed no special reason to go do some shit. They just go do it. You got some I want, so I would take it. It may have been cartel because I believe the U.S. and according to a lot of stuff that came out, work with the damn cartels. So they might know which cartel did it and they told them cartels they messed up because they work with the cartels. That's my take.
Oh, Bakari, if I could add something to that, when they say manufacturing consent, I'm not so much for the military because you're right, they do what they want to do, but I think it's manufacturing consent from the American public, from the overall public of the United States. You know, we've had throughout American history, they've had false flag attacks to kind of motivate the people to support war, and I think that might be kind of what they're saying, but it's black people that kill. Americans on the whole don't really care about black people getting killed overseas. So if they're trying to use black people getting killed to manufacture consent, they're barking at the wrong tree. I don't think they really care overall.
I'll also say that this white boy has a tendency to create this like theater where it seems like we were pulled into this confrontation and all that kind of stuff. It becomes more palatable, I guess, to the children that they create, meaning they make all people in the West like children, right? And so it's more palatable to like the children that they're creating and maintaining to say, oh, look, we were pulled into this. We didn't start this or whatever. So they've done that in the Congo. They've done that all throughout Africa, right? Go and do heinous acts, right? While acting and pretending to be benevolent groups to begin with. Carl and I covered that book, King Leopold's Ghost, that talks a lot about that too, you know. They have the might. They could just go in and, like you said, Bakari, and do whatever. But they have this thing where they try to convince the world and make it look justified and all this kind of thing. Maybe Buana might want to talk about that a little bit in his response. Buana, what say you?
Yeah, so I wanna put a little bit of an international twist to this because there's a lot of things going on and a lot of things that the media is not saying, but I tend to lean towards Azuli, in his conspiratorial kind of explanation of what's going on because I am thinking which Negro in the history of the world is just go to another place with a black woman to get a Brazilian butt lift. In any event, she gonna go with her girl. She's not gonna go with three dudes. I am under the suspicion that them dudes went with her to Mexico to get some cocaine while they was with home girl. That situation went wrong. And I think that because the situation went wrong, two fellas end up dead in a drug deal. This is my suspicion. Okay? That's first. Second, see, when they say that the Mexican cartels was confused about them being Haitian or not, what they are not saying in the story is, first of all, they wouldn't be confused because there are many Haitians in Mexico and other South American countries. See, a lot of people don't know is many Haitians speak Spanish. Zuli, you could tell me if I'm wrong or not about this. Many Haitians not only speak Creole and French, they speak Spanish. Dominican Republica is right next to Haiti. Many of them learn Spanish.
Yeah,
So
that's true. Many of them.
When they would have gone to Mexico, the communication alone would have tell them, well, these guys ain't from around here. They don't speak the language, and they don't look like Haitians, because they wearing, some flowery shirts and pink shoes. But that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? They would have just say, well, these guys are obviously they ain't from here or whatever. They ain't Haitians. These people are, and they have an American accent. Obviously, they're from the United States. You know what I mean? I would have thought they would have ransomed them. But I also do know that the cartels know that if they tried try to ransom it, they would have a bigger problem with the American government, military coming in and extracting them and messing up their drug operation. So they don't want that kind of drama. So they say, well, these guys are American citizens. We're ready to do some damage. We're gonna get them out of here and apologize. That's beyond the gate, because they don't want that energy. They don't want to ruin that drug operation. But I believe that them brothers going down there with the intention of getting cocaine. I really believe that. You know what I mean? Because I don't buy the story that they just went with her. Because she already went before. She know what this place is. So why you have to have three dudes to assist you to go down to Mexico? Give me a break. But that's not being said in the story. So I think I tend to lean towards a Zulu conspiratory nature because there are some outside things that the news media does not necessarily mention. But in terms of the price of beauty, I agree with Zuli as well. That's a surprise. But I do believe that, if you want to look better, you should eat better, you should exercise more and do things to improve the way you look and feel. What's this deal? Because Carl talked about health. This wasn't a matter of health and less paying less in terms of going to third world doctors. This was cosmetic. She was just simply trying to beautify. I want to look good. I want to look like Kardashian. So for me, this is an unnecessary expense as opposed to the typical, going for serious medical concerns and medical reasons. If I'm just going to Mexico to increase the size of my breast or make me have a bigger booty, then my I don't really feel as sorry for your situation because you know what I mean. Go to the gym. Go take step class. Take step class. So I see this particular situation differently. I maybe it's conspiratory, but I think that there's some outside things that the media is not necessarily commenting on. I'll stop there.
Can I ask a question right quick?
Go ahead, Bakari.
Every time a black person get killed, we search for a conspiracy. They kneel on George Floyd neck, or we say they ain't dead. Why can't it just be motherfuckers don't like black folks and it's time for black folks to stand up and fight back? Why we always got to find a conspiracy, and every time we find a conspiracy, it's always that black person done something wrong for them to get killed every goddamn time. And y'all wonder why people keep killing us and keep doing the stuff they doing. Every time for the conspiracy.
Brother Bakari, is it far-fetched? Am I being far-fetched to say that in Mexico drug operations is going on? Am I being far-fetched to say that?
No, you're not being far-fetched to say that.
Hold on. Stop this. So, hold on. Give me a minute. Am I being far-fetched to say that there is an underground drug economy that's happening in the United States among us, if we being honest? Am I being far-fetched to say that?
No, you're not being far-fetched.
So for me to say, for me to believe, understanding what the culture is right now, with all us, even in the Caribbean too, because I know brothers who used to fly to Colombia, you know what I mean, to get them packages. So I know that there is a legitimate situation going on cross borders between Mexico and the brothers who trying to create economies for themselves. I ain't trying to lambaste the butt. I really ain't trying to do that. I'm just saying that there's another side to the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and it could be, but Look, they had black people held in cages at borders in Mexico. Nobody talked about that. They just talked about the little Mexican kids at the border. Black women complaining how Mexicans and Guatemalans holding the men at gunpoint while they beat them down and rape the women. Ain't nobody talking about that. So now I'm gonna get into another part of this story with me and my friend. Because like I say, my friend, his wife just left from over there, I guess about 4-5 months ago. And she was certain parts, you can see how they will have their little kids out working 11, 12 o'clock at night paying off debt. Say, but in that process, they were also telling people, get off the streets. The cartel is here. You don't want to get caught up in this. And for me, and I just don't look for the conspiracy and everything, because every time something happened to a black person, it's a conspiracy. You heard the conspiracy with George Floyd, with nobody even on it. Y'all heard, because everybody supported Kanye Kardashian. They weren't even on his neck like that. Then you can talk about Mike Brown. He wouldn't kill. You can go to the conspiracy with Trey. Every time a black person is killed, we find a conspiracy. I'm on newsflash. People don't like black folks. They waiting for the opportunity to kill y'all. I know black people don't want to believe that. Why can't it be? Why can't it just be those
So
people?
if that's brother Bakari, if that's
Wait a minute, Azuli. Why can't it just be those people were in the wrong place at the wrong time? Is that possible?
That's a fact. I agree. That is a possibility, and I agree. I accept that. But brother Bakari, outside of that, what you just say, how many brothers you know, right? When I don't know if you know women who go to the DR for certain things, right? How many people you know, brothers you know, go three black men going with this woman to get one Brazilian butt lift? Does that sound like what we do? Usually they take their girls with them. Why would they take three? Why would she take? They don't. It just in my experience in dealing with and listening to situations like that. Usually, what I hear is women go and with other girlfriends to do these kinds of things. I have never heard that up like three dudes would take a woman to get a Brazilian butt lift. Now you may have heard it before. It don't just register in my brain. This is why I say, well, there must be something afoot, and I don't think I far fetch in saying that because it's not been my experience.
And I understand, but the only thing I'm saying, every time a black person dies, every time a black person is murdered, we look, black people find a conspiracy in it every time. I'm just waiting on the conspiracy to come out about Rasheem Carter next, because I know it's coming. I know it's coming. But
Ultimately,
that's
it doesn't really. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead, Carl.
Who's
Go ahead,
I was
Carl.
going to say, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. You know, in the long run, these people, there are still black people, and they still deserve their lives. You know, and I think it's a tragedy they were killed, and the people who murdered them, need to go face justice. And I think the cartels being more forthright than the American police, and that says something. But I remember, I don't know if anybody saw the show Narcos on Netflix. There was a DEA agent, Kiki Camarena, who was killed by the cartel. So the cartel doesn't want that heat coming from the federal authorities. So they're willing to turn over people who operated outside their bounds. But I don't think it's a conspiracy. Like you said, the world hates black people. I don't know where this idea that Mexicans aren't racist comes from. Mexicans are racist as hell. I remember when I was in high school, and there was a big fight between all the black kids and all the Mexican kids. So it was like in the '90s. So this whole idea that Mexicans aren't racist, black people have no friends. So yeah, but I don't think it matters whether they went there to sell drugs or get a Brazilian butt lift. I don't agree with that. But at the end of the day, these people deserve their lives, and they shouldn't have been murdered.
if she went to get a Brazilian butt lift and those two men got killed, that's a tragedy. But if they was into the drug war, they were doing drug shit and they got killed, you pay the price for dealing in that lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. And for people to say, like you saying that sometimes it's just business. Maybe they didn't kill them because they were black. They killed because there was business. I don't understand how three men follow a black woman to get a Brazilian butt lift in another country. I've never heard that. But if that's the case, If they got killed because they went to do a Brazilian butt lift, then it's a tragedy. But if you were part of the drug thing, you went and got killed, bro, you pay the price of the life. So I'm gonna be mad at the
still a
Brazilian
tragedy.
cartel. So I'm gonna be mad at the Brazilian cartel if they went there to do honest drug dealing and they got killed. That's messed up. But at the end of the day, it's part of the drug the drug game. So I don't understand how somebody saying that, yo, why would 3 men go with a woman and then 2 men got killed and 1 man got shot and they escaped with their life? If it's a cosmetic surgery, why are you going there? Like, this is crazy. Get your ass in the gym.
I would like to point something out. This little thing, quote unquote, right here, this topic, is really a big thing, right? This story, just how we view it, right? The lenses that we view it through, it's seemingly like a small thing, but it's actually really a big thing. So this is one of those examples where we have to start taking mind of the big and small thing. With that said, let's get to Oni, and then I'll welcome in the new panelists. Go ahead, Oni.
Yeah. So, like I'll say 4 things, right? One is, well, I guess it's already been said, but it's a BBL. You know what I mean? That's not that serious. And so the thing that I heard, because I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, because most people kind of just brushed over this story. I really kind of brushed over it too, but I did see when it was coming out that people were saying that the woman was in contact with like a suspicious type person. So it's possible that she was in contact telling people, oh, she got that kind of money. She got money. She's going to pay the price for a good surgery type stuff, but she's not really contacting a surgeon. Like, it's possible that she was contacting some other people, like the people, like, let's say the cartel or whomever. She's contacting them, talking about, oh, yeah, I'm bringing some money for this surgery. I'm going to pay this amount of money. I'm going to pay so many thousands of dollars type stuff, right? Which is like, like, again. So I think what happens is that she might have brought these dudes because she's like, oh, this is sketchy. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is sketchy. I'm not too sure about this. I don't know how it's going to go. You guys come through and protect me. But that's a bigger idea. I want people to understand that if you do not shoot first, you ain't protecting nobody. Because they gonna shoot first. The tactic that they use, we should pay attention to this. They knew where she was parked or something, right? Or they knew where they were sitting in the car. She probably brought these 3 dudes like, hey, I'll be safe with you 3, right? Sure. These motherfuckers just rammed the car into them and then opened fire and killed 2 of them from jump. Then said, get out of the car. Like that, I don't want to say it's a military tactic, but that is like a military tactic type stuff, And it kind of tells you realistically, you can't be on other people's territory. Now, I want to say this. I have because Brother Bakari was saying that he knows a lot of black people talking about they want to go to Mexico. So, like I said, I had this nice looking Haitian woman, like really good looking woman, right?
Yo, leave our Haitian women alone. Shit.
Tasty woman. No, I'm joking. All right. Well, anyway, but like she was like she trying to start a life in Mexico type stuff. Because when she went to Mexico, they was just, oh, we love you. Because she's a nice, nice dark complexion, right? So she's like, oh, they love my complexion in Mexico, unlike, in America type stuff, And it's like, I don't know what you're talking about, girl, because she was gorgeous. But anyway, like her whole thing was yeah, she's like, oh, she's trying to start her life in Mexico. But she said when she was in Mexico, because she in that like that Buddhist stuff, that yoga stuff. So she was like, she heard that there was like a Buddhist type temple somewhere in Mexico, like a lost woman. You got to find it. You got to walk through the jungles to get to it, right? So she and her friend, a white lady apparently, right? Anyway, but her and a white lady go walking through the jungles to find this place, but it's near the border essentially, right? And the border is cartel territory. So when she's walking, she hears some dudes talking in Spanish, and before she knows it, she's surrounded by these motherfuckers with her son, her son and this white woman, and they pretty much pleading with their lives to just turn back and leave because these motherfuckers is like, why you on my territory type shit, right? So I don't know. I think I didn't really follow the story, and I don't really know Mexican geography like that. But like, if like as Carl was saying, the name of the place is the Moor Killer or some shit. But like, if they for real went to the cartel territory to get a surgery while she was contacting, it's possible that she was contacting somebody in the cartel about coming through for the surgery. Like it's possible she got set up. She knew she probably needed some men for protection type shit, but the men couldn't protect her because these motherfuckers are not playing games. These men were probably like, oh, we're gonna stand here, throw some fists or something like that. These motherfuckers was not throwing fists. They were using a car as a weapon, and they got out of the car shooting shots. I guess so that's pretty much the four things I wanted to say. Like, one, I don't know why you going with a BBL, and I don't think what Carl was saying about, oh, I think the surgeries are too expensive in America. The surgery should damn be expensive. Why the fuck are you trying to like just work out? Like, use that money on good food, on fruits and vegetables. Why the fuck somebody gonna be like, nah? That's one. Two, like, y'all need to stop going to Mexico like it's whatever, right? Three, you have to vet who the fuck you like. Don't just go for cheap. Go for the license. Go for the vetting. Go for something, right? And then four, like, yeah, you can't be on nobody else's turf. Even when like I said, if I go down to the hood and I'm walking around doing shit in the hood, motherfuckers gonna look at me and motherfuckers might approach me. And if I don't act right, motherfuckers might kill me. And I don't know if they went to some motherfuckers' territory, but if these motherfuckers just drove into these people and then shot them in broad daylight, you probably was on their territory. If they could kidnap you in broad daylight, you probably on their territory. You gotta because I made the same mistake. I went to Tanzania. I didn't know the cities either, right? But that's a risk. I knew there was a risk, and but like I know there's a risk when you go somewhere and you don't know where the fucking cities are. You went to cartel territory. It seems like, and if that's the case, and you probably knew something was up if you brought 3 dudes with you. Now the dudes should have had their mind right and been like, "Fuck no, I'm not going on no damn trip to go. I don't give a shit how much money you gonna offer me. I don't give a shit because." That sounds stupid. If you need me to protect you, then you probably shouldn't be going there. Just if you got that much money, just get your fucking surgery next door. But it is what it is.
I want to say this.
Yeah,
I don't want Black people to be harmed nowhere in this world. You know what I mean? Even though I know sometimes we take chances and we do things to put us in risky situations. I don't want us to be harmed for any reason or murdered. Someone's life should not be taken just like that. So I don't want that notion to be out there, because Black Americans shouldn't be harmed. The Grito, the Gitanos, she should not be harmed in Mexico as well. So this human cry, it's a universal cry for me, and I don't believe that these people should have just lost their lives like that, even though they might have been engaging in situations that was high risk. I don't believe that they should have been harmed just like that. Their lives should have been taken just like that. No way. I don't believe that at all. So
let me just add though, like it don't matter what we believe about. Like I said, if I go, I'll tell y'all back a story about I was walking from school, this white boy was in this group with us, 4 of us walking from school, and I don't know why, but we were near, kind of like near. Well, it's pretty close to where I live, I guess. But the white boy and his other, like the white boy decided to like make like a pretty much a nice, a sound like a kind of like a bird, right? But it's a gang call in Brooklyn. You doing that noise, like he did that enough that some motherfuckers just ran up on him. Now they didn't kill him, but they robbed him, right? But it's like if you're gonna be doing shit, if you're gonna be calling the attention of gangs and shit like that, they're probably gonna respond. And when they do respond, as much as you may not want it, like we have to understand that the world is not run by, the world is run by reality. And in reality, if there are people who exercise violence outside of the state, realistically, you're supposed to exercise violence outside the state, but realistically, there are people who exercise violence outside the state, and there's people who exercise violence within the state. But all that to say that, yeah, you know, whatever you might hope for. Like I said, if I go down the hood and I start doing whatever, a certain dance move, or I start doing a certain calling, I start wearing a certain dress code, right? Motherfuckers might respond, and they might not let me walk away for that. If I disrespect the wrong person, they might not make me walk away from that. That's just the reality. You know, when it comes to this woman, I think she was bragging about money. I think she was.
Let's welcome in Kibwe. Kibwe, how are you this week?
Man, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Good. Good to hear your voice. Did you get to see this story and hear what everyone had to say?
I didn't see the video, and I heard what Oni and a couple other people had to say, but I just Googled the story right quick and read an article about it. So it seemed like I got a pretty decent grasp of all the information that's available so far.
All right, talk about it, Kibwe. The price of beauty. This is what they paid. Go ahead.
So I just think that this is a very unfortunate situation, truthfully. I mean, you know, women in the United States go to Mexico or other Latin American countries all the time to get these cosmetic surgeries because they're cheaper in these countries. And that's just a sad truth of reality. And it seems like in this situation, so it was 2 men and 2 women. I think one of the pairs of men and women were married, and basically 1 man survived and 1 woman survived. So all 4 of them get kidnapped. 2 of them, 1 man and 1 woman died. 1 man and 1 woman survived. I just really think that this is just a very unfortunate situation. It seems like they got lost when they were looking for the doctor's office or the medical clinic in the area because there was terrible cell phone service. So they were kind of driving around. You know how people are when they get lost in a place they're not familiar with. They kind of driving around or walking around kind of without direction or without a purpose. And I mean, this type of, and when people see that, and when the cartel sees that type of behavior, it just makes the people walking around a lot more vulnerable to be victims of kidnapping. Because, you know, kidnapping, unfortunately, is big business in Mexico. So the CNN reported that this is probably a case of mistaken identity. So the cartel seen these 4 black people walking around and assumed that they were Haitian drug runners. I mean, that's possible. It's also possible that the cartel just seen them and knew that they were Black Americans. So they kidnapped them because there's kind of this idea that, you know, Americans on tour, or not on tour, but Americans who are, you know, doing tourist activities in Mexico have a lot of money. So they may have wanted to kidnap them for that reason. But I just think that it's a tragedy. And I think that, you know, when you visit in these other countries, you have to be very, very careful, you know, especially in a lot of parts of Mexico. I mean, there's a reason that millions of people are fleeing these Central American countries and Mexico to come to the southern border. It's because they're seeking refuge from these types of extreme gang activities. So, I mean, to anybody who wants to, you know, get a cosmetic surgery and visit one of these countries, me personally, I would say it's not worth the risk because their health standards are not necessarily the same as in America. So just from a medical perspective, it's a lot more risky. And then obviously from a tourism perspective, it's a lot more risky because we know gang activity is a lot more. I mean, the cartels basically are on equal footing with the government in Mexico. So I don't think that, you know, people are always gonna have these crazy conspiracies or whatever, but I mean, it just seems, this case seems pretty clear cut to me. I mean, the cartel either assumed that these people were Haitian drug runners and shot at them and kidnapped them for that reason, or they assumed that they were African-American tourists and shot at them and kidnapped them for that reason. And I just think it's unfortunate. Rest in peace to the 2 people who died in this situation. And I just think that, you know, people have to be very, very careful when they're traveling to certain countries.
So nobody's speaking. So nobody.
There's only one quick thing I want to say before I forget it. This also low-key ties into the previous prompt. Because all of this happened over a friggin' BBL.
Yeah, that's facts. I agree.
You know, and so if your beauty standards are fucked up, then these kind of things can happen to you, right? But if you start tying in your beauty standards into this push for nationhood status and power and stuff like that, you have to have a certain mentality now before you get into that, like Azuli said before. Azuli, you go ahead.
What I'm saying, so these Mexicans live on the border. Nobody speaks English, so nobody could open their mouth and ask for communication. If these people are not what they're supposed to be like, so my only thing is, if can't you just rent somebody's car? Like, so there's no talking. What? So at least in the hood, if you go to somebody's hood and they ask you where you from, what are you doing here? So my thing is with this whole issue, like I think the whole BBL thing, I don't know. I don't know if it's true, if it's fact. This seems shady as hell for them to just kill people, even if there was and then they say they were Haitian. So so everybody's Haitian. Black people are just everything. So is that their first time seeing black people over the border? I don't understand.
Well, I don't think it's their first time seeing black people, but I think it would indicate that when they do see black people, that they're Haitian drug runners. If they're assuming that just every black person in the area is a Haitian drug runner. Well, I agree that doesn't make sense, like for them to do that, but that doesn't mean they didn't do it. I mean, people do stuff that doesn't make sense. But I agree with you that, I mean, for CNN, I mean, I'm not a journalist, so I don't know how they investigate in this, but I think it's kind of crazy to just assume that the cartel assumed they were Haitian drug runners, because it's definitely possible that they knew they were African American and attacked them because of that. Because, I mean, they think that they're coming with a lot of cash, so they think that there's something that could be taken from them. So I agree that it's kind of crazy to just assume that, you know, they had this belief that they were Haitian. But I mean,
the thing is, the rest of the world,
it just speaks to a larger issue of, I just think that, you know, you got to be very, very careful when you're traveling to these places, and you definitely shouldn't be traveling there for, truthfully, such superfluous reasons.
Yeah. Thank you for that, guys. Did I get to everyone on that one?
Okay, I just want to say the rest of the world doesn't really differentiate between African Americans, Haitians, Jamaicans. We just black. You know, it seems like we don't understand that to the outside world. We just one big nigga. So, I mean, it does sound crazy. They think they're Haitian smugglers or whatnot, but they just saw black people, and they just saw, you know, black people in their country, and they didn't really bother to care to make the distinction. And I think that we have to learn from that in a way. The world doesn't see us the way we see ourselves. They just see us as one big nigga, basically.
I agree with that. And to Koku in the chat, actually, yes, they found like receipts in their car for the medical procedure. And like when they got kidnapped in the town that they got kidnapped in, they were looking for the medical clinic and were struggling to find the medical clinic because the cell phone service was bad. So yeah, there's proof that they were there to basically get a cosmetic medical procedure.
Don't tell these conspiracy theorists that they're gonna say the government put them damn receipts there because they don't believe that black people might have been going somewhere and not selling. So let's just figure out and say, well, what they wrong at? They shouldn't. God damn it, black folks can't get a break. Not even
I agree with you.
Can't get a break.
Yeah, I agree.
She should have cut herself for breaking and went to the fucking gym. Why do I care?
I think we should care because we gotta
women, because
we gotta protect each other, man. We gotta protect each other.
Why should I care? Why should I care? Why did you put yourself in that situation?
Nobody else.
Anyway, the way
black women, but every time you go to mention the white folks, your voice gets soft.
Yeah, because they rule the world. Y'all niggas don't. Anyway,
the only thing you want to sit and do is try to figure out a way to make everything be a black woman fault. Well, that black woman and that man, he shouldn't have followed that woman because that woman gonna lead you wrong every time.
Okay, back to what I'm saying. If these, like Gas says something that's important. If she knew that these were sketchy people, are you allowed to carry gun across the state? Why would you, if you're going there to protect a woman, so you go with your bare hands in a country that's so sketchy? that is sketchy. So what you thought was gonna happen? So if
we got to stop blaming the victim. We got to stop blaming the victim.
Yeah,
We
I
got
agree.
to.
And you know what? Truthfully,
Just because they
Okay.
scuttle
at a
everybody else,
systemic,
man, just go ahead and be honest.
you know what though? On a systemic level, there's actually a very easy solution to dismantling the cartels. I mean, that would just be ending the war on drugs. I mean, if you end the war on drugs and decriminalize drugs, I mean, the cartels will be pretty much done for in one fell swoop. So on a systemic level, I mean, this violence that's going on and their reign of tyranny over all of these Mexican cities is completely unnecessary. And there's a very simple solution to usurping their power. But on an individual level and on a community level, I think it's very important that we, protect each other and love one another. And I think that we have to be a lot more respectful when we talk about these types of tragedies.
Yo, tragedy. Yo, you went to get your ass done. What are we saying?
And she lost her life. Her and another black person lost their
She
life.
didn't care. She didn't care enough
Trying
about her life.
Trying to do something
She didn't
completely.
care enough about her life. Go to the fucking gym.
She ain't lose her life.
But I get it, Oni. She didn't care enough about her life. Like she didn't think shit like that. Anyway, how you gonna go protect a woman in another country? You ain't got no guns, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense. But at the end of the day, these people lost their life for no reason. And I think that, we can always criticize any decision that anybody makes at any time. But, like there's a time and a place. And I think this is not the time or the place to be so critical, especially say, it has nothing to do with me. She could have just went to the gym. Like, yeah, obviously she could have just went to the gym. You're making that option sound a lot easier than it actually is. But I think the larger issue is, number one, why are our sisters feeling so much pressure, social pressure, to change their bodies to the point that they're taking risks with their lives to go and get these procedures in other countries? That's dangerous. I think that's a larger issue that needs to be addressed. And number two is, why is the United States so unwilling to take systemic measures to usurp the cartel's power?
Let's get a woman's perspective, a black woman's perspective at that. Let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tan, how are you this week?
I'm very good, thank you. Sorry
Good.
for being late.
It's okay. Were you able to catch this story this week, Tan? And did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I actually caught up the last 10 minutes of it. I had everyone's perspective. I didn't catch the first the first one, but I got this one. For me, basically, is this: it's not about blaming the victim. It's just saying that we already know how the world is. You're not welcome pretty much anywhere. So if things are difficult over here, I think and this is, let me not even talk about, as black people, whatever, just going to a different country where firstly you don't speak the language, you don't know the people there. Even people going to Africa, I always say, it's more about, making connections and networks. You can just go there as a tourist, but if you don't know people there, you're really taking a huge risk. So yeah, it's cheaper to go over there and do some work on your body, I guess. But are those are not very good risks. You're really putting your hands in someone else's, your life in someone else's hands when you take a risk like that. And you have to ask, what is this a valid enough reason to take a risk? Because none of us would ever go there for any reason, forget getting a surgery or whatever. And then when you're out, let's say you're out, I don't know what those surgeries entail, but you're out for quite some time, you're going to be, physically vulnerable. Yeah, even if you get protection, you're still going to be able to get back, and you're in a vulnerable state and driving and all that, stuff. That's not good for you. So I don't know how important it is to get. If it was a life-threatening procedure, you're like, oh, I have to do this to save my life, then yes. But don't go somewhere just for this. And to me, it's a frivolous reason. I don't care what anybody says. If it's a thing that you're just doing because you have, you're doing it for your health or something, yes, you can take that risk. But just to seem a little bit prettier, for vanity's sake, you're going to risk your life. Like, no. not even about beauty standards or anything like that. You can't just go to a different place where you don't know anybody, and just people have been dying with their friends, that we know of. You're just going to still go to places where, even if you had done a little bit of research, this is not even about, even if you had done any research, that place was said to have been one of the worst places in the country. So how do you risk your life just for something like that? To me, it's very irresponsible. It's not blaming the victims, but it's saying, like, let's say you're a woman and you go and get drunk at a fraternity party and so on. And yes, it's not your fault. You shouldn't be blamed if something happens to you, but you should really be careful about where you go if you have something to do with it. If you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, fine. But really, you shouldn't be heading to those places anyway. So if you just found yourself there on the way to, I don't know, to back to your country, yes, but they left and it was a long drive. It wasn't just, somebody out here going down the border. It was something like, I don't know, 10 hours, something like that. Like, you have to be out of your mind to take those kinds of risks, knowing the world as it is. If you're the one who's most, at risk and vulnerable, you should be the one taking the least risk. You shouldn't be out there, just doing things that, and if you have to do things that are worth doing. You are really losing your life for what? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I feel bad. Obviously, nobody ever is happy when somebody loses their life. It is a tragedy, but we also have to take these kinds of instances to warn people not to just be so reckless with their lives. The world is hard enough as it is. If you're going to do something, don't just do it recklessly. Protect your life. That's the only thing you can do.
Shout out to Lero in the chat. Shout out to Lero for all the comments. You guys could check those out. Shout out to Gas who's out there in the comments too. I like this thing he said earlier. He said, start traveling to Africa and the African diaspora and be on your best behavior, simple and shut. Only wanted to add something. Only, and then whoever has any last words. Did I get to Buana on this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Oni, and then whoever has any last comments, go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this. So yeah, when I was Tanzania is ridiculously safe, like ridiculously safe. But one time I was looking for a different hotel. You know what I'm saying? I was looking for a different hotel, and I come across a part of the town, right? Run down, poor type, like really bad. And then these dudes just start following me, pretending to be helpful, right? And I'm a walking guy, so I'm just walking through, and at some point, this dude's like really like stalking me. Some other dudes start, he starts calling this other dude to come over, and by that time, I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm lost. I can't find this place, but it's all good. I'm gonna order I'm gonna order a vehicle and just drive the fuck out of here, right? Because you gotta have your eyes open, and you gotta know when shit ain't right. If what Kipe saying about motherfuckers if people Kipe saying about they was lost somewhere because the cell phone reception was bad type shit, like that's when you just got to say, you know what, tomorrow, or you know what, we're gonna try to like draw out this thing another time, because as like I agree with Lero in the sense of you don't want to blame people for getting killed, but it's like if I stuck around in that part of town, right, with my son, just like, what, if somebody kills me, it's not my fault, right? I would just be dead. One thing you got to do is you got to protect your life regardless, because you have to know that there are people around you that want to take that life from you. And sometimes you don't see them. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't know the situation. Sometimes you do. And what I'm saying is that I don't know what this dude's motives were when I was in Tanzania. I don't know I don't know why he was gathering a crowd around me, but I got the fuck out, because the thing is that there's fucking around and finding out, and there's also just straight up finding out.
But I want to say this, and then I don't know if it was moving on, but I just want to say this right quick. I just feel like, well, number one, I want to say that the situation you gave is a little bit different than this, because according to this report, I mean, they show up in the city. It was called Matamoros. Yeah, Matamoros. I mean, they show up. they're walking around or driving around. I don't remember. I think they were driving around, calling the medical clinic, trying to get in contact with them. I mean, they get out the car, and then, I mean, these people just start shooting at them. So the idea like they were doing something like irresponsible while they were there, or like they were hanging in the wrong part of town. I mean, not really. I mean, imagine you step out the car and I mean, people just start shooting at you. I mean, there's really nothing in that situation you could do. There's really nothing in that situation you could do other than surrender, which is what the other two, which is what I'm assuming that they did. I think that our solutions can't just be reactive. Our solutions have to be preventative. And if we want our sisters to stop putting themselves in these dangerous situations in Mexico, in the Dominican Republic, in Colombia, I think we have to examine what social pressures are leading them to seek these procedures
in America
at any risk. I mean, what are we putting into our daughters, our sisters, our cousins, our girlfriends, our wives, our aunties, that's leading them to have this drive to want to change their body at any means?
No, all right. So that's what I'm saying. Like I said, spell the name of the city. So you didn't spell it, so I just looked it up. So you look up Matamoros cartel, and the first thing you get is this wiki article called Gulf Cartel. The Gulf Cartel is a crime syndicate and drug trafficking organization in Mexico, and perhaps one of the oldest organized crime groups in the country. It is currently based in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, directly across the U.S. border from Brownsville, Texas. So what I'm saying is that you're going to the founding city or the base of the cartel that everybody heard about. So it's not a question of are you doing anything right or wrong. It's a question of why the fuck are you in the base of the cartel driving around like you don't belong there?
Because they're that desperate to change their body. I mean, that's really the answer.
No,
why are they putting themselves at risk? They're that desperate to change their body.
What I'm saying is this: if I circle the block in Brownsville, New York, if I just circle the block 3 times, motherfuckers might start shooting at me. Okay, if I just do that,
stop lying. That is not true.
That's
okay. All you can't get them. They got you. Look. Every time a black person get killed, why do we have to look and turn? This is no different than the rifleman and all them other people. Let's flip over every rock, every stick, shake every tree until we find and make sure those black farmers in Colorado is not lying. And until then, we're gonna figure out a way to say they are. So now,
you know what? I agree with my dad on this. You know what it really reminds me of? This is like when a black person is murdered. Oh, okay, go ahead.
But now the investigation, it turns into, and it has happened every time you hear about a black person being killed by the police, killed by whoever. Now let's figure out a way to say, why were you there? It doesn't make a difference. Them fucking Mexicans killed him. Why can't they be telling the truth about why they were there? Why is that so hard to believe coming from a black person? This is why we were there. Why is that so hard to believe?
So why did you go there? Why did you go to the gym?
You know what, Dad, I absolutely agree with you.
It's internalized anti-blackness is what it is. Internalized anti-blackness is what it is.
Exactly. And you know what, Dad? You know what this is the same thing as? This is the same thing as, when a black person gets killed by the police, why did he run? Why didn't he comply? Why didn't he put his hands up when they told him to? Why didn't he do exactly what I think he should have done using my 2020 retroactive Monday morning quarterbacking skills? At the end of the day, there's whatever is driving black women to go and take these risks with their lives while they're traveling through these countries and while they're on the medical table, because the medical procedures in these countries are not as held to as high a standard as in the US. Whatever is driving our sisters to take these measures need to be addressed. And you know what? I want to respond to what Gassed Him Up said right quick, and I'm going to move on. He said that there's no social pressure, just a bunch of Bakaris telling them that they can do anything they want. And you know what? Gassed Him Up. First of all, black women can do whatever they want to do. You don't control black women or own them.
They
They're
cannot.
not your property. They can do whatever they want.
No, they cannot. No, they
They
cannot.
cannot do whatever they want.
What
They
needs to
cannot
be
do whatever they want.
examined,
They
what
cannot do
needs to
whatever they
be-
want.
Just let me say this point right quick, and then I'm gonna let you go. Black women can do whatever they want because they're adults. What needs to really be addressed is what's leading them to want these results. People don't just want anything out of nowhere. There's a reason why they want to change their bodies so desperately, and that needs to be addressed in our communities.
No, they cannot. Black women, all others, Willie. No, they cannot. No, they
I'm tell you what I
cannot.
hear. I ain't finna hold on. I'm finna talk over some people. I hear a bunch of black men sound scary. I'm just being honest.
Okay.
I hear a bunch of black men sound like they are afraid of it, especially Azuli, of everybody except a black woman. Because why is it? Why is it we got to search? Why do we have to flip? Let's go flip over the car. Maybe we can find she's telling the truth. But until then, let's find the conspiracy and let's push the conspiracy because she shouldn't have got killed. God damn. What's wrong with y'all? And y'all wonder why we're in this position all over the world. Listen to these so-called, listen to the black men. Listen to Azuli.
Hold on, Brother Bakari, because you finished giving us a tongue lashing. You finished beating us up. So I won't say this though, because I need to inform Kibwe. Yes, black women are potentially able to do anything they want to do, just like every other human being on this planet. I agree. But in terms of the systems that are in place around, your society is maternalistic, okay? So that women are allowed to freely do whatever the hell they want to do in their society. In some societies in the world, they are paternalistic. The men make the rules. And the men say the women can do everything they want to do. In some countries of the world, women can't drive cars. In some countries of the world, women are told what to wear.
And that's disgusting.
Black men
that's disgusting.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish.
Black people on social media was looking for reasons. See, this is why that white boy went in there in Buffalo and killed all them.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the woman right now. Why are you bringing this shit up?
It's the same damn thing. It
No,
all
it's
go
not.
together.
No, it's
Every
not.
time a
No,
black
it's not.
person get
No, it's
killed,
not.
you're looking for a damn reason why. What did black people do wrong? Or looking for a damn conspiracy. Every time somebody kills, that's the problem. Every time a black person is killed, we are looking for some fucking conspiracy.
Absolutely.
Hold up. Y'all can just talk like that. Y'all gotta let Uncle finish.
Let him speak, Pops. Let him speak. But I agree with you.
Let me interject quickly here. I want to make sure that we're all very clear about what we're talking about here, because sometimes I think it's unclear. To Brother Bakari and folks who agree with Brother Bakari right now, which I don't have a problem with what he's saying. Is prevention not better than cure? So are we talking about, there's one thing to say you're blaming black folks for their victimhood or for being made a victim. But what about the instances where, something, you should have, again, prevention is better than cure. You should have not gone over yonder. You shouldn't have like I'll use an example Buano will probably understand. You shouldn't have gone walking through Camp Road 2 o'clock in the morning, right? It's not that I'm blaming you for your own mishap, your own murder or death or what have you, but you should have known not to go through Camp Road 2 o'clock in the morning. Like most Bahamians from Nassau know that, right? So is that scenario a case of blaming black folks all the time?
Maybe not in that particular instance, because there's no social force. Well, there probably are. Like they have to work all day, and the only time they have to exercise is at 2 in the morning. But so there could be social forces driving that. But in this case, we know that there are social forces that drive Black women to be ashamed or upset with their body or their image, because that's what the entire last topic was about. And I think that a better approach to solving this problem is we need to be speaking life and positive energy into our sisters, and stop making them feel like they need to do these things. I mean, these people are flying to these other countries and risking their life to change their body because they feel as though their body is inadequate. So, I mean, until that is addressed, people will continue to do this. I mean, don't think people are going to stop. Punitive forces very rarely address issues like this. So these people going over there and losing their life is not going to stop other Black women from flying to Colombia, Mexico, Dominican to get their bodies done.
Wait, let me say this.
Real quick. Just want to say this too. The same way it's being said that, you know, we always look to blame Black folks for something. I gotta put this out there too. It seems like we always look to blame Black men for a lot of problems too. Like,
I'm not blaming Black women, Black men. Black women contribute to this body shaming or body problems as well. I mean, the entire really our entire society, but specifically in our community, there are social pressures for Black women's body to look a certain way. And we should address those social forces within our community. And then you will see not even just people flying out the country to get BBLs or whatever, but you will see just cosmetic surgeries in general go down.
So watch this, right? It's this park up the street from where I live called Mud Creek. The park closed. White woman go up there. She's exercising 2 in the morning. They found her dead. Then right up on the Silver Conduit Trail a few years back, white women out there 3 o'clock in the morning found. Not once do you hear white people talking about why were they out there so late? You know, anything can happen. People like, let's find these motherfuckers and do something about it. Like, God damn, man, it's like Black people can't get a break. Black people can't get a break even from Black people. And then we got people like Azul. He gonna put bass in his voice. He'll put bass in his voice, but no, he's scared of his shadow. And well, it's the woman, because that's the only thing he want to go at is a woman, as a woman. And every time, but I'm still asking, why is it every time when they found this young Black man hanging from a tree 15 miles from where I live 4 years ago, you know what people on social media was saying? Well, he shouldn't have been in that area. You know, it's a lot of white people in that area. Yeah, it's white people over there. It's some Black people too. But they figured out a way to point the finger at a Black man, at a brother who was found hanging from a fucking tree. Black people figured out a way to say, well, why was he over there? What was he doing over there? Like, God damn, when is anything gonna ever be, okay, you know what? Black man,
stop crying, man. Stop crying.
We gonna get together and fight.
It's
like,
because
God
we're
damn,
afraid.
man.
It's because we're afraid, Bakar. That's what it is. It's fear. We're terrified of these crackers, and that's really the truth of the matter. You know, there was recently here in Florida. There was in Disney World, some white people let their child get into one of the detention ponds, and the child got eaten by an alligator. Okay, horrible situation. You know, what did they do? They put a fence around it. We say, oh, it's the parents' fault. It's the parents' fault. You let the child get in that water. We Black people, we have to be responsible all the time. Even when we die, we're responsible.
Okay, so what I have heard so far is the brother say that we are afraid, which I don't deal in the realm of fear. Okay, so yes, that is true. Some of us are afraid. Then I hear Brother Bakari say that we find plausible reasons why Black people put themselves in a vulnerable situation and get themselves killed. And unfortunately, we always point the finger at the victim. Is that a credible argument? Of course, that's a credible argument. But let me add something to the table that's not being said. If I stick my head into a lion's mouth and a lion bites my head off, am I so much of a victim in that scenario and circumstance? I mean, let me bring in another scenario. What Brother Bakari would understand. The sister who Mike Tyson was accused of rape. The sister going to the man room 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Knowing that this man is a boxer or whatever. For whatever reason, she went there that night, right? She put herself in that particular situation. Should she have been raped? Absolutely. Well, accused. Accused. Should she have been? Should that situation have went on? Of course, it was. It should not. I don't think that it should have went on. However, why would I put myself in that scenario and situation? There is culpable response. The onus as well is on the responsibility of us as human beings as well. We should be put, I feel we should not put ourselves in vulnerable situations because when the outcomes are terrible, these kinds of situations happen, and you have
Hey,
all
black
different
people need
kinds
to
of.
stop
Oh,
living in,
let
bro.
me finish, brother Bakari. Let me finish. So I would say this. Yes, I accept a brother Bakari argument because partially he is right. Yes, I do accept Carl's argument because some of us are afraid. But I also know that we as well put ourselves in ridiculous situations. And when the outcome comes from it, how can I not say it was silly to put your head in the lion's mouth and forget that you put your head in the lion's mouth? Come on, man. I just there's enough room for all of us to be correct in this particular scenario. I believe.
And I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna go back to situations that you hear all over social media. See, because people ignore that. They found reasons. The reason the black man, I guess that black man just put his head in that news. Black folks found reasons why he was hung from the tree. Black folks found reasons why the black dude, why all those black people was killed at that grocery store in Buffalo, New York. Well, black people found
No,
reasons.
you making that up. You making that up. You
And the
making that
reason,
shit up. You making
and
that
the
shit up.
reason,
No black
and the
people made
reason
it
they
seem
walked
Yes,
like
there
anything
were.
like
There
this
were
was
black
stupid.
people saying they should
You
have been
making that
armed.
shit up.
There were
You
black people
making
that
that
they
shit
should
up.
have been
Wait a
armed.
minute. And the reason they were killed at the church in South Carolina, you got to think about it, see, because that's the church, because we got all the secret knowledge, because that's the church, see, what Denmark Vincent had, and the guy they killed was a senator. So you got to think about why the government sent them in there to kill them, see. What were they doing? What were they, man, you just get sick of the bullshit. You just get sick.
Can I talk, bro? You said the same thing over and over. Can I talk?
You just get sick of the bullshit. Mike Brown, see, you know, Mike Brown ain't dead, see, because that's just something that the government said. You just get sick of the bullshit. What somebody told me about Trayvon Martin, maybe if he had to just stop and listen to what the white boy said, he'll say, it's just every time something happened to a black person, it just go back through social media. Y'all can pull up these stories. The black guy that was just decapitated in Mississippi a couple of weeks ago, before you know it, when the story get bigger, you're going to find excuses and reasons and say, well, he knew they didn't like him at the job. See, he shouldn't have been out in that area. He shouldn't have did this. It's going to always go back to what black people should do.
Okay,
So I
Bakari. You
got an
said that
idea
20
of what
times. So
black people
can I
should do.
speak, bro?
Erzuli,
No, I don't want to hear you no more, Azuli.
So you get off the fucking chat, nigga. The fuck?
Come on, chill out. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
No, Jake, let him go. I'm
No,
gonna
let's
keep
calm
trolling
down.
you.
Let's calm down,
No,
man.
no, keep
Because the discussion is about two black people who lost their life, man, and the fact that
I'm just saying, let me talk. The
our
brother's been
community should
talking
be
for a
able
long time.
to embrace each other in a situation like
Y'all
that.
calm down. Azuli, me trolling you is fun. Every time I troll you, it's fun. You see, I troll your other boy so much, he won't even come up here. He'll just type it in.
All
He'll
right,
just
let
type
me.
it in the chat.
This is what I'm saying. When we go back to what I was saying is that when Brother Bakari wanted to say I'm not blaming the woman. If you really hear, I'm blaming the men. Why would you let women lead you to go somewhere that's unsafe to go to BBL? You're the man. No, we're not doing this. We'll save the money and go to Florida or go somewhere else. I'm not going to a sketchy place with you to put my life in danger. So I'm not really, the woman could say whatever she wants to say. You're the man. How are you letting a woman lead you to go get a BBL when you could have told the woman to go to the gym? And the brother said, hold up, the brother said we're putting pressures on women. No. A lot of that has to do with vanity. If God didn't give you hips and ass, go sit down somewhere. Everybody got their own body structure that they have. Go work on what's best for your body. And you could get, there's a lot of men that like women with breasts. There's a lot of men that like women with butt. No, that's because a lot of these women are cheaters. They want to cheat. They see the woman that's naturally born with the booty and with the hips. They want to go cheat and get it the easy way. Use what God gave you. Let me finish, bro. If God gave you a breast, yo, you go with that. If you got hips, go with that. Or go to the gym. Eat right. Go to the gym. You don't have to, but you know what? A lot of these black women, and it's not just black women, a lot of these women don't want to put the hard work. They want to go do that. Men don't tell them to go do that. So let's stop the way we're talking is that, oh, yeah, there is. I agree with what the brother said. There is social pressures or whatever. But at the end of the day, how many stories we hear that people got killed? Even Lero said something that was very true. People get killed, people die in Florida. I just saw 2 women passed away in Florida because they went to do BBLs. There's nothing cheaper than the $25 gym membership and eating right and walking. I'm not blaming I'm not saying that these people deserve to get killed or whatever. What I'm saying is, why are you going there for that? It's a place that's sketchy. Why are the men letting a woman lead them to go to a sketchy place to get butt surgery? Are we serious?
But hold on. I want to start quick.
There's social pressures on both ways. Women
Thank
have
you.
social pressures on men too.
But I want to say this right quick. So first of all, I disagree with your assertion that they're wrong for letting women lead them. I don't see how. I mean, it was 2 men and 2 women. One of the male and female pairings was a married couple. So the idea that a husband going with his wife to support her when she's going to get a medical procedure, the idea that oh, he's a weak man for letting his woman lead him, I reject.
Lead him to a sketchy place, brother. To a sketchy place.
But this is what I mean by this is Monday morning quarterbacking. Hindsight is always 20/20. But so we can always say they should have did this, they should have did that. But I just don't think it's productive towards the conversation as far as moving forward. But some of the things you were saying about how black women should just be proud of how their body is, and if they want to change it, they should go to the gym or work on their diet. And I agree with those. But this is what I mean by moving forward. Our prescriptions have to be preventative. And those are preventative prescriptions. I don't necessarily agree with the way that you phrased it, but the overall idea that, you should just accept your body how it is, or be proud of what God gave you and work with that. That is the sentiment we need to be uplifting in our community to prevent things like this moving forward. Not saying, black women can't do what they want to do or their husbands need to lead them better.
Yo, how come black women?
Now let me say this right quick, right? I'm gonna say this. Azula, you call me Uncle. I love Azula and Gas. I'm gonna troll you every time you come around.
I love all y'all. Yeah, I love all y'all.
Yes, but I ain't got to say that. I don't have to say that to the other tethers. Y'all already know I love them.
I love all y'all.
Azula and Gas. Azula and Gas think I don't love them. But I'm gonna say this right. When I say the social pressures in the other way, right? You saw a lot of men acting like they have what they truly don't have. Money. They'll go spend their money on a car knowing they can't afford because of the social pressure, and this how they think this is gonna get this woman. So this woman doing certain things thinking this is how they gonna get the man, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. I literally just found out. I think I was on here. I finally just asked one day, man, what the hell is a BBL? About a month ago. In all honesty, I didn't even. I used to say like I don't even know what a BBL is. But nobody never said. I think I just found out what that was. Like,
yo, Bakari, stop lying. You pay for some women to get a BBL. Stop it.
He paid for hundreds.
If my woman
he literally paid for hundreds.
I'm being honest. I didn't know what a BBL was. But my main point about this whole thing is we got to stop finding fault. Every time a black person get killed, we got to stop trying to be Columbo, the greatest detective ever, to prove they were doing something wrong, and that's why they got killed.
No, I agree with that sentiment. I'm gonna just say that, like, if I get lost somewhere, like I agree that like for instance, if I'm dating a woman in a dangerous neighborhood, right? I don't want to be killed for being in that neighborhood. And I don't really want it to be that, oh, well, why the fuck did you go to that neighborhood? You know damn well that's not a neighborhood you should be going to. Like, that's not, what I really want to hear. Now, I'm not going to say that. I'm not really going to go with the whole, social pressure argument, because I think that generally speaking, if you are in a dangerous neighborhood, like, it is what it is. You are in a dangerous neighborhood. And I'm just reminded of this time when I was younger, and this white girl was in a bar, right? And so like apparently some guy, you know, drugged her and raped her, and so the feminist organization in the university at the time, you know, which I happen to be a member of, but anyway, a feminist organization at the time, they decided to wait outside of the bar with placards saying, this bar supports rape type stuff. And so the bar owner came through and he was like, you know, take that shit down. Like, why do you have that? You know, so on and so forth. And, you know, I let the ladies talk and, you know, have a little debate. And the debate went along the lines of women should be safe all the time. So the bartender was like, well, look, why don't you tell the women to, you know, come in groups and, you know, watch each other's drinks type stuff. And they were like, no, we should just be safe regardless of where we are. And then the bartender said, the bar owner said, well, you know, I want to be safe when I go to my car, but I'm not going to be safe. That's why I carry my piece, right? And at that moment, I was like, yeah, you know what? He's actually right. You know, like, unfortunately, you are like I said, like, I don't know this area. I don't know if they knew this area, but if this is in fact a world-renowned city for a certain really dangerous gang, right? Then like you have to be on your P's and Q's. Now, obviously, if you're just going for a medical appointment, you know, it's a tragedy if you don't make it, if you don't whatever. And I mean, you know, whatever. And it's like was said, you could get lost, you could have bad reception, all that kind of stuff, you know, and that sucks. But at the end of the day, it's not like you're not in another person's territory. And unfortunately, other people have territory. So I understand what Bakari said about, well, we kind of scared, but it's like, realistically speaking, unless we plan on moving on to Matamoros, it's like you just, like, unless you plan on moving on somebody else's violent territory, there's not much you could do. And so with regard to like the Ukraine, like I would say with regard to Ukrainian, you can't be Ukrainian or Ukrainian soldier walking around in Russia. The same as you can't just be a Russian soldier walking around in certain Ukrainian cities. You know, sometimes there's just like you're it's like a case of wrong place at the wrong time, and the wrong place is gonna be like a certain gang's territory. You know, I would say that even like if this woman had taken them to another location, like we probably wouldn't hear the story, because like they were saying, 1 million people a year go down to Mexico to get these surgeries or whatever, right? So we probably wouldn't hear the story, but it comes down that you went to this particular location, which again might not be too bad. A lot of people went down to this location, but you know, you compound the whole, hey, look, I'm lost. Hey, look, I'm a tourist. Hey, look, I'm an American, right? All that kind of stuff. And like, if you don't go, like, if you go, even if, like I said, if you go down to like even like areas here where you just looking around like you a damn tourist or something, right? You become a target easily. And it's like, I'm not gonna blame you for being a target, but you know, as somebody from New York, it's like I know how to behave to minimize my targeting, you know, my being a target. Not to say that it's my fault if I get killed, right? It's obviously the killer's fault, but at the same time, it's like, well, you know, like there are like again, like I would say I wouldn't do that shit. That's all I would say.
Look, man, I had a woman that was going to get her butt did. I ain't know. Now she said she had butt
His
injections
brother.
or whatever. She was very beautiful. Her butt was flat though. She didn't have what you call the black woman booty. She wanted a black woman booty. Now, shit, it didn't bother me. That's what she wanted. She was gonna be, I guess, I don't know who paid for it. I didn't pay for it, so I guess I didn't pay for it. She might have got with the man who did pay
You
for it.
benefited. You benefited. You benefited.
But I'm just saying, it didn't bother me. Shit, she wanted a black woman booty. Her booty was absolutely. She's absolutely beautiful. She had breasts. She had, but she didn't have a black woman booty. She said she wanted her booty to be a little bigger, and she used to go to the gym because she used to go to the gym and work out with me. She just didn't have no booty, and that's what she wanted. She was getting butt injections or something like that. It didn't bother me. I'm
So
just getting.
if that's what she wanted, so how are we blaming us, the social norms, for that?
Well, I'm not blaming black men. I mean, black men contribute, black women contribute. the media at large contributes. I mean, our entire society is basically structured at pressuring Black women to be a certain way or do certain things because we live in a racist, patriarchal society. But I think where we're finding common ground is, yes, I absolutely agree. You should try to, if you're going to travel out of the country, you should do research about the areas you're traveling to. You should always move with a purpose wherever you are. I mean, me and my dad are not disagreeing with that. It's just that when these type of situations happen, when Black people lose their life in violent ways, for the first prescription to be, like I described, Monday morning quarterbacking, and say, well, they should have done this, or I would have done this. Number one, there's no way to know that because you weren't in their situation. And number two, it just comes off as you blaming the victim, truthfully.
Brother, let me ask you a question.
In a certain way, it is. So
let me ask you a question.
I think that we can agree that you should always try to minimize how vulnerable you are to violence. But at the same time, we should also minimize, do everything in our power to minimize these pressures that are leading Black women to make these choices and risk their life.
Let me ask you a question. When you keep using that term Monday night quarterbacking, is that the first time we heard a Black woman going abroad and getting surgery and dying?
No.
So how are you saying we are Monday night quarterbacking if there's example of people dying when they were overseas to get those vanity surgeries?
Because, I mean, when you listen to this conversation, people are saying, I would have done this, or I was in this completely different place.
Because there's
I was in this completely different place, hundreds or thousands of miles away in this different situation. I reacted this way. This is what makes it Monday morning quarterbacking. When you start making prescriptions for what they should have done or giving examples that are completely different in this situation.
Wait.
I did this. Why couldn't they have made choices similar to mine?
But hold on a second. How is that saying I wouldn't have done the same thing if I said I was in a similar situation and I did something different?
Because the situation wasn't similar. I mean, you weren't looking for a medical clinic. You weren't in Matamoros, Mexico. People didn't start randomly shooting at you. Praise God. So, it's just a different situation.
I told you in New York, we are socialized to like Bakari saying that we scared. Like legit, you are socialized to be scared. Like motherfuckers is moving in New York. It's not like we are suspicious and paranoid. We don't know our neighbors. Like, yeah, we are going to be very different. Like even culturally, we're going to be very different from like generally Black Southerners, period. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing about like the idea that I would move exactly like a bunch of like it doesn't even make any sense. Like, of course I would move different. Like, I'll tell you this a fact. When I was in high school, I was feeling like I had a gym class. I was feeling myself, wore a muscle shirt, some motherfucker on the street, random, said, you think you strong? I'll fucking shoot you right now. Random Black man said he would shoot a high schooler, and I don't know how old he was, just because I was feeling myself with a muscle shirt. So yeah, we are actually disciplined to be like, we have different personalities. So yeah, I'm not walking around anywhere looking up at buildings. Like we are, like even if I go to Manhattan and I see skyscrapers, like a lot of us are told, don't even look up because then you look like a tourist. So there's definitely a different social behavior. So if you're telling me that these people lost their reception, they don't know where they're going and they're just driving around, like I would never do that shit. No.
But this is what makes it Monday morning quarterbacking. Like when you watch,
I'm telling you the truth.
But this is what makes it Monday morning quarterbacking, because the implication, or not even the implication, the direct message that you're trying to convey is that if they had behaved the way you're socialized to behave, they would still be alive.
Bro,
so I mean, the point is that it's not productive. It's not productive as far as how can we prevent this from happening again, especially when because the implication is that it's their fault that they died, and the truth is you don't know that. I mean, even if you weren't walking around, it's not like the cartel. It's not like the cartel has never kidnapped people who weren't walking around. So I just think that we
hold on.
Try not to talk over each other, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this last thing, and I'm gonna let Oni respond. I just think that the message we should be trying to convey is black women, you do not need to change your body, because just like you said, you were socialized to be afraid. Black women all over the world are socialized to be ashamed or hate their body. So I think that we should respond.
So they kids now, they babies,
Our response to this, yeah, from the time they're babies onward. And I think that our response to these types of incidents should be, black women, you do not have to do this to get a man or impress your man. You do not have to do this to be loved and love yourself. And when you're traveling, and if you do choose to travel for whatever reason, you should always be careful. I don't think that we should address it as I would do this and this and this, and I would make it home.
So you said, so if I say, so you telling me I should tell a woman to be careful, but I don't know what being careful is.
Oh, I didn't say you don't know what being careful is, but
So,
but you're not telling a woman to be careful. We're having a conversation about a black woman and a black man who lost their life, and you're saying if they had behaved like me, they would have been alive.
If you're not driving around gang territory without reception, without cell phone, like yeah, you're gonna be. I told you, my ex-girlfriend was in Mexico. She walked up on the cartel and they was ready to shoot her ass off.
But they didn't start shooting, so it's not the same situation as this. The situation literally is they get out the car and they're barraged by bullets. A random Mexican woman died. A random Mexican woman died as well, who was a block and a half away. So these are high-powered military-grade weapons. And you get out the car and people just start shooting at you because you're black. The idea that there's something they could have done differently, or if they were from New York, they would have made it home. Like it's just not productive. It's the victim blame.
All right.
There's a thing called wait, hold on a second. Let me say this. There's a thing called the butterfly effect, where one change can make everything different. That's the truth. Like life is not. Nothing is set in stone. So yes, you change a variable and everything is different. Absolutely.
And this is the last thing I'm gonna say.
The idea that you cannot change a variable and have a difference is fatalist and it's not realistic.
But this is what I'm gonna say, and we can move on. Looking back at these situations and trying to figure out which variable it could be, retroactively is the definition of Monday morning quarterback.
Yo, let me say one thing. If they didn't go to Mexico, would they still be alive?
No, not according to him.
No, that's what I'm asking. If they didn't go to Mexico, I don't understand. This brother is saying what Monday.
But that's Monday morning quarterbacking. You're choosing that retroactively.
Let me finish, bro.
This is the variable that would have kept them alive.
You just ask him a question and he answering your question.
Yeah, you said how is that Monday morning?
But it is not Monday night quarterbacking if there's examples of people going away to certain stuff and certain stuff happening to them. You don't. If they don't go get that butt surgery, all two men, both the two men are alive, or these people are alive. That's not Monday night quarterbacking. That's just facts.
Well, even if you think that's facts, retroactively going back and trying to choose the variable that would have kept them alive, especially when you place yourself in this situation or compare it to situations that are completely different. I mean, that's just the definition of Monday morning quarterback.
No, you got
If you call it Monday night quarterback, I'm doing it all day. It was a dumb thing to do, and then I'm not saying it's a tragedy. Yes, that they died, but that was a dumb decision. She could have went to the gym, and as a husband,
but she didn't.
But she didn't. Women like that.
But she didn't, and she's gone. And the fact of the matter is, more black women will be gone until we really address the issue that's causing it.
She's not dead. It's the two guys who were with her is dead, and that's what makes it bad for me.
I read that it was one man and one woman. Maybe I was incorrect.
No, there was no woman.
Okay, so it's just the two men.
It was three dudes, and two of them died, and they died senselessly. You know, and that's the tragedy here.
That's what I find people are not talking about. A woman went for a BBL and got two guys caught up and killed.
But that's what I was talking about, Goku. Why is this exact? You're right. They're not talking about that. This Gasimov said this. Gasimov said, if you go in there to protect them, but you have no weapon, you go into a sketchy situation, but you have no weapon. What are we thinking about? The cutter will chop you up and hang your limbs for everybody to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but if they had stayed here, but staying in America don't necessarily mean they would be alive. I wish they was like still, but they not. But being here, people get killed here every day, and we still look by racist folks, and we still look for reasons. Because I'm gonna just go back to my original point, and we
But that's
still
not,
look for
you're going to
reasons.
that point over and over again, but that's not the point I'm saying.
I know, and I'm gonna keep going to it because y'all scared to touch on it, and we still look for reasons to try to figure out. Let's find all the evidence to show what they did wrong, and this is why they are dead, because they did all of this wrong. I've been in all those situations, man, and we can sit here, we can blame whoever and do whatever. At age 19, I was facing 20 years in prison, kick the door, hold a double-barrel shotgun and a motherfucker mouth. So all this stuff, man, this life folks talk about, I'm walking around with a bullet in me right now. I've been cut. It's been a whole lot, all this stuff we talking about, man, but then when you look to blame folks, because folks could, and I thank God my life flashed before my eyes when I was right there and I didn't pull that trigger. But we
gotta talk about that story. We gotta talk about that. I never had that shit.
We can look and we can blame whoever. People probably would have figured out a way to blame him. Well, what did he do to make him go up in that house and put that sawed off in his mouth? You understand what I'm saying? No, man. We got to start looking at why are people getting killed? Why are people killing?
People like
you know what? I done lived this life my whole life, but at the same time, I've done stuff too. So, but why are we still looking? When I got shot, people looking, well, what were you doing to get shot? That's what they asked me. What were you doing to get shot in the back? I was running from a motherfucker with a gun. That's what I was doing. That's how I got shot in the back. The story is a little bit longer, a little bit deeper than that. But what I'm saying is we always look for reasons to figure out how why the victim got victimized. We never look to see, we never look at the people that did it and say, what the hell? Another black person dead. We trying to conspiracy our way out of every damn thing. And the more I hear, it sounds like we're trying to conspiracy our way out of saying eventually black folks gonna have to get suited and booted, team up, and be ready to protect themselves.
Yeah, let me address that because we do have to move on to the next prompt. But let me just say, me personally, I think I do try to understand this conversation. I'll just say this and move on to the next prompt. I think there's potentially two different things being discussed here. I think if I know that a certain street is dangerous, for example, and I tell my kids don't ever walk down that street, I don't think, and they do, they end up walking down that street knowing what it is, and they get hurt or something. I don't think it's wrong of me to say, yo, didn't I tell you not to do that? Like, didn't I tell you about the dangers of that street? So I'm trying to figure out what is it that we can critique with black folks and what is it that we can't critique with black folks, all in the name of, this paradigm that we're in. Are we culpable in anything that we do? Like, is there anything we could criticize our people with? And I think that's something that I'm trying to get to the bottom of, but these conversations for some reason never really touch on that. But we'll try to bring this back up again. I got to move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4.
Hey, let me say this quickly.
You don't criticize people for
No. I'm going to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. There's nothing again about it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4.
No, we gotta move. We gotta move, man. Let's move.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Who is to blame for this? Kanye or Kim? So let's change the energy up, I guess, a little bit. This comes with a link, takes us to YouTube. Looks like it's a YouTube short.
Just got off the phone with Kim. I told her to stop antagonizing me with this TikTok thing. I said it's never again. I am her father. I know y'all don't respect fathers and the idea of family, and media tries to promote something. I said I'm not allowing my daughter to be used by TikTok, to be used by Disney. I have a say-so. Just got off the phone with Kim. I told her to stop antagonizing me with this TikTok thing. I said it's never again. I am her father. I know y'all don't respect fathers and the idea of family, and media tries to promote something. I said, I'm not allowing my daughter to be used by TikTok, to be used by Disney. I have a say-so.
Yeah, so that's Kanye.
Just got off the phone with Kim. I told her.
That's Kanye with the nonsense there. So I guess this is a little bit of celebrity stuff we're going to deal with, I guess. Who is to blame here? Kanye or Kim? I'm going to start with Carl Hezekiah. Carl, what's it?
You know, my own personal opinion of Kanye is going to probably cloud my opinion on this whole situation because I hate Kanye. You know, I wish he died in grease fire, if I'm being honest. But, you know, his comments about, you know, black people they really rubbed me the wrong way. So I guess the little girls on TikTok shaking her behind. I mean, I think it's both parents' fault. You know, we have to be careful what we expose our kids to at a certain age. I don't know. I mean, it's Kanye West. I really could care less. But I mean, you know, I think as a parent, you know, you got to be careful what you let your kids look at and what they engage in. You know, you have to have locks on certain things and parental guides because there's a lot of media out here that children don't really need to see. They don't really need to absorb. And I guess maybe Kim's not taking that into account. That's something they should really have a talk about because it's not. He has a right. He's right. He is a father. He has a right to determine what's best for his children and what type of media they need to be exposed to. So, you know, Kim needs to understand that. And I think he got lawyers. They need to sit down and hammer something. I don't think social media is the way to do it. He got the money. He got the lawyers. Got to sit down and come up with what is best, what is allowed, and what's not allowed. Because there's some things on Twitter or TikTok or Facebook, and you know, kids just don't need to see. My son is 19. He's grown. I can't really determine that. When he was younger, I didn't let him get on every app. He wasn't allowed to, you know, see certain things, Twitter and Instagram. You know, there's some stuff he's just not down for the consumption of children. So I think that both of them need to really sit down. But I think Kim is primarily the custodial parent. So I would definitely look towards her as being the one who has to say something. But honestly, I don't think she really cares because in her mind, you know, she's a custodial parent. She's probably grooming these kids to get their own reality show sooner or later. Knowing her, you know, she's going to try to make some money from these kids, and maybe Kanye wants to avoid his daughters or his sons being exposed like that. And he's their father. He has a right to do that, but you know, that's just kind of how I think about that. You know, I'm not a fan of Kanye, as I said before. I feel like his comments about black people, slavery with the children, is so disrespectful. But in this, you know, maybe he's right. You know, he needs to talk to Kim. If she won't listen, you know, get them lawyers involved. Sit down and just determine what's best for the children as far as their media consumption. Because you know, but she's grooming these kids. They're gonna have a show soon, no doubt. All right, so that's just my thoughts on that.
I appreciate that, Carl. Yona B in the chat says, I do feel it for Kanye, but that hot little mama is like many young girls here in her age right now. Lero says North is going to follow the footsteps of her mama. Whatever her mama allows, she will do. That's his baby mom's. Kind of late for that to be a concern given who she is. Nama X said, even though I could care less about this quote-unquote celebrity, it's good to discuss it outside of the celebrity paradigm. I agree with that too. A lot of people don't get that too, by the way. Now Max says if I was divorced with a baby mama, yeah, I just use the courts to get custody. Gas is talking to Lero, and Nama said he'll use this video as evidence. Let's hear next from Kibwe. Kibwe, what say you to this?
So I absolutely agree with Carl said as far as, you know, Kanye's overall effect in the media. But I think this specific issue really is a non-issue. I mean, I don't know how old his daughter is, but I mean, she looked to be like maybe like 12 years old or something like that. I mean, so the girl she's dressed up as and is hanging with the picture is Ice Spice, who's like a rapper. She's a female artist. She makes like, you know, like girly music. I mean, I don't really think her enjoying this girl's music or dressing up as her or dancing to her song is really inappropriate. I think she's just a fan of her music, which is fine. Now, I understand his point about maybe not wanting his daughter on social media, because as you know, there's a lot of sick people on social media, and especially because of who this little girl's parents are, she probably could receive a lot of harassment. If she has her own social media account with access to it and all that. So I understand him from that point of view, but I think the idea that the video is inappropriate, I think that's kind of a bit too much.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's have from Tanzania.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say is that unfortunately in this country, the custodial parent is the one who makes the decisions. So, being that she has the children, I think she'll be the one who's going to, affect them or influence them far more than him. And the most that he can do is just, try to do it in his way. So, and then the other thing is this also. Yeah, it's a shame what she's doing, but at the same time, I know, yes, the women should get on the women, and I never nobody ever expected her to be different. Kanye seemed more like he had a sensible brain on his shoulders than him. So I think that what she's doing is wrong. She should at least consider and protect her children, not even about her and the husband, but she should think of a lot of celebrity children. Actually, a lot of children are protected from from this online, being exposed online too early. It's not good for them. It's not good for their esteem and for their growing up. Even just regular children, we've all had cases where young children, sometimes they even do drastic things just from online bullying. So you don't know what kind of effect this has on young minds. So it's very sad about what's happening to the children. But then again, it's really no surprise knowing what kind of a person she was before and the family and what they've done afterwards. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. Brother Bakari, what say you to this?
Once again, Kanye Kardashian, I really don't give a damn. But in that little video, I really didn't see nothing the little girl did. Shit. What did she do? She put on the wig and the makeup and got on a sweatsuit, then turned around and started talking to her friend of you don't want them on these apps, you don't want them on social media. At 12 years old, take the shit away. But for Kanye Kardashian, what his his ex, well, the woman that left him for the white boy, shit, how did she get famous? Shit, by doing a sex tape. That's how she got famous and got rich, and that's what he chose to marry. So I'm gonna be honest, and once again, I really don't give a damn about Kanye Kardashian or any of his problems. His problems. But I'm being honest, when you look at the video, did the little girl turn and bend over and twerk, shake her little ass? Did she do anything? I'm just being honest. I don't know. It's not my child. My kids went on no TikTok or nothing like that when they were 12 years old. So, but hey, those their children. Hey, get it how they want to get it. He said grooming it and make money. That's what Carr said. Uh, kind of agree. I don't know how old she was when she did that sex tape, but she became a billionaire from it. So hey, it is what it is. She know you can. She know white folks can make money on social media, being whatever it is they do. But hey, she ain't no black woman, so ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody on here gonna say nothing about the woman because she ain't black. So She ain't a black woman, so she can get a pass. But I don't give a damn about her or Kanye Kardashian.
Let me mix it up a little bit here. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so like what Brother Bakari was saying, this video seems pretty tame. If there was gonna be outrage over a video, I would think like maybe if she was like in a bikini or some shit, then I'd be like, damn, why is she in a bikini or some shit? But like it seems like a little girl hanging out with her friend, just being a little girl hanging out with her friend. I like another thing is the whole custodial parent situation. Like when you're not the custodial parent, one of the things that people who are because I happen to be a custodial parent, right? So one of the things that really does irk me is when you have that helicopter co-parent, the helicopter co-parent who's like, no, do this shit, do that shit, do this shit. And it's like, if you like, why don't you do the shit? But when it comes to like Kanye West, like other people are saying, like Kanye West is a dumbass, now, I mean, because like I said, you really have to you have to vet your relationship. The woman in question has like apparently the sex tape was like a secret tape, nobody was supposed to get it. And her own mother was like, release this shit and let me show you how to publicize it so that you could get famous, so you could get money. Like these people made a whole media empire through social media, through videos, through so on and so forth. Like it's almost like you had to have known that this is what was going to happen to you. But it's not even like, but like it gets even crazier when you guys, because I don't listen to Kanye West, but I think I heard like maybe 3 of his songs or 4 of his songs. But one of them that people listen to back, I guess look like 2005, was this song called Gold Digger, right? And I decided, let me look up these lyrics. I want you guys to hear these lyrics right here, right? So he says, my psychic, right? So basically it's supernatural type shit, but he's saying that somebody communicates to him about his future, right? Now listen to what he says. This is the song Gold Digger. He says, my psychic told me she will have an ass like Serena, Trina, Jennifer Lopez, and then 4 kids, and I gotta take all they bad asses to showbiz. Okay, so he's saying somebody told him, maybe not somebody told him, because that's like obviously bullshit, right? But he is saying in his song that he suspects that he's gonna go for a woman with a big butt, right? He's gonna have 4 kids, and they're gonna be badasses that he's gonna have to take to showbiz. In a song in 2005, and then he goes and marries this woman. This is a song where he says at some point you could leave the black woman you with for a white girl type shit, right? He leaves the black girl he's with for a white, well, not a black girl, but he leaves the girl he's with for the Kim Kardashian, who's famous for her BBL, right? And then he goes and has 4 kids. Like it's like first off, like how stupid do you have to be to write a song about gold diggers? Write a song about how women with gold diggers will want to use the husband's wealth for their kid to get through, like get economically whatever. How stupid do you have to be to not vet your women when you have a song about vetting your women? And then now he's gonna come up and cry about how he didn't, he basically chose the worst woman in popular media that you could have chosen. Like there was no redeemable quality about Jennifer, I mean, whatever her name is. I don't even what was it? Kim Kardashian. There was no redeemable quality about her. All that anybody ever knew about her was that she would just run through basketball players or some shit. She was not a prize, or basketball players would run through her. She was not a prize. She was not a winner. She was not a so on and so forth. She did have money, sure, but she was like on a media, of course your daughter is gonna go through this kind of stuff. And like I said, this video seems pretty tame. I mean, and so like I wouldn't be the one that I would necessarily, because again, like the white woman says, Cyndi Lauper, girls just want to have fun type stuff. Like if she's like, because I know that even Obama's daughter was just like chilling in a music video, or maybe she was like smoking a cigarette and people was like up in flames. Like, how could you do that? And it's like, realistically, you know, you're in the 21st century. You know, you're not, you know, you can't have the like as much as you may want to be a dictator, it's like it's not that easy. As long as the kid's not, you know, showing any sort of nudity, like I don't know, because like even my son, he was young, but it's like I like this boy could just like fine, like he would wake up early and like turn on the computer, you know, and he's as long as he's not watching anything inappropriate and he's not, you know, he's watching like kid shit. But if he's not like, it's like you can't, like you could think about micromanaging, but again, like if you're not that parent, you know, if you're not that parent, then it's like, come on, chillax. You know what I'm saying? Because like for instance, for if I were to be like, hey son, you can't go on any sort of so forth, I would either have to wake up earlier than my boy, right? Or I'd have to like plug out everything until like every freaking night, you know? And so if his mother was like, hey, don't let him do XYZ, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna wake up every fucking morning earlier than him because he's gonna find a way to wake up earlier than me. And then two, I'm not gonna plug out everything type shit, you know, and like because it's not even that serious, you know. Her doing this video is not that serious. Like it's really like it's not that serious. I could see how somebody could be like, well, Ice Spice produces adult content and Ice Spice shakes her ass and all that kind of stuff and make, you know, and if you're like familiar with Ice Spice, because I'm not really familiar with Ice Spice, but if you're familiar with Ice Spice and the lyrics that she says, which is probably vulgar, probably not appropriate for a kid, then I could see if somebody is going to, you know, add more meaning to this video, right? But I also understand that when I was, you know, her age, the girls liked Beyonce. They liked Bootylicious. They liked, I mean, it's like, it's not, it was, and if you go over the music that we used to listen to as kids, they weren't kids' music. You know, Tupac, like I like Tupac, I like Biggie. I used to rap his lyrics, you know, in school, you know, or 50 Cents, you know, whatever. Like these were not kid lyrics. These were grown ass, terrible, deplorable shit, and we just sang it. So like a girl just, you know, like literally just doing the most innocent thing, you know, just making a video because this is the era of that. Like I'm not gonna like lose my brains, and I'm not really going to expect. Neither am I going to expect Kim Kardashian to you know, to be actively taking her phone from this girl for that. But also I don't expect her, like I don't expect her to put that kind of energy, but I also don't see how Kim Kardashian would register this as bad when Kim Kardashian like releases a fucking sex tape on purpose for money, you know? Right. I'm not whatever.
Right. No, that last point stuck. You sucked the landing with that last point there. This chick blew up off her own sex tape, man. She ain't really, this ain't a ping on her radar at all, you know.
No, but check this out. Her mother, like her mother released the sex tape for her, so it's like Kim Kardashian feels like she's being a good mother, because if it were her mother, if it was Kim Kardashian's mother, she would be telling her daughter, this girl this age, to do a sex tape type shit. So Kim Kardashian's like I mean, obviously I'm not gonna, you know, fall into what Bakari said about not saying nothing bad about Kim Kardashian. I mean, there's a lot of bad things about Kim Kardashian. I don't like her. I never liked that lady.
Can I go quick before I have to step off real quick? This is embarrassing. That little girl, that video, Ice Spice, whatever her name is, she makes adult content. A 12-year-old child should not be singing any song from her. This is crazy. I blame Kanye West for this because he's the one that chose to marry the whore. Who did he expect to be raising his parents? Kanye West is responsible for this. The black man is responsible for doing this because out of the day, because before, like Oni just said, he used to date black women. If you chose a quality black woman, that would have never happened. Yes, he did. His first girlfriend was black. Again, for somebody for Oni,
I used to date black women. I still date black women.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I'm about to get off.
I used to.
Yes, she did. Oh, anyway, for somebody to say that, how can we control that? You're the father. You're the parent. You get the fuck up at the time and keep the child from watching that. How come it's only black people that are saying, we can't control that? Asian people control their kids. The Middle Eastern, Saudi Arabian, the Arabs control their kids. The Jewish people control their kids. So I'm going to get off and say this. I'll be back after that. But I'm going to say Kanye West is responsible for this 100%. You chose who you chose to be the mother of your children. For him to carry on like I don't know, that's your fault, bro. You're gonna have to hold this L if you really care. But again, it's all psyop BS. He knows what he was doing. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. I think back to the question. Hey, like Oni said, she released a sex tape, and Bakari said. So what did you expect for her to do with her daughter? She's gonna carry on that harlot behavior to your daughter. So Kanye West needs to take that L. I'm sorry, guys. I had to go. I went before, but I have to get. I'll be listening.
All right, appreciate that, Azuli. Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable, Bwana Gaziki.
Yeah, so I blame Kim Kardashian completely for what's going on with her daughters. You know, she is the mother of the kids, and I blame her completely. My brother Bakari say, you know, we always find ways to point to black folks in terms of things going awry. And if she is the mother of these kids, and like I don't really see nothing wrong with this video. But if she is the mother of the kids and she has complete responsibility over them, I think that she should do things to ensure that these kids are protected. Like, I don't see nothing wrong with this video. And if this mother chooses not to listen to her ex-spouse, you know, the onus is still on her as well. You know, so, you know, I blame her completely over what's going on. And with his ratting, I mean, he could make all the statements he wants to make, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you know, the buck stops at Kim Kardashian. So, you know, whatever happens to her children, you know, she is responsible. I would say though, it must be. She's coming from a situation where her mom, you know, was sleeping with O.J. Simpson and all, and doing all manner of things with Nicole Simpson back in the day. Nicole Simpson wrote a book in terms of what these people used to get into, and Kim Kardashian carried on the same tradition. And hopefully, you know, I wouldn't want to see her children, you know, be out there for the streets, but you know, the likelihood of that is possible. So, you know, I blame her completely. This guy is just a concerned dad, you know, even though, you know, one would say that, you know, well, he put himself in a situation where he married a white lady, and you know, he knew that his dad-in-law was a cross-dresser, and his wife wasn't, you know, she wasn't the most moral person in the world in terms of what we consider to be morals. But you know, like I say, I don't want to find reasons to point to what black people do and make it seem like we crazy. So I would blame Kim Kardashian completely for what's going on with her children. I'll end it there.
Bonnie, did you do something with your setup? Because you're coming in a little distorted, I think.
Can you hear me now? 1, 2.
Yeah,
1, 2.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit clearer now, right, guys?
Yeah. So y'all heard everything I said, right?
Yeah, we heard it. There was just a little effect on it.
Yeah,
sound like Tender Talk.
I heard you try to call me out and distort my words, but that's okay.
No, I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not. You tell me, and I follow instructions. I'm being on code.
Oh, well.
I'm being on code. The code is do not point to black folks no always find a reason. So if I have to find a reason, I can point to her completely. You know what I mean? We gonna do it that way. We'll do it.
Black folks get killed.
Yeah, I do stupid shit. I do stupid shit too.
Hey, but that's okay. But one of y'all supposed to come back. That's cool.
Nah. No. I being on code.
That's cool. Like, you know, like y'all boy Gas, who's scared to come on the panel, but he'll sit down there and type stuff. But that's cool.
Now he'll throw shots later, but I just but no. Let me be honest. Brother Bakari. Now, Brother Bakari, you know full well, just like I use call this man. Who you call him? Kanye Kardashian. You know full well this man married this white lady who is married. She's off for 2 times over. He married 2 basketball players. Her daddy is a freaking cross-dressing whatever. Her mommy, you know about O.J. Simpson because you old enough to know about O.J. Simpson and when Nicole Simpson used to get into with her mommy. You know what I mean? They have a history. So you know that going into that scenario, I'm thinking to myself, man, maybe this woman ain't the best woman for me. But for me to, and you understand all these things going into that situation. Now, I ain't saying he's to blame. I ain't saying he's to blame. I'm just saying it's very difficult for me to jump over that hump. But like you say to me tonight, and you robbed me out for it. You say we always find reasons to blame black folks for their the things that they put themselves into. I can point to Kim and I can say it's her fault. I can leave it there.
Celebrity worship syndrome. Take up for the celebrity, but we still gonna try to find reason when somebody get. I got you, Juwan. See,
Wait, I blame Kim 100%. You hear me say that today?
Worship syndrome. Celebrity worship syndrome. That's okay.
But you know what? I just want to put this in right quick because I will say, there were a couple of incidents, and not that I want to defend Kanye West, but truthfully, there were a couple of incidents maybe a couple of years ago where I will say, they were very biased against him and, didn't really, I think when them keeping him away from the kids was inappropriate. Like, for example, so Kim Kardashian was throwing a birthday party for one of the kids and they didn't let Kanye show up. I felt like that, but they had that Pete Davidson dude, he was there. I think that was inappropriate. I think when Pete Davidson got tattoos of the kids' initials on him, I think that was inappropriate. There was a photo that leaked. Pete Davidson was riding and had one of the daughters in his lap on a golf cart. I do think there have been times where Kanye West, was being denied from his kids, or where Kim was doing or was allowing inappropriate things to go on that were kind of disrespectful to Kanye as a father.
Now,
yeah, but
we're not getting celebrity talk.
I love people, right? Watch this. You know why I didn't know none of that? You know why he ain't discussed none of that with me?
Exactly.
Because you know what I would have said? Why the hell we give it?
I'm so confused. Like, he went straight up into the
I just be on social media, so it's like you see these types of things when they trend. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
we don't
I
get
ain't
that.
know none of that.
But like, I think I don't remember that shit. I vaguely remember that stuff, but like none of that stuff you said sound that serious. Pete Davidson can tattoo whatever the fuck he want. Like, that's his body. And as far as like having the girl sit on his lap, like, well, like maybe that's what she was like. I don't know. Like I said, people got to be serious and stop being childish in the sense that, like, for instance, if my son goes to his mother's house or whatever, and if she had a guy around, I'm sure that they'll do shit together, just the same as like when I had these women over. Like, it's not like I was like, oh, you can't be near my son or some shit. Like, sometimes you just got to be a grown up. Like, you got to be an adult, like when these girls, like when I had these women with me, like, yeah, they would do all sorts of stuff with my kid. Now, obviously to a limit, but like, I'm not gonna be all, oh no, what would my son's mother think? Like, no, you're a fucking adult, and like Kanye West sounds like if those are the stories, those are the complaints that I heard, like Kanye West sounds like a motherfucking kid, because it's like, it's not even that serious. If the mother is dating somebody else, right, then that's what happens. Like, that's what happens in a fucking divorce. You like, that's what happens.
When you marry into a circus, don't be surprised that your kids turn out as clowns. It's as simple as that.
Do we hear from
Kanye?
Huh? What'd you say?
No, Buana, so you blaming Kanye?
Yes,
No,
I said
I'm blaming Kim completely.
Tanzan, did we hear from you on this one?
Yes, I spoke earlier.
Okay, do you want to add anything else?
No, I think she's to blame. It's a shame she married him, but she's to blame. She has the child, and unfortunately, there's not much he can do. So, yeah.
All right. For time's sake, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. If anyone wants to join the panel, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Just click the link. You don't need anything extra, any extra software or hardware. Just click the link. You could join from your phone or your laptop, etc. Should be topic number 5 is the selective outrage of Chris Rock. Y'all drop a 2 in the chat if you watched Chris Rock's latest special on Netflix. In the meantime, let's watch this, and then we'll discuss it.
Has never been punched in the face.
He started off with jabs and then got juggy with it right to the jugular. And for Jada,
she hurt him way more than he hurt me.
A year of pent-up silence from Chris Rock erupted on stage.
Because everybody knows what the happened. Everybody that really knows.
As Chris insisted, the real person that Will should be mad at is his wife, after she cheated on him with R&B singer August Alsina.
His wife was her son's friend, okay?
Wabam! Okay. Now, Will and Jada had addressed that affair on Red Table Talk back in 2020.
I got into a different kind of entanglement with August.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes, it was a relationship.
Will Smith practices selective outrage. I didn't have any entanglements. Everybody in here have been cheated on. None of us have ever been interviewed by the person that cheated on us on television. I tried to call give him my condolences. He didn't pick up for me. Everybody called him a and who's he hit? Me.
Chris also appeared to single out Will's tearful appearance last year on The Daily Show.
That's not who I want to be.
I'm not a victim, baby. You will never see me on Oprah or Gail crying. You will never see it. Never gonna happen. I couldn't believe it, and I love Men in Black. No.
Now, Chris did not stop with Will. In fact, he ended the show with it. Before that, he took on Meghan Markle's claims of racism in the royal family.
I'm like, hey, if you black and you want to be accepted by your white in-laws, then you need to marry a Kardashian. Because they accept everybody.
Chris's live show was all the talk at LA's famed The Comedy Store, where Arsenio Hall gave us his take on the title, Selective Outrage.
It means that you could say something to me right now and I could kiss you, and somebody say the same thing to me later and I say, I'll kill you. You know, that's selective outrage. There's a producer at Extra right now saying, can't use none of that. Nah.
Fellow SNL alum David Spade told us Chris was ready for Netflix's first ever live event.
Chris is one of the top tier best out there. He had an hour ready. It's not always the case.
Dana Carvey weighed in on the timing of the stand-up show.
Was it an accident? It's right before a one-year anniversary of the slap heard around the world. Even Alex Murdaugh's trying to get this show.
And today, the man whom Will played in his Oscar-winning role in King Richard, Serena and Venus Williams' father, is speaking out on Good Morning Britain.
Do you still stand by him?
Yeah, I will stand by him. I think he done the best what he needs to do. But I never be discussed with Mr. Smith. Matter of fact, I appreciate Mr. Smith.
Just last week, Will made his first award show appearance since the slap at the African American Film Critics Association, where Will shared the lessons that he learned playing a former slave in Emancipation.
I will come back to you. It makes me teary right now, right? And there was a part of me that was grateful, right? That I got to really understand.
Courtney B. Vance and wife Angela Bassett attended the event. He spoke with Melvin at the American Black Film Festival Honors event last night.
Do you think now, as a community, now that he said his thing, Will said his thing, do you think that we'll be able to finally just let this go?
It'll go when it's time to go. It was a very traumatic thing we all went through for as a community, black, white, whatever. As a Hollywood community, it was a very big thing. And it's not going to go away just because we want it to go away.
And a lot of people go, Chris, how come you didn't do nothing back? Because I was raised. I got parents. And you know what my parents taught me? Don't fight in front of white people.
Yeah, I saw the special, and I thought that ending part there was weak. Don't fight in front of white people type stuff. I thought that was weak. I thought I thought this prompt was interesting. I didn't watch the clip until now, but yeah, there is that selective outrage that these folks have, and it's bothersome to me. Something Gas said in the chat. Something Gas said in the chat. I will put up here. That I actually agree with. He said Will Smith is the quintessential black man in America. Suffering is noble, according to them. And I'll tell you, I noticed that difference in America from, say, in the Caribbean. Men are looked at sternly for sure, but they're not looked at as expendable. You are a protector and a provider, sure. But that expendable thing, that thing where you just supposed to suffer and die, that I don't really remember that. I don't remember seeing that. But here in America, that's a thing, man. That's a heavy thing in America. In America, you're just supposed to be this dude who, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you just, you know what I mean? Like, you just have to just take it. It's weird. It's a weird thing. I find it very interesting. If you guys who are from the Caribbean or elsewhere, if you guys agree or disagree, let me know. Let me start with Tanzan this time. Tan, what are your thoughts?
Oh man. Well, firstly, I think he's really lost his comedic edge. It's really sad. Firstly, to come back to something a whole year after it was done, and it's just not a good showing for him. The second thing is, I don't know about this selective outrage. I mean, that was between a man and his wife. Whatever you felt about it, yeah, he, Will acted in a way against him. But whatever he chooses to do with his wife, that's his own business. You can't really tell people what to do when it comes to the two of them. So for him to say, oh, well, all this stuff she did to him and he slaps me, like, no, you're not on the same level as his woman. So I don't know why he would, choose to, to say one. Or maybe other people did other things. I don't know. So I really don't understand the whole thing. I don't know if he was comparing himself to her or whatever. But either way, I don't think anybody came off looking good in that whole scenario. Even though, Will, I don't know whether he stood up for her or he was whatever, but either way, he came off looking like he was defending somebody, a woman who had no honor to defend. And at that point, he should have, and I also, obviously, I don't have any, business telling somebody what to do, but if he wants to recover his reputation, it's sort of hypocritical for him to pretend that she's something that everybody knows that she's not. I mean, they have admitted it out in public. It's not like, insinuations or rumors and all that. If he wanted to keep his dignity, he should have, kept his privacy. But, he went there and he showed himself out. So, the selective outrage of Chris Rock, I don't know. I can't really speak on that. I think he's trying to compare two things which are incomparable. He should have talked about how he also appeared, in that respect. Whether the joke was funny or not, um, you can't really expect, or let's just assume that it was not fake. Let's assume that everything happened as we saw it, happen. Even if you say that whatever jokes you made about a man's wife, whether they are true or not, you still have to expect him to react. This is not, just, oh, this is a nice car or whatever. That's still his wife. That's still whatever relationship they have. So if you say something against somebody, whether it's to your wife, mother, or something, you should expect to be, to be handled, whether it's true or not. They are closer to each other than they are to you. So whether it was a good joke or a bad joke or whatever, I don't see, yeah, things should have happened exactly how they did, how they did, because he insulted a man's wife. A man, reacted in a physical way, which whether or not he should have done that, that's pretty still within the reasonable spectrum. And then he did not defend himself, which I think was the right thing to do, because he had already crossed the line by insulting the man's wife. So yeah, that's how I see it. I think that he has nothing to complain about, and yeah.
Thank you for that time. Carl, the selective outrage of Chris Rock. What say you to this?
Well, it's a little interesting to me. First of all, what the hell is Courtney B. Vance talking about? We were all traumatized. Are you serious? This is a bunch of dumb niggas beefing. I don't really see the problem with it. Just Hollywood stuff. I think Chris Rock does touch at a certain point. In a way, Will Smith was humiliated. I felt bad. I felt he was humiliated when his wife came out and admitted that she had sex with their son's friend. And it's so funny to me because if I would have had sex with one of my daughter's friends, how would that look? That would have been that would have been scandalous. So Will Chris Rock made a joke. He made a joke about her being GI Jane because she had a bald head. It wasn't anything. I didn't think it was that bad of a joke. It was kind of he could have said a lot worse. And Will Smith gets on stage in front of Oscar and he slaps him. Like, to me, that's a little crazy. So Chris Rock's comments about his selective outrage and who Will Smith was really mad at, I think he does have a point because I mean that joke to me wasn't that big of a joke to get up and slap somebody on national TV for. That would could have been a conversation. Hey man, my wife is dealing with alopecia. Could you apologize to her? That's kind of offensive towards her. And Chris Rock could have came, hey man, apologize, and the whole thing could have been smoothed over. Simple as that. Sometimes, you got to. Not every situation doesn't always require a closed fist or violence. That's my thoughts on that. The rest of the special I thought was pretty funny. I thought his comment about Meghan Markle was pretty funny because, first of all, Meghan Markle is not black. She's never claimed to be black in her life. She's always been a biracial. So I don't claim her. If she wants to be biracial, she can be biracial. If she went over there with the royal family and married into them, she got what she was looking for. Because come on, these are the original colonizers. What did she think was going to happen? So I thought that was a little interesting. But the whole thing with Chris Rock and Will, and it's not over. Will said he was sorry, but he's a comedian. He's gonna make jokes, and some of the parts was funny, some of it was not funny. But I think that his comments about the whole situation that's really who Will Smith is angry at because he's right. Who gets cheated on and then your wife asks you, how does it make you feel? And I was fucking another dude. Like that's kind of insulting. And this is not the first time Jada has said things kind of out the way to Will Smith. It's well known she carried the torch for Tupac still. Tupac been dead since 1996, so that's kind of a well known thing. So how do you compete with a dead man? How do you compete with a man who's passed on? You can't really compete with that. So Will probably feel some type of way. I think that honestly, once you cheat, then that should have been in the relationship. And the rumor is that they have an open relationship. Will slept with other women, but even if Will slept with other women, nobody knew about it. Will kept if he did his dirt, and I don't know what he did, but if he did his dirt, it wasn't all out in the open, like with Jada and August Alsina, who's now come out as bisexual. There's kids all over the place. So, I mean, he brought up a lot of interesting points, but I do think that, Will got to get his house in check, but he shouldn't have got there and slapped him. That was ridiculous. And Chris Rock has the right to respond. He's making money off of it. It's good entertainment as far as I'm concerned. So those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you for that, Carl. Bakari, I see gassed him up. He's throwing some jabs. What say you?
I don't know about to worry about their weakness that guys will be talking about. But anyway, selective outrage. So I don't even listen to Chris Rock. I don't think Chris Rock, I agree with Norma X. I don't think Chris Rock was a good comedian. So I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know he had a special coming on if I hadn't heard people talk about it. And I wouldn't have heard not one joke of it if people hadn't have played it. I don't have respect for nobody who would get in front of them white folks and say, well, they want to separate black folks. There's a difference in a black person and a nigga and so on and so forth. So selective outrage. He mad because Chris Rock slapped him. Me say because Will Smith slapped him, but he ain't got no problem with them white folks sitting up there on the couch with them Louis C.K. and them white folks calling him nigga and all that and cracking nigga jokes. He just laughing. So, well, you know, so I don't, so he got selective outrage as well. And it seemed like black people always select to have that outrage with other black people. But I have no respect. Like I said, I don't watch Chris Rock at all. He's not the only one that people like that I don't watch, but we ain't talking about them other ones right now. But no, like I said, I wouldn't have known. So selective outrage, he fit in that as well. Maybe Will Smith is mad with his wife, Jada Pinkett, and I don't know. She still got something for Tupac or not. I don't shit. I know folks have said that. They say it's, and, you know, it's just a thing. But that's their thing. How he handled it. There's some stuff that should have been checked with her. Like I'm going to be honest. I might have not slapped her, but I would have choked her. Said no, she trying to embarrass me. I'm just being honest because that's embarrassing. What he let her.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were
I'm shocked by that, Bakari, but go ahead then. Go ahead.
No, man, because that's absolutely embarrassing. So all the rage that, you know, it's one thing of me and my wife having a conversation. And you know, and I know it's easy for folks to say you walk away when you cheat, but how many of y'all cheated on y'all woman? And y'all woman, I ain't asking nobody to tell on themselves. That ain't what I'm doing right here. And you and your woman find out and y'all hold that conversation between y'all. Just y'all. Everybody don't know about that conversation. And she gave you another chance. So when people say I'm just gonna bounce when they cheat, it ain't always just it ain't always just that easy, especially if you in love with somebody. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just that easy. And he's already going through things with his wife, and now you get up here, you are adding to the insult, telling me my wife looked like some white woman named G.I. Jane. Now, you know, that's, and I agree with no, that's their relationship. I don't know what they did in their relationship. Like I said, don't care. But for Chris Rock to talk about selective outrage, and that's what Will Smith have, just go back and look at how white people have disrespected him. Shit, what he done played the woman. What that was, CB4, he played a woman at the end like he finna kiss the man. But then, like I said, the one that's worse than anything, how he sat up there and the white folk was calling him the N-word, and he ain't said nothing. So both of them have selective outrage, I guess. He mad because a black man slapped him, and a black man mad because a black man cracked a joke about his black wife. How about that? So everybody got selective outrage.
Can I go? Because I want to piggyback off what my dad said.
Yeah, I was actually coming to you next. Go ahead, Kibble.
Okay, cool. So first of all, you know, this whole thing, Chris Rock, Will Smith, the entanglement with Jada, these is just, you know, frivolous problems of the bourgeois. I mean, this is just, you know, it's just nonsense. But what I do think is important to speak about as far as this conversation goes is the character that Chris Rock plays in the media. And this is what I want to piggyback off what my dad said, because Chris Rock's comedy has always been him playing a specific character. And that character is this image of the good black person, quote unquote, the good boy. You know, there's a difference between, you know, those black people is niggas, but I'm black. Then he, you know, that's kind of been his entire, my mama raised me not to fight in front of white folks. That's kind of the role he plays as far as who he is as a comedian. So, and you know, the other comment he made was, I don't know if y'all heard about this comment. He said, oh yeah, I watched the Will Smith Slave movie so I could see him get whipped. I mean, this is just the character he plays as a comedian. That's who he is. He's supposed to be the good one. He's the one who goes up to Massa and says, hey, you know, black people are pretty bad, but not me. And so, that's just who he is. But on another note, I mean, as a man, I mean, all this stuff he's saying, it don't matter, because Will Smith walked up on stage and slapped the taste out your mouth in front of the whole world and you didn't do nothing. So all this is what little girls do, man. They get confronted, don't do nothing, then they turn around and want to talk all this noise and do a comedy special. You didn't want to do nothing special when that dude walked up and put them hands on you and put them paws on you. So at the end of the day, the selective outrage of Chris Rock is he's always going to select to be a pet of white supremacy. And when you're a pet of white supremacy, your targets can only be black people. I mean, this whole thing started with him choosing to pick on a black woman for no reason. So this is just who he is. This is the role he plays. This is what pets of white supremacy do. They kiss up to white folks and do whatever they tell them and obey when they're in their presence. And when a black person does anything to them, then it's a 2-year issue.
Thank you for that, Kidway. Lara in the chat said that Will not clown out behind Jada, though. We can call women dumb, but he was being loyal or whatever the fuck. Grown-ass man. Yeah, that goes back to that. And now, Max, I think you're correct. That the difference is there's a respect thing. There's something different. There's a respect thing for why we don't really view men as disposable like that. Let's go to Oni next. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so I don't know about this whole, he disrespected the black woman. I think I thought the joke was pretty tame. You know what I mean? I didn't even understand the reference. I was thinking of, I guess, G.I. Joe or something. I don't know. But actually, hold on a second. Before I get into it, who did Brother Bakari just say should have got choked? Was he saying that he would have walked on stage and choked Chris Rock on stage? What? Oh, wait, who did he say was supposed to get choked? I missed that. What was that? Nobody gonna answer? Okay.
Oh, I don't know who he said was
going to be. Bakari to speak. Go ahead, Bakari. Bakari not there?
I guess he's not going.
He said if Jada Pinkett embarrassed him, she would have got choked.
Yes, that's what he said.
Oh, okay. I was like, hold on a second. You told me that he would have choked Chris Rock over that joke? You imagine somebody, Will Smith, just walk up and choke that motherfucker on stage? That's crazy. But let me see. I don't know about choking her. Like I said, I would leave a woman. I ain't gonna hold you. Because it's too risky. It's too much like diseases and stuff play a role in that. But what can I say about Chris Rock? Yes, I heard those jokes. That last joke was so corny. And it was the corniness amplified because he threw down the mic. And it's you should have threw that mic down before you told that joke. You know what I'm saying? That was not funny. Well, don't fight in front of white folk. But yeah, I mean, his selective outrage, it's tough. The dude, he told a decent joke. I don't think people later on were like, oh no, she has alopecia, she has a hair. It's not that serious. Because she's a good looking woman. It's not like she's homely and her not having hair makes it bad. It's not you know what I mean? If she has, we were talking about the wigs and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I thought that she was repping natural hair for a minute. I didn't think she had any sort of hair insecurities. I was actually giving her props on that. Now I think what she did with Will Smith was really bad. Obviously, I don't know. I'll admit that I actually like the live action because I got a young son, so I was showing him the live action Aladdin, and I like that show. I was showing my son that shit, and then after that Alcina shit came out, or that entanglement thing came out, I was like, I don't know if I really want my son to watch this anymore. Because Will Smith really let us down as a man after that. So him walking up and slapping a dude. Now I don't want to get on Brother Bakari's bad side, even more. But when I saw that video initially, I was like, Will Smith was initially laughing, and then because everybody was kind of confused about what's going on, so we were kind of trying to be detectives. Will Smith was laughing at first, and then I guess he gets a side eye from thing, and that kind of told me he's gonna be in trouble when he gets home. So when he gets up and walks and slaps this dude, right? I don't think it was the right response, obviously, because the joke wasn't bad. It was funny. You were laughing. It was a decent joke. And like slapping a dude over like who's not really a threat to you type stuff. Like I know Walero does not like people using this word to describe somebody just walking up and slapping somebody, but like technically in the real world that's called assault. You know what I mean? Like it's just called assault. So it's just like a open crime. My thing with Chris Rock is, like me like even like these white folk were saying, like if somebody just walks up and assaults you on broad daylight, broad TV, broad like whatever, like you could just fucking press charges, especially since this guy's a fucking millionaire, because you don't want that shit happening to you. For Chris Rock to then sit down, not press charges, sit down and wait a damn year to like release a bunch of corny jokes on it and make it seem like that's just it's not a good look. I kind of liked him not being too loud about it, not being too vocal about it, but it's still like not a good look. Like, and I understand him saying, Will Smith is like much bigger than him. Will Smith like trained to be like he was playing in like Muhammad Ali's biopic or something, and he would have fucked up Chris Rock, easily, right? So like Chris Rock got away with just a slap, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, like I'm not really of the like I don't know what to say, but like I think Chris Rock handled it well by like getting the slap, just getting slapped, not falling over and just kind of taking it. But like again, I would say Will Smith was the wrong party. I don't want to go on Brother Carr's bad side and say I don't know what this woman, like why Will Smith felt the pressure to slap a woman like that. I mean to slap Chris Rock like that. I'm not gonna put any blame on Jada Pinkett, but I as I said, like I think it was weak of Chris Rock, but I don't know what else he could have done. He had to get back into his career and he had to address, pretty much being assaulted and not doing anything about it. Like would it have been better if he because I think honestly, I'll just say this. I think most people thought it was a part of the show, and it's possible that even Chris Rock thought it was a part of the show, because it was just so unusual. But like in retrospect, like I said, I know Larry was saying don't be police, but like, nah, if somebody's motherfucker, like I'm not saying I would press charges, not me personally, but like these are rich people, and your solution of being quiet and then making a special, being like, you're such a child, like that's because now if the motherfucker slaps you again, like what are we going to I'm saying? Like you didn't, like essentially now you can't be in the same space as this motherfucker now. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't bury the hatchet. Now you just kind of made it worse, So I don't know what to say.
All right, with that, let's hear from Bwana Hagaziki.
Oh gosh, Coco. I can't go laugh so much, man. These brothers stuff. Oh Jesus. Anyways, what I would say is I think that Chris Rock has, if he has selective outrage, I would say that he has selective criticism. And what the reason why I would say that is I did watch the special. I don't know if y'all ever watched it, but I did remember C.K. Lewis mentioning the word nigger, or calling him a nigger to his face. And Chris Rock kind of like took that on the chin. As a matter of fact, they laughed over it. They laughed about it. And I'm thinking to myself, in considering the historical situation that's went on in this country, to have a white man in 2020 something call you a nigger to your face, and you really, you know who was more offended by it? Jerry Seinfeld at the time. All of us sitting around one another. And he was more offended by that comment than Chris Rock was. I find it very interesting. And also when Chris Rock has these rants, he talks about the relationship between black folks and N-words. And he goes on a diatribe and talk about how these are the bad N-words and black folks don't think the same way. But he never makes the same kind of comparison, not only with white folks, but with Chinese folks and the Mexicans. You know what I mean? It's just, he has complete criticism. Now you could say that, well, he comes from that community, therefore he should criticize the community where he comes from. He sees better within that community, but he doesn't understand the white community. And even though he lives in a gated community, he doesn't understand the white community. So I find that he has not necessarily has the same kind of criticism with the white relationship that he's involved in intricately, considering the fact that he is white. He is a wealthy white black guy who really lives in white neighborhoods. So he sees the things that goes on there. Doesn't mention that at all. And also, I would have a selective criticism for the fact that my parents devalue me in a way to think that I shouldn't fight in front of white folks. When white folks are fighting in front of you all the time, they don't even think about it. They don't even think of that. The whole January 6th episode where the whole world see, the white folks attacking the Capitol, and they wasn't get concerned about the fact that they was attacking the Capitol in front of black. Do white folks care to the same degree in terms of being perceived in a way by black folks as black folks do in terms of how they perceived about white folks? Do they care as much? Of course not. Of course not. So why should you? And why should you indoctrinate your children in the same way and manner? So I just, like I said, I think that his jokes are really dated, and I think that he needs to get fresh jokes. But if I was to say that there's a selectivity in anything, I think that he has selective criticism because he doesn't go as hard in terms of criticizing the other people in the country as opposed to his own folks. So I will just leave it there to be brief.
Thanks for that, Buana. Let's welcome in Marcus Garvey is the way this week. Marcus Garvey is the way. How are you?
I'm good. How have you been?
Good, good.
In terms of this topic, I think when you see the Will Smith Chris Rock thing, to me it's just actors acting, probably putting on their best performance, without any Grammy awards or Oscar awards for it. Outside of that, Chris talking about his mom told him not to fight in front of white people. I mean, he called Jada a bitch or something like that over and over during the stand-up comedy. So clearly he can call a black woman a bitch in front of white people. And I didn't watch the stand-up, but I heard commentary on it. And I heard that he also made colorism jokes, which clearly he didn't mind doing in front of white people in the stand-up comedy. So at the end of the day, Jada did nothing to Chris. She did something to Will. Will is married to Jada. Nobody else is married to Jada. If Will wants to be with Jada, he has enough money to stay or leave. So our opinions about Jada and Will, we don't know what happens behind closed doors. We've seen Will kiss a man and that they had their open marriage. So we don't know what goes on. We only know what we've been told or what we've been shown. So who knows what makes their what grinds their gears. I mean, at the end of that might have turned on Will. We don't know. However, in terms of Chris Rock and his selective outrage, again, he didn't mind insulting a black woman, calling Jada a bitch in front of white people. So for him, if his whole life is to cater his behavior around white people's opinions, I mean, how does this make sense for a grown man? I mean, after a certain point in your life, who cares what white people think? I don't think you ever should, but I think he's at the age where who cares what white people thinks? Clearly, Chris Rock does. Clearly, Will didn't seem so much secure at that time. So that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way. Thanks for joining us, by the way. I'll give a few minutes. Any last thoughts on this topic? If not, we'll go to the next prompt.
You know what? I'm so out of touch with this celebrity thing, right? I remember I was just seeing people on because I don't follow the motherfuckers at all, public French. None of them, because they ain't nothing but regular folk, but black people just love them. But anyway, I digress. I was on Facebook and it was just a joke going around. you say you tell me you got an entanglement, it's about to be an estranglement. I'm like, man, what the hell is a damn entanglement? I had no idea. Man, that shit, I had to say that joke. They was putting that all over Facebook for at least a month before I figured out what folks was talking about. And I just, man, what the hell y'all talking about? What's an entanglement? Who entangled? What you talking? And they said, oh, that's what Jada Pinkett told Will Smith. She was messing with her son, and there was an entanglement. I'm like, oh, I said, she said, because I don't keep up with celebrities. I don't, you know. She's like, I said, yeah, you know, that was a good time. I probably would have been in jail because there probably would have been some choking going on. Me personally, don't mean I would have left my wife, but it would have been some choking going. But I just really don't know what be going. I really don't know what be going on with these people. I really don't even care what go on with these people. And I think black people, we need to get away from what we're worried about. And I ain't just this ain't got nothing to do with this prompt. I was just when they said the entanglement, when you showed the part where she said it was an entanglement, it just made me think about that. How I'm just way out of touch when it comes to certain things. When they come to talking about these damn celebrities, man, I have no idea what be going on for the most part. I'm just being honest.
Bakari, entanglement is rich black folks' word for saying that I committed adultery. The white folks have a pretty word for saying I cheated. They say I had an affair. You see how pretty that word's on? Affair. So the poor black people say, "Bitch, you cheated on me." No, but wealthy white people say they had an affair. So Jada Pinkett Smith, in watching that, she come up with a pretty word for cheating. She said, "Well, I didn't sleep with your son's friend or your son's guy friend or whatever. I had an entanglement." You see how pretty that word sound? This is what they do now. But I wanted to also say, because I didn't say this within my commentary. I did catch what Lance what's the lady's name, man? The pretty lady, pretty older lady, and her husband name is Lance. Whatever her name is. Her
Angela
name is
Bassett.
Angela Bassett.
Her husband.
I hope you catch her husband with the commentary. Like, we was traumatized by what Will Smith did, even if he was white or black or whatever. Did you catch that?
Yeah. He said the Hollywood community. He said the Hollywood community.
Yeah, whether they white, black, whatever. as if he's a part of that community. He's like white, black, whatever.
Yeah, I have no idea what the hell he was talking about. Then he said, the Hollywood community. Okay, but you know what? That's how they feel. They don't concerned about black folks. I don't concern myself with them. I'm being honest, man. More black folks need to just get to the point where anything Kanye Kardashian say should nobody even know. I'm just being honest. Should nobody know nothing this crazy ass say. The dude that played basketball, Kyrie Irving. 98% of these celebrities, black folks, I'm gonna say it now. It might hurt, but it's time to let them MNFers go. Because they let us go a long time ago, going back to Jack Johnson.
I agree.
Quick question: Why nobody seemed as equally perturbed by Epstein and Weinstein? Because they kept that all under covers. So, again, a selective outrage on the terms of Hollywood now, because I'm sure human trafficking and sexual assault should be more important than a slap.
Definitely, I agree with that. And you know what? I just want to take this opportunity to once again piggyback off what my dad was saying. I mean, the fact that I don't know who that was. I know he's a famous actor. I don't know his name. But the fact that he said that Will Smith slapping Chris Rock was a traumatic experience for the black community, it just really shows how out of touch these people are with the day-to-day lives and struggles of everyday working black people. I mean, their material interests are so completely removed and separate from black people's day-to-day life in the real world that, they think that these types of issues are traumatic for people who are struggling to pay their bills. So, I mean, it just goes to show that, these celebrities and wealthy people, I mean, the problems in their life, the things that they care about, their political interests are always antithetical to that of, everyday working people.
I appreciate that. Did I get everyone on that one? I think I did. If there's no last comments, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is, did Tariq take the bag? Did Tariq take the bag? You know what I want to do? Let me stretch my leg for a second. Let's do a station ID break. We'll be back in 1 minute.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Also, make sure to check out Brother Bakari podcast. He had a show earlier today. That was a good one. Check out Cassandra Cheek show. I think she was on earlier tonight. Check out the Forecast Radio, and of course, Tanzan African Mind. Like I promised, I'll have that spot done this week for sure. I'll have it out for next week. Make sure you guys sincerely, truly subscribe to all those channels. The discussions across all these different shows are good ones, man. And again, it sharpens you. It sharpens you nicely. So check out all of these programs. So should be sub number 6 is, did Tariq take the bag? This came with the link. We'll watch it and then we'll discuss.
Let me tell y'all something. I've gotten calls from these white networks wanting to put me on and give me a real big bag to get on TV and get out here and start throwing the bus with them. Let me tell y'all, think these folks haven't hit me up? When I start saying that I agree with Trump, do y'all Google that? Google Tariq Trump. Look at all the right-wing publications that jumped on that. Look at all of them that jumped on that. And I'm talking about especially a person like me, as black as I am. They would love for me to join with them to dump on some black immigrants. There's a huge bag for that. To put me on and give me a real big bag to get on TV and get out here and start throwing on and give me a real big bag to get on TV and get out here and start throwing a real big bag to get on TV and get out here and start throwing to get on TV and get out here and start throwing TV and get out here and start throwing
I don't know what the hell is going on here. Why does this keep repeating this one?
StreamYard doing you. It's doing you better than it do me, though. At least it didn't kick you out. It kicked me out.
Yeah, I don't understand. Let me try starting it over. Let me see if it was like some type of buffering issue or something.
black immigrants under the bus with them. Let me tell y'all, think these folks haven't hit me up? When I start saying that I agree with Trump, do y'all Google that? Google Tariq Trump. Look at all the right-wing publications that jumped on that. Look at all of them that jumped on that. And I'm talking about especially a person like me, as black as I am. They would love for me to join with them to dump on some black immigrants. There's a huge bag for that. To put me on and give me a real big bag to get on TV and get out here and start throwing
All right, I don't know what's going on there, but you guys get the gist of it. Did Tariq take the bag? Let me see where I start. Let me start with Kibwe this time around. Kibwe, what say you?
So I don't know if he took the bag or not. Like I don't know if he accepted that position on TV to talk bad about black immigrants, but I don't know why he's pretending like it's unique for the far right or the racist right wing of the political sphere to reach out to black people to spew rhetoric that enables their white supremacist beliefs. I mean, and the reason that they're reaching out to you to do that is because you already do. I mean, Tariq Nasheed already, I mean, he said it himself. He agrees with Donald Trump. I don't even know what he said he agrees with him about, but the fact that you up here, the fact that he was making that a part of his content, talking about how much he agrees with Donald Trump, we know the rhetoric he spews about, the xenophobic rhetoric he spews about black people who aren't African American. He's created this pseudo ethnicity of being a FBA, a foundational Black American. I don't know what that means. But I mean, the right wing is reaching out to him because he spews rhetoric that enables their beliefs. The same reason they reached out to Candace Owens, the same reason they reached out to Herschel Walker, the same reason they reached out to the two black women the first time Donald Trump ran for office. So I mean, I don't know why he's pretending like this wasn't intentional on his part.
All right, thank you for that, Kibwe. Let's hear from Carl next. Carl, what are your thoughts?
So I think we're going to find out, in maybe 20, 30 years that Tariq has been an agent the whole time. Uh, I really do believe that. I think this man, of course he took the bag. Of course he did. You, the way he changed so drastically. He went from being, making movies talking about the Haitian Revolution and all that other stuff to now, calling black immigrants tethers. It's obvious he took the bag. And to me, I feel like his actions are treasonous, especially in a time where we're seeing more outward manifestations of racism. We need to be united. And instead of him talking about our unity and how we can work together, because we have more things in common, black people, black immigrants, black Americans, we have more things in common than we have apart, you know. So instead of him trying to organize and unify us, he's trying to tear us apart. And that's exactly what was done in COINTELPRO. That's what Eldridge Cleaver did when he was with the Black Panthers. The whole divisive nature of what he's doing. So yeah, he took the bag. I mean, he's an obvious agent, and I'm frustrated because more people don't understand that this man is an agent and this man is working against our greater unity and working to find a common purpose. People still give this dude money for his museums and his films and all the other bullshit. This whole foundational Black American was just a reaction because he didn't get accepted into the whole ADOS thing, which is another COINTELPRO movement. Yvette Carnell already, she's already admitted she works for a right wing organization against immigration. So, this whole thing about him taking it back, of course he did. Look at this man tell me he wouldn't take the bag. He was a pimp by his own admission. Of course he would take the bag. So, a pimp gonna sell ass when gonna sell his ass when he has no other choice. So of course he did. He took the bag. I'm not even surprised by that. But we have to stop listening to the dude. He's an obvious agent working in detriment to our community. And I think more people need to realize that.
Thank you for that, Carl. Shout out to Akamfo saying peaceful greetings. I haven't seen Akamfo in a while. I know he's one of those Saturday night working folks. So I appreciate you passing through, stopping by. Let's go to Brother Bakari. Bakari, what say you?
Yeah, the only way if he didn't take the bag, that means there wasn't no bag there. Man, Tariq Nasheed and took. God damn it, I said that bastard name. That mother he took everybody bag. He done scammed black folks, the folks he called Foundation of Black America. He getting paid by them white folks, man. But he's been doing this. This is nothing new. That's why my homeboy, I told you, that's why my homie was surprised where it took me about 2.5 hours to figure out. But I'm literally being honest. I watched like 2.5 hours of him and said, this dude ain't nothing but a scam artist. I didn't give a damn about him doing those hidden color DVD. I didn't give a damn about that. Anything else he did. I have never purchased anything that guy did. My homeboy was laughing at me because he said, man, you the one who always got to show me when it comes to this stuff. You know, but not this. You showed me. He said, man, 20 minutes. All you got to do is just sit down. Look, see, this is my thing, right? I'm from a little country town called Glen Island, Mississippi, right? It's a small country town with big city problems. And one thing I don't understand about people from these big cities, how being from these big cities, they don't understand the hustle. When I ask, have y'all ever played 3-card Molly? Have you ever seen somebody playing 3-card Molly? See, we say Molly down south. It's 3-card Monty. My wife was from New York. She used to try to correct me. We say Molly. We weren't concerned about that. Chase the P. Or they out there with their card. You ever seen them with the 3 cards? You're trying to find the cards and they flipping the cards on. See, they're black. Black say you can't get your money back. See, I'm going to take red and I'm going to put it to bed. Now, if I'm out there and you listening to me and you know me, right? Koku, I got to let you win. I got to let Oni win. I got to let Carl win. Don't nobody know that I know Koku and Oni. I don't know Carl, but people don't know I know you and you. So I got to give the people something good to bring them. I'm going to give them something good in front of everybody. And what they're going to see is they're going to see me lose $100 to Oni, $100 to Koku, $200 to Carl. Because I don't know him. So I'm going to really lose big to him. But then the crazy people then you got Gas who don't know me, Gas, Lero, Norma, Keyboy, and everybody. They don't know me, but they just saw y'all win. Guess what they going to get down there and do? I been lost $400 to y'all, but I'm going to turn around and I'm going to win about $800 off them. So I'm going to give you something with those hidden colors. And some of that stuff that he was saying, that was the hustler giving you something publicly. So everybody can say, see, he is real. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. That's the hustler. Or if you play Chase the P, you shooting dice, 2 points for $1. Listen to what they're saying and watch the movement and think about when they're hustling. That's all it is. It's a hustle. So I'm going to look how high foundational whatever is about the museum with the Wikipedia print out pictures on the wall. They are happy. They ain't getting nothing from it. But he done gave them some. So now he gonna be able to get more. Me personally, I don't think he got all that money for that spot from black folks. I really don't. What, $1.8 million? I really don't think $1.8 million came from black people in 2 months for him to get that spot. I don't, that's me, right? But if you listen to him and you understand the hustle and you ever seen anybody hustle and you know what a hustle is and you listen to him, you can see his hustle all the time. So he got the white folks bag, he got the black folks bag, and he gonna get anybody else bag who's willing to put it there in front of him. He working for white folk, but he hustling. Black folk, working for white folk, hustling black folk. That's what he doing. I hear the mic.
Bakar, you know what I appreciated with your response there, and I hope others will do the same, is talk about the signs. I think a lot of us, we don't get the signs. We're not familiar. Like you said, if you're not familiar with the hustle, you won't see the signs. So I appreciate that. So let's mix it up. Let's go to Buana next. Buana, did Tariq take the bag?
Yes, I think that By the way, what Brother Bakari just said just now is a very profound thing, because I am ashamed to admit, I didn't see the hustle. I didn't see it, Brother Bakari. And unfortunately, it's people like me. I would have been one of them people, in playing a 3 card money game, who would have put my money down. You know what I mean? And I would have get taken, because I didn't see it coming. Not in a million years, man. So when he flipped it, I would have been, one of those people who would have get took, and there are many people like us out here who wouldn't have see 3 steps ahead of that situation or scenario to really say, well, this guy is just trying to hustle us. I didn't see it. I gotta see. And I also didn't reckon. I was so naive that I didn't know that there was so much money in black hate. I didn't well, and really that's a naive position, because when you watch the Hollywood, movies all the time, we are being denigrated and talked bad about, and there's always conflict. So there's someone at the end of that who's making millions of dollars off of that. So to see it in real life, happening, I shouldn't be surprised, but to the degree on which, the door that Tariq has opened in terms of the hatred that we have for one another, it's really been put on Front Street. I didn't know it was at the level that it's at, among us, internationally, so he has spoke to something that it was seething beneath the surface, that has really come to a head, and it's something that we really should have addressed and really wasn't talked about. So even on that level, if we are able to work out, some situation, because maybe uh, conflict is not always a bad thing. Maybe there are some things that should have been talked about and said and discussed, among us in our peculiar situation that we are in, that we really never talked about online, because we were so separated. And the fact that we have ultimately, this is our first time in having these discussions, there are some things that we really needed to work out. It's too bad it started from a hustle and a pimp, but these are discussions we should have been having a long, long time ago. We should have been working on a long, long, long time ago. But like I say, and I agree with you, I don't think that all of that money is coming or being sourced from black folks. I don't think so. I think that he have a strong white listenership that who would have contributed, because they want to foster this kind of bad relationship that we have among each other. They don't mind it. They don't. They sit back and they are entertained by it. So what's to say many white supremacists would have been paying into the Hidden History Museum and would want to prop him up, as they did with others. The guy and mentioned Candace Owens and Jesse Lee Peterson. They prop these people up. So I believe that he's taken the buy either directly or indirectly. I believe that there are people who are funding him behind the scenes. But like I say, I was naive, but I'm catching up. I'm a quick study and I'm a quick learner. So when I see these kinds of characters and cats again, and it's funny because my society have a lot of these gangsters as well. So I missed it. But as you say, he put out the candy, and everyone ran to try to get that candy, and at the end of the day, it ended up being it ended up being vinegar candy, and I didn't realize it, but I do realize it now, and I won't be so quick to fall into that trap again, because it was just, for me, it was just a new trap. It was a new trap, and I really was deceived initially, but like I say, man, I'm a quick study, and I learn quickly, and I like I say, what you said was very profound, and I'll have to take that into consideration. But it's not to say that I don't want to take the alternative position where when I see guys who that I believe are hustling for a good reason, to look at them with a jaundiced eye or look at them sideways. I don't want to have that position with all black people, but I would remember guys like this in the back of my mind, going forward. But like I say, I appreciate your commentary, brother. I'll stop there.
Thank you for that, Buana. In the chat, a lot of good conversations. One thing I wanted to point out is Lero mentioned that she actually visited Umar's school, and she said it was a nice little building. So that's cool that someone actually went and took a look at it for themselves. I guess Gas is rooting for Tariq if he's not trolling. Trigger happy them are having their comments. So it's a good time in the chat. You guys could jump in the chat and see what the commentary is. Let's hear from Tanzan next. Tanzan, what say you?
I can't say I'm really partial to him from what I've done. I'm not a big fan, so obviously, I'm biased. But I think that pretty much everyone, a lot of the people that are allowed to be in the positions where they are is, it's due to somebody that, they must have made some deals with. I don't understand why, his popularity, but hey, there's a lot of things I don't know. But in terms of, taking the bag, I think he sees an opportunity and, he took it, and he understands, the kind of rhetoric that, is good for getting people and views and support and so on. So, hey, as for the museum, I was skeptical that it was going to be, to be built actually. So I was quite surprised that, an actual physical building came out. So that was quite a surprise. But in terms of taking the money, it's like I said, I don't like his methods, but at the same time, he didn't steal from people. He's not like the BLM people. People, gave him money voluntarily. So it's more of taking advantage of people's needs, or seeing something that I think for me, the part that I'm not really for him, it's okay to rally your people together, but not against another group. I think that for me, the most detrimental aspect of his work is that aspect of being against a certain group of people instead of looking at the main problem and facing that. So in that respect, I think that he's simply just using people's emotions and taking advantage of them in that aspect to for his own interests. But in terms of scamming, which is lying to people and telling them something that you don't do, I would have said that earlier if before the museum was built, but since he followed up with it, there's not too much I can say after that. And then but I will say that the two most important things that I don't support is the anti-African stance, and also the I guess the opportunism, the simply filling people up with talk and not really changing the culture for the better. I think it's mostly a lot of negativity and not a guideline or an aim and a vision of where to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Tan. People gave to BLM willingly too, though. So it's the same scam. They gave.
Oh, they did. Oh, okay, I thought they were
Willingly gave
funded
money
by.
in the
Okay.
millions to BLM.
Oh, okay. Then yes, I guess it's the same. Well, it's not. Well, at least he built a museum with it, and he produced documentaries and things like that. He actually has something to show for his work. So, yeah.
That's true. Noted. In the chat, Harsh Rowdy Podcast says D Web. So shout out to D Web. Says museums cost millions to maintain, even a modest sized one. Not to mention the LA property taxes. He basically bought a hall to rent out, like Trigger Happy 262 Plus said. Yeah, if you look at this thing, man, this guy has comedy shows and the shit now every week. It looks like it's just a lounge. And you know what gets me too, man? Real quick. This to me is one of the telltale signs of a grifter too. Tariq is a man in his early to mid 50s. why are you using the slang of like 18 and 19-year-old stuff, like this young kid stuff? It's because you're trying to relate, and like it's a real it's just so bothersome. You know, everything this dude says, oh, it's oppy, it's ops. It's like, why are you talking like that as a big grown man? I'm a little younger than him, and you don't hear me talking like that. Like, why are you talking like that? It's weird. But anyway, with all of that said, Oni, what are your thoughts? Did Tariq take the bag?
Oh yeah, of course. like it ain't even like that's not even a question. What I could say is this: that I think really one of the issues that we don't address enough is the age of consciousness that people have. So I'm gonna give Brother Bakari and I guess Keyway some props in the sense that they have younger ages of consciousness than most people. You know, Brother Bakari, and you know, Brother Bakari says that I think his father involved him in you know, like political, you know, activism, let's say, and obviously, you know, we can see what he's done with Keyway, right? Well, not him alone, but you know, I'm just saying, like, we can see that Keyway is a young man and he's on his shit, right? That said, you know, like I also not as young as Brother Bakari, and probably not as young as Keyway, you know, but you know, like I can remember back in high school, you know, having a sort of a political consciousness in regards to, you know, wanting to uplift black folk type stuff. But I could even say this: by the time I get to you know, my early 20s, I'm part of the United African Movement, right? I'm like the youngest person there, right? But the thing is that I could see the difference between a political activist or like a political, or like people who are involved in the movement, like people who are devoting themselves to the movement, and then the people on YouTube, you know, particularly like during the 125th Street, you know, what I don't know what they call them, I forgot what they call them, but you know, particularly that crowd, you know. So Tariq Nasheed shows up during the height of that, you know, Sarnetta nonsense. But by the time Sarnetta comes out, I don't watch any of it because I'm already involved in a serious political movement. You know, I'm already involved in with serious black people. You know, and I think somebody else told Keyway he should look into Alton Maddox Jr. That was a serious black lawyer. You know, a serious advocate for the people, did most of his cases pro bono type stuff. But the trouble with what happened with, you know, I'm just giving a little history, I guess. What happened with him was that he didn't want to you know, break, you know, whatever sort of, you know, rule at the demand of white folk, and so they just took his law license, you know. And then he hasn't been able to work in a legal profession for like a good, by the time I met him, it was like 20-30 years, you know. All the same, what I'm saying is that I peeped game from jump. When I first even heard of Hidden Colors, I was like, no, that's some old bullshit. I don't even want to get involved in that. Right? Somebody bought me, like burned a copy of it for me, and then, you know, gave it to me and said, you know, you got to watch this. I watched it and I'm just like, and you know, obviously, you know, Umar Johnson was there and he wasn't as bad as the rest of the people, but you know, you saw the other, you know, clowns more or less. But then Tariq Nasheed shows up. And I'm just like, why the fuck is this guy on this documentary? And you know, eventually it turned out it was he who produced it. But he even says, I'm a dating coach professional. And the kicker is that he's not even a dating coach professional. He's a motherfucking pimp wannabe who writes pimp fiction on how to get women by doing so and so forth. You know? He's like I saw a mile away he was a grifter because there was already a whole bunch of grifters already. But this is what I talk about with the age of consciousness. A lot of black folk didn't peep game. When BLM came out, I was like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? That's clearly a grift. A lot of black folk didn't peep game. Boyce Watkins, you know, Brother Polite, Tariq Nasheed, this person, that person. All of them was just a bunch of phonies, a bunch of clowns, right? But because black folk didn't receive that political education. You know, it's like, oh, you know, innocent until proven guilty type shit. You have to, like I said about how New Yorkers are, you have to be paranoid. I'm not saying, and a lot of New Yorkers didn't even peep that either. We didn't peep these people, but like I'll say this: my African American elder would tell me, the African American proverb, or a proverb here. She says, by the time the fools learn how the game is played, the players have already dispersed. Anybody, people should have peeped. Like, you don't have to look at this guy for 5 minutes without saying, what is your purpose? Because again, you know, one thing I always would stress back in the day: if you really want Black people to advance, what organization are you a part of? What are you organizing? What are you doing in that capacity? You know, because even back then when I was like I said, I was a part of the UAM. After I left the UAM, I made an organization, African Blood Siblings. Y'all heard about it, right? I did. Like, you had to be a part, and I was meeting every week like you're supposed to. You know, if this is an old ass man with money, right? Like, you got money, you got capital, you got so on and so forth. You should be advancing a real organization, and there should be something being done. But what we see, like I said, you should, like, people don't peep game, and people aren't really savvy. People don't really got political education. So any motherfucker can come right in front of you, right? And then tell you, man, you know, you great, and you this, and you that, and, you know, you built every blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, they say, well, you know, I'm selling t-shirts or some shit, or I got this documentary, you ain't gonna blah, blah. And then we gonna give them money, and then what? If you could only get out of this with an organized effort, right? If you can only get out of this with organization, what are you, like, that's it.
Only I liked every point you made, and you talked about something that I had reason to think about all this week. All this week I was thinking about this age of consciousness. I was thinking, for as long as consciousness been pushing, right? And, you know, it was before Garvey, but let's just even go back to this 100 years or so to Garvey. For as long as this thing has been pushing, why is it we don't have more youth who are conscious? And I was thinking about this because of a conversation this week, but also because in the past this came up about, you know, who's older and who's more conscious and this, that, and the other. And it makes me wonder, if we had people, a whole generation in the civil rights movement, and then a whole other generation in the roaring 20s and all that stuff, who are conscious and who are in organizations and who are pushing being organized, why is it that we're in this place now where, you know, it's still the case where most times you find someone coming into consciousness like 30 something, maybe even 40? Why is it we're not seeing the 18-year-olds in consciousness?
But let me just say before.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, you
Can I
answer
answer that right
it.
quick?
But let me just say before that, like, you got to give Brother Bakari his props, because not only did his pops do it, but he did it with his son. So you got to give him props for that. Also, Kiba, you got to give Kiba props. But
we giving Brother Bakari too much respect right now. We need to disrespect.
So watch this, right? So I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna say it. I said it earlier, and I'm gonna continue to say it. But now I'm gonna call it this. It's Willie Lynch. When the Willie Lynch book tell you, make the young fight the old, how can somebody be unconscious when you constantly hearing people, don't listen to your elders, they don't know nothing, they out of date, all that shit is old? How can you, when you constantly, yeah, I can take my son, I can take my children, and we can insulate a couple of our children, a couple of our youth from that. But the dumb bullshit, going to college is old. Doing this is old. Anything black folks do is old. Don't listen to old people. They out of date, but they take their ass to college. Nobody never out of date but their elders. Nobody ever out of date but black people. So you want to know the problem? That's the problem. We turn to fight each other. And I have my reasons why we fight each other, because we are scared of the people that created the problem. Anything that black people do is so being conscious, as y'all say, conscious. I really don't use the word conscious and woke to represent me for this conversation. I'll say conscious. So being conscious, Black power, red, black, and green, that shit is old. We need something new. So now you say, why do this old 50-year-old kid like, yo, what's up, you did? Them my ops you did. That nigga ain't nothing but a nerd you did. That's why he do it. So he can relate to young folks. So then they telling folks, don't listen to the other folks. That's why there's no conscience there. But you know what? When I said, I just sat back and let them, then all you got to do is listen. Listen to black people, the things that they say, what they talk about. That's all you have to do. It ain't just a preacher who say, thank God for slavery, because if it wasn't for slavery, I'd be in Africa worshiping the tree. I've heard some so-called conscious people say, you know, in America, and look at all this technology we got. Huh? The only thing they left off was if it wasn't for slavery. But basically, that's what's being said. Like I would do, and I love Real Black Gentleman, but in a sense, he compared Tariq Nasheed to Marcus Garvey and said it's basically the same.
I saw that.
Because in the end, it fell apart. It's not the same. Marcus Garvey they fed people. They built. They had the Black Cross nurses. They built a nursing school. They had a trade school. It's not in Virginia called Liberty University. The original Liberty College was owned by the UNIA in Virginia, so it's not the same. But for some strange reason, whether it's a social media celebrity or a television celebrity, so then we can skip and we talk about the preachers. Preachers are always talked about. Anybody that ever did good for black people in the past is always talked about. But even here in this chat, you'll find some people want to figure out a way to play offensive lineman and block for people like Tariq Nasheed and I said that bastard name, but it's people like him and people after him that want to tell you, don't listen to the elder black people. Don't listen to nothing they're saying. They don't relate to us. But when them young folks, when they get in trouble or when something go wrong, then they want to call the elder black folks and say, can you help me with this? I give people my age or who got you and I give them a little advice. You have to get to the point to where you can even tell your own child. And if my oldest child was here, he'll tell you what I told him. Help you twice. You don't listen. Dad, I ain't putting nothing else on no books ever. I ain't bailing nobody out of jail. I ain't putting nothing on no damn books. You're going to wish you had to listen. See how that works? So now you got a choice. Either you're going to just do and stay in there because I'm not doing it no more. You don't want to listen. You don't want to have you don't want to have respect. You don't want, so that's what it is. It's the Willie Lynch chip. Make the young generation fight the older generation. The young generation gonna seem like they know more. I'm not gonna stop calling old folks elders. They are somebody elder. They might not be your elder. They might not be your elder, Lero, but they are something. And that's the point. Why is it just so hard to respect a black person? Why is that just so hard to respect black people for black people? I have no idea. But that's why it's easily to get hustled. The person that's hustling you don't have no respect for you. When he said Brother Polite, and I don't know, I'm gonna say it again. Have y'all ever heard Brother Polite talk? When you hear him talk, he wants you to know what he's saying. He slow down. And so then you can hear all his new Wapianism and what he called himself New Covenant. But then when he didn't want you to know what he said, you got to pay attention to the cadence when they speak. So then he speed up a little bit. He was telling people about land he had in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, but the address is 26315. He gonna give you that. But everything before that and after that, he didn't want you to know. So he spoke real fast. Then he slowed down. Then he speak fast again. Then he throw in a big dictionary word that a lot of times is used out of context because they think that, man, you got to pay attention to everything when people out here hustling you. And boy, Morris Watkins, he's a hustler. That's why people like him, they're cowards because they're going to tell you as long as you make money, you're okay. Figure out a way to make some money. Then everything is going to be okay as long as you got money. As long as, man, you got to pay attention to everything. Listen, I don't know, man. Maybe I need to give a class. Maybe I need to give a class.
Maybe
I need to give a class. You know what? The harsh reality point. You can say they sold out. You can say a lot of them sold out, but all of them didn't. But I bet y'all don't ever say them white folk. When black folk get in trouble, them old white folks hit that damn gavel, reading that old ass law that old ass white people wrote and get their ass football numbers in jail. They don't never say nothing disrespectful about them. They only got smoke for black folk. And that's what I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about. But they ain't gonna ever get a smoke to the people that created this shit, that created the problems that we're going through. We got to fix them. Somebody else created them, but we can point fingers at black folk all day. Don't point none at them, because you point them at them, they might cut them off. I'm just saying. So that's the problem. That's why there ain't no consciousness, because people get tough. Man, I'm not trying to deal with them. I'm not trying to deal with them. You get tired of young folks thinking they can speak to you any kind of way. You get tired of young people thinking they can, and they only doing it to black people. Only doing it to black people. Only. And that's what I'm talking about.
Brother Bakari, as long as, see, I don't watch the noise in the marketplace. As long as I get the air, or we have the air, of people like he, when he was 19 years old, and he have an ear to listen to what people would consider a bunch of old fogies got to talk about on a Saturday night. On a Saturday night when he could be doing anything in the world, I know that our message is reaching someone where it's relatable to what they are hearing. So I don't mind the noise in the marketplace. I focus on
Stop writing,
people
bro.
I focus on people who are willing to listen, and it is what it is. I mean, the other people, if they decide to, when they get a little bit more maturity in terms of what we talk about, great. If they don't, well, it is what it is. See, these people criticize us, and they say
Hey,
that
wait, let me say this right quick. I don't mean to cut you off. See, harsh reality. I'm 51. I ain't got to the point. I don't care what other people youth do no more. My son is here with me. We can keep making excuses and say the youth don't want to listen. My son is here with me. My daughter listen to me. I'm cool. I got people in the community that listen to me. So we can keep saying what the youth, I don't care. Let the youth be the youth. Let them, they ain't got to listen to nobody.
Go ahead,
Got to listen to nobody.
like I say, these people, as long as people like Keithway is listening to us, he'll gather much wisdom from which people who've been on this planet longer than him have accrued over more years than he's been on this planet. So he'll be the beneficiary of not only his dad's intelligence and the wisdom that his dad would give him, but other men from other backgrounds and other different kinds of experiences. So he'll be more prepared than his competitors when it's his time. So I'm not worried about it. My job will be done. You know, people say that our dialogue is too intellectual. This is what they talk about. Our dialogue is too, and nobody want to listen. Don't you know they have think tanks in the United States of America and all over the world with very intelligent people dialoguing all the time of what they're gonna do with you, and you ain't having these kinds of conversations? You consider it to be, like I say, people consider it to be whatever it want to be. I'ma stay on message. I'ma stay on message. I'm not minding the noise in the marketplace. But I'll stop. I'll leave it alone.
Hey,
I just want to say something.
Watch this. I'm sorry, Carl. Go ahead.
No, I want to say that I think that I think only mentioned about the lack of political education, and just for me speaking personally, it's not so much that we do need political education. But I will say that, I think H. Rap Brown mentioned that it's not so much organizations that revolutionize or bring us to consciousness, it's circumstances and conditions. For me personally, I remember being a young man when Latasha Harlins got killed. And, this young black girl gets shot in the back of the head by an Asian store owner. And it got me asking questions. So my mother, she had the autobiography of Malcolm X. She let me read it, and that led me to that. And I think that we're really missing that level of political education from the community. They'll tell you to vote, they'll tell you to, do certain things, and you got to get your money and create businesses, but we're not getting that political education that we need, and we're not bringing that to the young people, and they don't know. So they see the conditions that black people are in, but they don't have the education to interpret and decipher that and come up with ways to fight back against that. And that's on us. That's also on we have COINTELPRO and other organizations that work hard to stifle that level of intellect we need. Even the Tariqs of the world. Look at Tariq talking about, the way he talks about black immigrants. At a time when we need unity most, he's calling these people tethers and all type of other sort of disrespectful names, and it just puts us against each other in a way that we don't need. We need unity. We need to understand we have more things in common than things apart. And, they pay into that. So I think that the conditions that we live in as African people, that helps revolutionize us and bring us to greater consciousness. But then when the young people come to us, what are we giving them? We're not giving them the information that they need. I remember when Hurricane Katrina happened back in 2005. You saw a whole city of black people who were literally left to die by the government. Many people that I know came to a level of consciousness just looking at those events. But then what happened with that? Where did they go from there? So I think we have to take advantage of these situations, these atrocities that happen to our people, and then use that as a way to reach out to the young people, because they need that education.
Well, I will say
Check
this.
this out, right?
Let me say this. Hold on, brother Bakari. Let me say this. If Tariq Nasheed has a young audience that he is misinforming them every week, he's crippling them. We are in a global economy. If Keyway comes on this program, he's talking not only from people within the borders of the United States of America, but he's getting a perspective that's in the Caribbean. He's getting a perspective that's coming from a continent of Africa. He's getting a global perspective of the world. How much more prepared is he going to be in the future? Because the world is globalizing. How much more prepared is he going to be in the future rather than listening to contracted conversations from Tariq Nasheed, who's a high school dropout? I'll leave it there.
See, check this out, right? What I'm gonna tell y'all, them old people fought, them elders, them older black people fought in the problem. They just put everybody in the same chat. So you got people in the chat and they there that's talking shit. When was the last time they've been to a city council meeting to change something in their community? When was the last time they in their 30s? So because you grown now, so stop blaming people now that's old. What are you doing? When was the last time they've been to a city council meeting? When was the last time they've been to a county meeting? When black people was hungry during COVID, when people couldn't get out here during COVID and do nothing, how many of them organized to go door to door and give food and toiletries to black people? I'm talking about the young ones. I ain't talking about the old. How many of them did that? See, it's easy to look and blame somebody else. It's easy to look and blame somebody. I've been doing this shit since I was 5 years old, my whole life. Ain't had a choice. It is absolutely disrespectful for people to just sit and talk, and everything that they enjoy today, what they would call progress, is because older black folks put their life on the line and they want to sit and disrespect it and don't do nothing. Then they just put all black people put all older black people in the same damn box. All of them in the same box. All of them in the same damn box. What kind of shit is that? But the stuff they enjoy, what they call progress today, older black people put their life on the line for it. People die, some people died out here so they could do, but the only thing they could think to say, I went grocery shopping, I didn't pass out PB&J either. I got the time the grocery stores was open, and I got grocery lists, and I went grocery shopping for people, and I took the food to their house. So I'm gonna say, how many, talking about what they enjoy today, how many older black people died for that? They don't get no respect. No, they don't get no respect. White people just decided to change laws and everything on their own. Older black people didn't do nothing. And people don't think that's disrespectful to just put all old black people in the same box. and just say, oh, that's the old shit. Okay, well, it's the old. Like I said, my children here with me. The children like so I don't give a shit. So I let the young folks in their 30s handle it. Because if they can do it, they can do something. Instead of complaining about other people, they can do something then. Don't that make sense? Do that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think that you know, I don't want to group all older people together because I forgot. I think it was Sister Soldier who said every old person is not an elder. Sometimes we got old niggas, but with that true. But I'm not going to disrespect the people like you said who laid down their lives so that way we can have better opportunities. I didn't grow up in Jim Crow. My grandmother did. My great uncle did. They grew up in Jim Crow. They grew up where people were getting lynched, and you couldn't touch the body. Where a white man could push you off the sidewalk, and you couldn't do nothing about it but go home and cry. So I'm not going to say that the conditions that we live in 2023 are the same as they were in 1923, and I think that's because there are some black people who laid down their lives. Just like there are some black people who betrayed the movement, some black people who went with integration rather than true liberation. So I think that we have to distinguish between the elders who did everything possible to make sure we have opportunities versus the old niggas who decided to jump on board when it was convenient for them and take advantage of the sacrifices that our ancestors went through. I think it was Kwame Ture that said that every advancement that black people have made in society some was paid for in somebody's blood. The fact that you go to college as a black person, that's somebody had to die for that, right? The fact that you can even you know do the things that you can do, somebody had to give their life for that. So I don't think we should disrespect the elders. I think that we have to look at their example, take the ball, move the ball forward. And I think that that's where we're kind of fumbling the ball because we're not taking that example and moving forward. And you know, I think that's where we're messing up at.
Because we're stuck blaming other people for we're stuck just blaming, and then you put them all in the same box. It's never some, it's always them old folks. It's never some. It's just all of them in the same box all the time. Oh, but I'm gonna tell you again, and it is some old folks, Carl, and everybody on the panel. It is some old folks they listen to. They listen to them old white folks who done wrote them old ass laws. They ain't gonna say, am I lying? Do you ever hear them tell white, oh man, that's that old shit? You ever heard them say that to all them old ass law white people, right, Carl?
I don't really, I mean, every now and then, but it's not as loud as disrespect.
When they talk about black folks, is it as
Yeah,
loud? That's that old
it's not
shit.
as loud.
They don't tell that to them old white folks though. And that's what I'm talking about. I got them black people can't get a break. So then when people, that's why you find so many older people like, man, I'm just tired, man. It don't make a do. We can't get a break. They don't just put me in the box with the people that sold us out. I put my life on the line for this. But now y'all don't put me in the box with the people that sold you out. At least make a distinction and say these type of people sold us out and these type of people help. But just to put everybody in the same box and say that's that old shit. That's that old. Don't nobody want that old shit.
I think the problem is that as we do too much, and I think we talked about this last week. We got too much patience for our traders in this community. We got some black people who really betrayed the movements and betrayed the community, and they're able to walk around and there's no repercussions. I think we really got to analyze this. Bringing it back to Tariq, we got some people out here who have really done harm to black people, and we really don't have any way to really punish them or go after them because I think that's a major problem. As black people, we are powerless in society. We need to go about power, but we got people out here who betray us and work against the interests of black people. And what happens to them? Nothing. They get some money from the white people. What do we do about that?
And they get money from black folks. So Lero,
Yeah, they
you're
do.
right. Y'all young folks not supposed to be snagged. You just said people old, they time down, they're up, sound like you cheering on them, waiting for them. Won't y'all just go ahead and move it forward then? Stop complaining about what other people ain't doing and just move forward. Why is that so hard?
Let's
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
This is the story of Morris Brown College. Some outstanding black folks founded Morris Brown back in 1881. The first and only HBCU founded, owned, and operated by black people in all of Georgia. This is where Pulitzer Prize winners hit the books, where jazz legends developed their sound, where civil rights leaders spearheaded change. These are the halls where some of the greatest minds in business, science, and the arts marched. But every great story has conflict. And I ain't finna lie, this school went through it. But see, the thing is, every great story has a hero too. This is one of them. And this is another. In her, in him, in them, in you. Together, we're bringing back Morris Brown College, bringing back financial aid, bringing back a history of black excellence. Morris Brown College, a new beginning in black academia.
Morris Brown College, all the way back, hard reset, has worked, continues to work. They lost their accreditation many years ago, but the institution was resurrected through the leadership of many, including the current president, who led the institution back to reaccreditation, Dr. Kevin James. I am proud to serve as a professor under his leadership. Mr. President, good day. Welcome to Indisputable.
Thank you, sir, for having me. Good afternoon.
It's always good to see you, man. A lot of people may not know the story of Morris Brown College outside of the context of Atlanta and maybe the states that surround. But Morris Brown has a significant connection not only to black academia, but black excellence and black progression, civil rights movement, et cetera. Can you give us some of that historical connection to this institution?
Sure. Well, first of all, again, thank you for having me on today. Morris Brown is a historic institution founded in 1881. Our institution is very unique because we're the first and the only HBCU in the state of Georgia that was actually founded, funded, owned, and operated by black people for black people. So many individuals have come through this institution to earn an education and to go out into the communities and to lead. One of those individuals, Hosea Williams, who stood on the front lines with Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. We just celebrated this weekend, Selma, Alabama. The president of the United States was in Selma. And so we were there. Morris Brown was there on the front lines. And so many individuals have come through these halls and been educated and now are doing great things in the community. We just made history as the first HBCU to rebound after a 20-year hiatus. And we're so excited to be back, and we're moving the institution forward.
We're going to get into some of the nuances of how that happened. Senator John Ossoff, who happens to be a dear friend of mine, dear friend of yours, he's been on my show multiple times. Talk to us about how Senator John Ossoff was instrumental in being a partner, an ally to do this. And I remember when he was campaigning to be a senator, he literally came on my radio show, Mr. President, and said, I'm going to make sure one of my top priorities is ensuring the reaccreditation of Morris Brown College. And him, you all delivered. Talk to us about that relationship.
Absolutely. So I heard him on your show. Hey, we want to help Morris Brown College. And so I reached out to him and reached out to his team and said, I heard that you mentioned Morris Brown. We would love to partner with you. And so he made a lot of promises to me that he would help to get funding for an institution. And he is one of the politicians that actually kept his promise. And so he just helped us to deliver on a $2.9 million grant to Morris Brown College. $500,000 of that funding will go towards our historical building, Fountain Hall, and then $2.4 million will go towards our teaching and learning and to push forward our academic mission here at Morris Brown College. So, he's been very instrumental, along with Senator Warnock, in helping to keep promises made during their campaign, and they've delivered on a lot of funding for HBCUs in this state.
Yeah. let's talk about the interesting dynamic of affordability.
Yes.
You know that I am a preacher of affordable education. Students at Morris Brown are very excited. Literally, I start back teaching next week for the cohort, and I'm already getting emails from students. So there's an excitement in the educational dynamic. But Morris Brown College is also one of the most affordable private colleges in all of America.
Yes.
And let's talk about why it was important to keep the institution affordable and how affordable is it? Can somebody literally go to school, get some level of financial aid, and have a college degree fully accredited, debt-free?
Yes. So the major component of our resurrection was earning our federal financial aid status back. Getting access to Pell Grants and scholarships and loans was instrumental to resurrect this institution. Morris Brown College is now proud to boast that we're the most affordable HBCU in the city of Atlanta. You know, when you look at some of our counterparts, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year, Morris Brown College is $4,250 a semester tuition. So you're looking at about $8,500 a year. And those students who come from Pell eligible backgrounds, you know, now can get up to about $6,800 a year in funding that does not have to be repaid. So our goal here at Morris Brown was that we were able to provide an affordable education. And the goal here is that you graduate with little to no debt.
Let's talk about the quality of professors. As I said, I'm a proud member under your leadership as a professor at Morris Brown College. But you have been very dogmatic about making sure that your professors are not only academically qualified, but they have shown mastery in practice, that they are able to demonstrate as well as educate. Tell us about the duality and why that's important.
It is so important to have the absolute best faculty. The faculty are the lifeblood of any institution. And so as we were going through this hard reset and resurrecting, you know, we hired a brand new team. We have a new provost. We have a new assistant provost. We have 4 new department chairs, all leading the way with our academics. And now we've completely hired and brought in new academic leadership. Not only do these individuals have PhDs and master's degrees, but they also have that hands-on applicable experience working in the fields that they teach. That is extremely important so our students can get that hands-on learning, not just theory, but also the practical application as well. And so we are scaling our academic programs, and we have the absolute best faculty out here. I put my faculty up against anyone.
Yeah.
And I'm so proud to have you on board as a faculty member as well.
Oh man, listen, it's one of the biggest joys of my entire life, educating and being under your leadership, dear brother. You have been not only a breath of fresh air. After, you know, we talk about the technical stuff, but Doc, this was a difficult thing to do.
Yes.
And I want to get into that in just a moment. When you came to the city of Atlanta, you took the job being president of Morris Brown College.
Yes.
At that time, it was not accredited. Still, Morris Brown College has always had a special place in the hearts and minds of those in the state of Georgia and beyond because of the legacy and tradition. Still, every year, a gala. Still, every year, multiple events. Still, every year, the campus was technically open, even though it was unaccredited and only a handful of students were going there. You get hired. I bring you on my radio show, and you talk about something called the hard reset. And you're going to lead this institution back to accreditation. And I remember saying, man, if anyone could do it, this guy has the charisma to get it done. But it wasn't easy. Tell us about some of the pitfalls and barriers you had to overcome to make this happen.
Yes, it was a huge boulder to carry. You know, I came into this institution and we had filed a $35 million bankruptcy. We literally in 2002, 2003 went from 3,000 students to 50 students overnight. 20 years or so not being accredited, the loss of brand, the loss of students, the loss of funders. You know, it's only 3 reasons the institution survived: God, the AME Church, and the alumni. And so we kept moving on. We would not allow the institution to close. And I just want to thank all of the faculty, staff, alumni, and shareholders who never gave up on this institution. But it was a heavy lift. We were able to do it. We became the first HBCU to earn our accreditation back. We have our federal financial aid now reinstated. We now are serving the military, veterans benefits. And we are right now at this very moment in the final stages of earning access to international students, F1 visas. So we're going to Africa, we're going to the Bahamas and beyond. And so it was a heavy lift, you know, getting through the whole premise, number one, of just getting people to believe that this was even possible. I say it all the time, this will be in my book, you know, just getting people to believe that we were going to do this after 17, 18, 19, almost 20 years. And so again, once you get that train moving, get a little bit of momentum, we were able to get it done. And I'm gonna tell you, history will say that we were able to save Morris Brown College using social media. Yeah. Social media is what we utilize to get people to believe in what we were doing here. And so I just, again, thank you to all the faculty, staff. It's not just me. I have a phenomenal team, phenomenal alums, the AME Church, everybody who never gave up on the school.
That's right. For those who...
All right, I'm gonna stop that there. I think we get the idea, unless there was something else of importance towards the end, Juana.
No. This was for Brother Bakari. I didn't want him to knock this out of the park because this is his thing.
No. But the question I'm asking is there anything big of note in
No. It's just marketing. Just marketing.
All right, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna let Bakari really speak on this, and then if anyone has any last comments, we'll end this at 2 a.m. So that's 20 minutes from now. So Bakari, you take it away. And if anyone wants to add any quick words at the end, you'll have your minute to do so. Go ahead.
No, they don't want to add nothing about this, man. Black folks don't like HBCU. They don't like nothing but black folks is in charge. All you gotta do is every time you mention something black, you gonna see where they have a lot of reasons to say something negative. They ain't gonna say nothing about nobody else. Black folks don't like HBCU. Somebody, Norma X, say, so who is funding it now? The same people that funding every damn college here. The same damn people. That's why they underfunded. It's a microcosm of the black community. But we have to look for reasons. The man said they accepted military benefits. Norma X laughed at himself, which means when they accepted military benefits, now you can use your GI Bill. You can use your GI Bill to go to college there. That's what that means. They're accepting you if you was in the military and you choose to go there. So now they're using your GI Bill, because I don't want you to just laugh when you don't understand what you're talking about. But for me, HBCUs is great. It's what black folks should be. But hey, HBCU gonna be the problem. But only 90%, only 10% of all college age students, black students, go to HBCUs. But HBCUs put out more black doctors, more black lawyers, and more black educators than any other. Yeah, harsh reality. You're right. So now, because they just got their accreditation back, that's why they saying you can get it. That's why they was letting you know that now they can, because they just got their accreditation back. They had lost their accreditation. They wouldn't accredit. They just got it back. But HBC, and according to, well, I just say it because I'm tired of pulling this stuff up. They can look it up for themselves if they want. But black people that graduate from HBCUs tend to make more money than black people that graduate from PWIs. Lero say to serve a European economy. I don't know where Lero live. I don't know where she's from. So she might be in Africa somewhere where they ain't working in a European economy. I don't know. I have no idea. But everybody over here that's working, if you're doing something, you're working in the European economy. Now, Koku, y'all have heard them talk about the HBCUs. They'll see why them people from Ukraine getting to go to Howard. It don't make a difference how much you explain it, right? Black people going to say, because it's something they haven't studied, but since they black, something they haven't been a part of, they feel they can. I know, Lero, but you're the one who's cracking jokes about is all to serve a European economy. But anyway, but when it comes to HBs, well, look, the Morgan State, they're doing this. But let's look and see how many people gonna find this video and play with. Listen to what immigrant students did he say he was reaching out to? Bawana? Didn't he say
Africa,
the Caribbean,
the Bahamas?
in the Caribbean?
They sell heavy. Yeah, they market that school heavy in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah,
Brother Bakari, But Bakari,
Yeah.
mine, I want you. This particular prompt, I was giving you an alley oop. Don't mind the noise in the marketplace. There's 200 other people who gonna watch the program. I want you to sell HBCUs to them as well. Don't mind the noise.
But when you're selling HBCUs, the problem is you're trying to sell it to black people. Black people don't want to deal with black people being in charge. Because black people, I'm going to say it again, it's white arrogance that's oozed out of black people pores and white ego that ooze from black people. They've been around white people so much, they act like them. So if it's a black person doing something, we don't have to be involved. We don't have to know nothing about the school. We ain't got to know nothing about what go on at the school. All we got to do know is a HBCU, black people in charge, something wrong with it. But they ain't gonna ever say nothing about them schools where 90% of black children go to. 90% of black children go to PWIs. And you say, who they get their funding from? The University of Alabama make $50 million a year just from football. Look on a football field and tell me what their majority of their players are. So we're okay with white people getting extremely rich, continuously, still getting extremely rich off black people. But if black people say something and black people want some of that talent, black people are the first ones that have problems with it. When y'all listen to social media, y'all hear, who do y'all hear talking about? Well, because I'm involved in this a little bit more heavy than everyone else, probably in this chat. So most black people that talk about HBCUs sound just like white people, because that's what black people in this country have become. White people, the white arrogance. Lero, did you go to an HBCU? No, because I want to, because when they say these things, I just want to know. Lero, did you go to an HBCU? And if she ever answer that question, it's gonna be no. So then, did you ever go deal with people at age? Have you ever been on an HBCU campus?
Well, my cousin went to a HBCU. She went to
Let me say this right
FAMU.
quick, Carl. Let me say this right quick. Ain't nobody mad about a failing football. Lero, you need to understand. You need to white folks getting extremely rich off black people playing football for them. Why do people why is it a problem that black folks should get some of that talent? And tell me which HBCUs don't have STEM. So, well, you're right. You're right. So they ain't got the black presidents. They ain't got none of that then. So in this country, black folks should just shut the hell up because we don't run shit. In all honesty, harsh reality podcast, we don't run shit. And of course, it's institution. It's a microcosm of the black community. But black people don't, because see, black people, you see black people ahead. You see black people on the board. See a black president, black vice president. You see the black faculty. So it's automatically, it's going to be a problem to black people. It's always a problem to black people because of who you see atop. Go ahead, Carl. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, no. Well, I got a couple family members. My son's mother went to FAMU. My cousin, she went to FAMU as well. My sister went to I went to St. Leo, which is a private Catholic college, and my sister, she went to Florida State. So I mean, I've had family who went to HBCUs. Some of them who didn't go to HBCUs, and they've all been variously successful. I think that when we critique HBCUs, and I didn't go to one, but I think that many times we look at the history of HBCUs. Many times they were started by white philanthropists in the 1800s at the end of slavery, and it wanted to make black people, to kind of educate black people to fit into the status quo and into the existing American society. Historically speaking, many HBCUs, although they do educate many doctors, they haven't been revolutionary. They haven't. Most doctors. They haven't been revolutionary. You know, I think it was Samuel L. Jackson. He had to fight to get a Black Studies course at a HBCU, which you would think, right? That's just automatically come with it. So I don't think the critique of HBCUs isn't so much because it's just Black people running them, but it's the type of Black people that they're bringing out of the school. Are
Okay,
these
Carl.
Black people
Now let me
willing
ask
to
you a question.
challenge?
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. So why
Go
white
ahead.
folks don't get that same critique? If Black folk, if 90% of Black students going to white universities, you can't tell me that the HBCUs where only 10% of Black people is going is sending out more coons or whatever than the white universities. Why don't they get the same critique?
Well, because we expect that from them. I think it
So
was
why do you
Carter G.
run
Wood.
to them? So why do y'all run to go to their schools then? You expect that. So watch this. Listen to your thinking, Carl. You expect for white people to put you in a position to make you act like them, but it's still good if we go be there.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good at all. But like, what did Carter G. Woodson said that Harvard has ruined more Negroes than bad whiskey. He said that back in the 1930s.
Who
So
said that?
Carter G. Woodson.
Oh, talking about the Ivy League schools, right?
Yeah. He said Harvard has ruined more Negroes than bad whiskey. You know, so this is true. I know somebody who went to Harvard, and he's ruined. You know, so they got him good. So, but I think that there's a critique for I'm not coming down on Black HBCUs because
y'all critique
I'm not
is way too hard.
I'm not coming back. I'm not coming with respect for the HBCUs. I'm not. I know people who graduated from and they're doing good things.
But your critique is way too harsh.
I don't think I'm being harsh. I don't think I'm being harsh.
I'm going to tell you why it's harsh. Y'all mad well white people start. Show me some Black people coming out of slavery that had enough money to start schooling with their own funding. I'll wait, Carl. I'm going to wait. And if I don't continue to talk, I'll just be waiting forever. Because you know they didn't have money coming out of slavery to fund their own school. So why is that a critique? See, now you know what you're doing. Now we're blaming our people for
I'm
being
not blaming.
Yes,
I'm not blaming anyone. I don't have a problem. I like the HBC. Like I said, I know people who went to it, but I think when people critique them, they're just saying that these schools, they're not producing Black people who are willing to challenge the status quo.
So the Black people that you have met, or the Black people that may have been on TV or in a certain position, haven't challenged the status quo, right?
For the most part, no.
That's good. So now, how many people is that? Because see, I know people that went to HBCUs. I know people that challenge the status quo. But if I go down that line and start telling you who they are, you would know them, would you?
Maybe I would. I don't know.
Okay, do you know who Jake Ayers is?
Not particularly, no.
See, you don't know who it is. See what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. But some people who was willing to turn down 6 figures in the 60s and 70s because white folks trying to move them out the way so I can stay and fight for Black folk. But see, the problem is, so what you didn't do was answer the question. But I wasn't even talking particularly to you. I'm talking about the critiques that Black people have. That's not a real critique that white people started us. White philanthropists started a school because they didn't want Black folks to go to school with them. So therefore, niggas is what they call don't have money to start a school. So let's start it for them so they can have their own school. So explain to me how that's a problem for HBCU. See, because when we do that, you're blaming Black people for being beaten during slavery. You're blaming Black people for being enslaved. Well, white people started them after slavery. That's because the white people started it. Well, who fund them right now? The same government that fund everything, but they underfund the HBCUs just like they underfunded the Black community. The same thing. It's a microcosm of the Black community. That's why it's so easy to get a Black person in the Black community. If I can give them this much money, they will sell out. Then we'll call him a sellout, right? Am I lying? Oh, okay. See, now we don't want to speak the truth then, so I'm gonna just talk.
No, keep going.
I want to answer truthful questions. So then you can give this black person that live in this community a certain amount of money. He'll bounce and he'll coon. Why? Because he or she ain't never had nothing. They broke. We've been underfunded. We've been oppressed, suppressed, depressed. Now this is my chance. And if all I got to do is to say something negative about black folk or get on TV or just do what white people want me to do, I'm going to get this money. So then the HBCU is in the same situation. It's okay to critique them on their bullshit, but it's not okay to make up bullshit to critique them on. And I hope you understood what I was saying. And I hope people hear it's okay to critique them when they come with bullshit. I'm one of the first ones that will do it. But I do know some of the stuff people complain about that they're not involved and they haven't studied and they don't know why they did it. When people was complaining, look, Morgan State finna let immigrants in, they giving them. Go look and see how much money Morgan State gonna be getting. They accept things so they can get some of the funding. Like when a case was won in Mississippi, Alcorn State, Jackson State, Mississippi Valley State, they had to let a certain amount of white people in. White people from this country reached out and got Russians and gave them scholarships to go to HBCUs. But if they didn't let the school get to like 5%, they wouldn't have got the funding. So they put you in a position, and all these people that will complain about that, if this country ever pass out reparations and say, this what you got to do to get your reparations, guess what they gonna do? They gonna accept that stipulation so they can get their money. That's what they're gonna do.
Let's hear from very brief. Anyone who wants to add any final thoughts here before we close out the show. All right.
I'll say this.
I have something to say.
I'll say this. I don't want to be brief. I don't want to be long. But like what Brother Bakari is talking about is like kind of like the realism. You know, like what's the real situation for black folk? And when we talk about who's financing this, just like when we go back to the Chinese conversation of who can build these roads, who can so on and so forth, it really comes back to capital, you know? And this is why I gotta tell black folk, get your money, you know, get your capital, because if you don't have it, you're going to be asking other people to finance things that essential things for you.
Hey, check, let me say this right quick before you finish. It's not the HBCU job to churn out a revolutionary. Stop sending your children places mentally unarmed. It's not their job to make your child a revolutionary. What you gonna do at home? That's not their job.
I agree with that. Let's have from
Buana. Wait a minute. But did the white schools, since 90% of black children go to white schools, I guess the white schools making them revolutionary. And that's what I'm talking about, Carl. And y'all can make all the excuses you want. Y'all never say nothing about white folks. Never. Y'all only got heat for black folks. Oh, that's it. That's it.
I would say this. If the black American population does not want to support HBCUs and they want to go to PWIs, what is going to happen is that these black universities are going to the Caribbean, towards people who may have a modicum of income money or whatever. And black folks from the Caribbean will go to these schools and benefit from the education that they will receive there. And some of them will stay in the United States of America and improve their lot. And some of them will come back home to the Caribbean countries. My sister went to HBCU. She went to Lincoln. So did my brother. My sister came back home, became a medical doctor. Now she's running the accident emergency in the Bahamas. And my brother, he stayed in the United States and he ended up working at BMW, some kind of mechanical engineer business. So these two immigrant feathers benefited from that education. So, like I say, if the people who the universities was made for doesn't want to go to these universities. And they paid out of state fees, by the way. They didn't get any funding, any grants, so we didn't take away from the economy. They added to it. But if the black folks within the United States, who these institutions was made for, does not want to use these institutions as a tool to improve their lot, then the black immigrants will do it. I tell you that. But don't be upset and mad when the immigrants use that information, you know what I mean, that they will acquire at these universities to improve their lot, whether within their societies or outside of it. That's all I'd say. I'll leave it there.
All right, Tanzan, do you want to add anything?
I would say that I don't see a problem with having an HBCU. The only thing is you do have to have a vision and a statement. It is their duty to teach, the students who go there something about their history and not so much, revolution and all that, but to give them a different experience than they would if they had gone to, the other universities. The other thing to say that, yes, it's important that people criticize the universities because they really are the last bastion of, space for Black intellectual life. So they should be subjected to harsh criticism, but with a view to improving them and to making, improving their quality. The fact that only 15 out of 100 and something, only have STEM programs is something to be criticized. So I think that the criticism should be more in the quality of education and in the people that they produce. Because if you're known for producing subpar people, then subpar people only will be attracted to you. So I think that they should also be judged by the quality of students that they graduate, the type of education that they give, the curriculum and all that. And so people who have concerns about Black issues should look to them and say, what are you all doing? And if they're not doing the right job, then they should be criticized for it. So, yeah.
All right, I appreciate that. That's the show for tonight.
But hold up before you go though, right? Let me say this right quick, right?
Oh yeah, you know what,
So,
Bakar, you get the last word on that. Go ahead.
So with all the criticism and critique, I tell you, is anybody gonna do anything to change it? Because watch this, right? Like I told Carl, it's okay to critique the bullshit. Koku and Oni and Bawana, they know me. They done heard me. I talk about the good and the bad of the HBC, but don't make up bullshit to critique. You understand? And that's what we do. Well, this is what happened. Has it been compromised to an extent? But why? Just like with the church, when people can talk about how the church was revolutionary, why the church ain't revolutionary no more? Them big churches, they was able to get what they call 501c3s. Then you can't talk about this. Then the men stop going to the church. So the church ain't revolutionary. We can sit and talk about what something is not. But what are you do? What are you going to do to change it? And a horrible critique is when you're trying to say a college is supposed to turn your child into a revolutionary. So what the hell is the parents' job? Do the parents have a job? I don't know. See, I got a job. People hear my son speak. You can hear my daughter. You understand what I'm saying? I did my job with my children. What's the parents' job? Because the college didn't make them revolutionary. They don't want to answer the question about their job. That seemed like that's what it is. The Black parents gonna babysit, and let's hope the school do everything else. That's not how it goes. So my point is, all the problems that an HBCU have or that the Black church have is what the Black community have, Black people have. That's why I take up for HBCUs. That's why I'm gonna take up, and they hear me, I take up for the Black church. That's why I take up for the Black community. Because what we forget is we have all been put under the same system. We have all been beaten and robbed physically, mentally, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, from us as a group, as a collective. So what we do is turn and fight one another and say, they're the problem. They're the problem. Those black people right there's 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 the problem. But when you look, none of the black people is the problem. Some people on the outside created the problem, but we are the ones who have to fix the problem. You got some people that gonna bite into it because I'm gonna sell you out. You got some presidents that been sitting on top of some HBCUs that'll sell you out just like the preacher. But you got the same thing in it, just in the community, that will sell you out. And that's the problem. We have allowed outside influences to constantly keep us fighting and bickering with one another. So I fight for HBCUs because the black folk. I fight for the black church. And I'm going to say this. I don't even fight for all, because I got my problem with the wars at the top. I don't even fight for the mega church. I fight for small churches who I know is actually doing stuff for black people, because I don't want them to be in the same box with the mega church. I fight for black people in the community. When people say, oh, it's just black people. No, it's not all black people. It's not all black people. It's some black people. But when we put all us in the box, we'll realize all of us black people have the same problem. And that's what I want us to understand. And the only way the problem is going to get fixed is if we would stop pointing fingers to prove that they are the problem, but us starting to work together to build, to work together to fix the problems that was created. Because you can point fingers all day. That ain't gonna fix it. We have to fix what other people fucked up in us. They fucked up our mind. They fucked up everything about us. But now we gonna look and think, this is supposed to be perfect? No, ain't nothing gonna be perfect. And me, who I am, I'm just tired of just everything going. I'm just tired of talking about black folks all the time. Everything just black folks' fault. Everything.
Okay, amen, Brother Bakari. Amen, 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 amen.
All right, that's our show tonight. I just wanted to quickly say a couple of things. Before I have you guys give you shout outs. Like I've been saying all the time on this show, folks who listen, don't just listen, man. Start to do some stuff. And if you want to connect with other people who might be interested in those things, join the Discord, come and connect. Let's do some stuff. I'm going to be starting to put up some slides starting this week coming from the Ham radio prep course. Go to the community tab, find the post, listen to the Brother Bakari episode where the guy, I think the guy was in Wig Williams, was talking about the importance of having that alternative communication. So make sure to check out that episode and follow the instructions if you want to join. Join the Discord. Again, we could have these slides that I'm going to create for that. There was something else. We were supposed to talk about a problem tonight concerning the 2A area. You guys know what I'm talking about, of defense, and talking about firearm liability and stuff like that. I joined a GC. You guys know, if I'm talking 2A, you should know what GC is. I joined a GC out here in New York, and I'm working with a lawyer to figure out some of these laws and home ownership and this, that, and the other. So if you guys are interested in that, you can talk to me about that in due time. Brother Bakari, you want to shout anything out this week?
I really got no shout out. I guess I will be doing a show tomorrow, and I'm going to call it the Willie Lynch letter, the Willie Lynch chip activated.
Okay. So we look forward to that.
Yeah.
I guess Carl left. Buana, you want to shout anything out this week?
No. Shout out to everyone who contributed to tonight. It's always been a spirited debate, with the brothers from the varying of viewers, and I appreciate all opinions. I wanted to give this in particular to Brother Bakari, this last one, because I know that this is something that it weighs heavy on his heart to discuss and let other Black people, allow other Black people to be aware of. So I'm glad that he was able to vent and really get out in for this particular issue and this particular problem. But I appreciate all the brothers tonight for coming on and expressing their views and opinions.
Yeah, and the sisters too. Oni, you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, so all right. So tomorrow I'm gonna do my program. But I really think I should have hosted today. I would have probably had all 8 prompts, just FYI. And just next time don't mess up with your cupcake. But that's all I gotta say.
Build it. Okay, thank you for that, Oni. You guys tuned into Oni in a couple of hours. For last but not least, Tanzan. By the way, shout out to Carl, Zuliism, Kibwe, Marcus Gavi is the way. They were on the panel tonight. Shout out to them. Shout out to all of you in the chat. Lero was awesome. Harsh Rally Podcast was out there doing his thing as well. Trick Happy 262, etc. All you guys were good. Shout out to Bobby Wright. Tanzan, you want to shout anything out this week?
No, just the usual Tuesdays with me. And again, Friday next week, I guess we're back with Humze. And obviously, Shoot the Breeze. So always have to shout out the program. So we'll see you next Saturday.
All right. Thank you for that. D Webb, Harsh Rally Podcast says they'll be back tomorrow. I guess he's been under the weather. So we got that to look forward to. We got Bakari tomorrow.
He's been gone like 2 months.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I ain't mean to cut you. I say he's been gone like 2 months.
Yeah, I know. But Bakari will be on tomorrow. Oni, probably Considra, and now we know the Harsh Rally Podcast will be on tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shout out to the matron. I didn't see the matron today, but I know the matron is always around looking over. So shout out to everyone. All right, guys, that's it for tonight. I'll see you guys next week, hopefully, and probably see you during the week on all these different shows. All right, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.